some feelings.
Hold on. The sound was off. Okay, let me do that again. Welcome to State of the Galaxy. This is going to be a special reunion show. Uh, this is not going to be like our other shows. I've prepared no show notes. It's basically just going to be impressions. The only reason we're doing this is because the new expansions come out. We've only been playing for like an hour-ish. Right,
Yeah,
Justin?
I just you're going through some of the later chapters in the last expansion. I just finished chapter 1 in the new expansion.
Well, later chapters. I quit after the initial launch. So I just did chapter 10 of 16. And I did it on the new veteran mode. And gold mobs are kind of tough. They do like 6 trillion DPS. I don't know how I feel about that.
I mean, it's better than
Yeah, it's better than
4.0, where you
yes.
could literally use legacy punching abilities to kill everything.
This is correct. Yes, this is. I'm playing on Pot 5. Justin's playing on Harbinger. I'm like the only person in existence on Pot 5. But I don't. I'm not gonna. Even though server transfers are cheap now, I'm not gonna give them 90 cartel coins so that they can keep on keeping on with their server situation. I think they need to address it in a final way.
It feels kind of weird that, they roll out European to US and vice versa transfers, and those were like expensive as all dick. Those are only like what 60 cartel coins more than a normal one, which, while it is a inarguably good deal, it does strike me as weird that their version of we can fix the server problem is essentially every expansion, let's just make it cheap as hell and hope that the community will fix the problem itself. It just feels lazy.
Well, it's not just lazy, it's... You shouldn't do that because it means that there are people who will sign up to play on dead servers like Pot 5 only to then realize they fell into a trap. And they're not going to feel very good about that.
Yeah, although at the same time, the way that they're really making these games at this point, it's so solo focused that it's like, I guess I have less of an issue with the whole dead server problem, considering like what group content do they have? Like Uprisings, which are basically just flashpoints with another name.
Yeah, but if you're playing on a dead server, you're not going to be able to do the flash or the new flashpoints.
Yeah, no, I guess.
And
my
actually,
point
I
is
want
more-
to. There are people who I know are playing right now. Are we correct about that? Are they just flashpoints?
They're basically just flashpoints from what people in the like casualish guild that I have characters in right now. They've basically just been calling them like flashpoints.
Okay.
They're not like a meaningful like game shift for the MMO space, if that's what you mean. Like, there's nothing revolutionary.
So you just went through the first chapter, and for what I understand, there's a walker section. They actually put in the part where you don't play as your main character, although they did that last expansion with the bonus chapter, right?
Yeah, so let's talk about that vehicle section, because I remember before 4.0 launched, I was kind of like, once I had gotten into WoW, I was kind of bitching that I felt like I had been like sort of lied to, like retroactively by SWTOR, because SWTOR was a really fun MMO for me and I had a great time, but once I played WoW, it was like everything that WoW had that was different felt meaningfully better from a game design standpoint, to the point where I started retroactively getting upset at the game. And I got over it eventually, but I remember one of the main things that I thought was really cool about WoW was in Warlords of Draenor. There's just this quest. It's not even an important quest. It's just part of you leveling, and you basically turn into this big like tire with spikes and shit, and you just run motherfuckers over at a really high clip, and your vehicle moves fast. And it's like vroom vroom, and everything's good. And I was like, oh, okay, cool. This should be in Star Wars. Well, they put that in Star Wars to a degree, but the walker moves slower than old people fuck, and everything about the movement is clunky. there's nothing about it that's super intuitive. Like, you can't strafe, which I guess in a literal sense I can understand, but like, I should be able to hit the strafe key and basically like, or even just the turn right key, because by the way, I couldn't do that on my keyboard either. I basically just had to mouse turn, which is fine. But I should be able to hit those buttons, and basically the game design should understand that I'm trying to move left and like maybe even just turn the goddamn walker left. Like, it just felt like poor design choices. And the section went on forever. And when it moves slowly, and when you have slow reacting abilities, it's just... What it does is it reminds you of, oh, this was way better in my head.
To be fair, the wheel mission that you're referencing in Warlords, it's preceded by something where you're controlling an actual robot that does control roughly how you would expect it to.
Yeah, but the robot that you control before, which is kind of like the Walker mission, only better in every meaningful way, is that it moves faster, you can jump, and the attacks don't take multiple seconds to get to their target and activate.
Yes.
It's just better, and it's not. This isn't going to be something where I just point out everything in WoW is better than Star Wars. That's not really the intention. The intention is more just to say that while this was an awesome idea and a way for them to diversify the gameplay experience for people that are doing the story, the execution of it feels like it's in beta. It does not feel finished.
Yeah, I mean, and to be fair, to be more fair to Star Wars, WoW has had since 2008, and maybe a little bit before that when they were preparing Wrath of the Lich King, which is when vehicles came out. They've had since 2008 to get vehicles correct.
Yeah, that's true. I think for me, well, another thing that I noticed, and I know this is sort of one of those sort of like lore moments, but I remember everything up until Shadow of Revan, camera positioning on cutscenes was pretty much like shoulder over shoulder shot and then wide shot. And then in 3.0, we started to see some diversity in the camera angles, and we started to see some rack zooms and like some panning shots. And I remember thinking that was really cool.
I just had a pan shot in this cutscene I'm in right now.
Yeah, and this expansion definitely like turns it up a notch. Like, the actual variance of shots is kind of impressive. The only problem is it feels like whoever is like designing these cutscenes does not understand filmmaking, because there's a section in chapter 1 where you're on Voss, and I won't give story spoilers, but essentially it's a cool like story moment. But they're giving you like 5 different shots in like 2.5 seconds. But the kind of shots they're giving you are the kind of shots where you kind of want them to just hang on to what they're doing. Like, they're not letting the shots breathe, so it feels like they're just throwing a bunch of shit together because they saw a Paul Thomas Anderson movie 5 years ago.
To be fair, they don't make movies.
That's true, but the only value of a BioWare game is that whole, like, the whole story and the cinematic presentation. It's like, if you're not going to get that right, all I'm noticing are the flaws.
I suppose so.
Like, this is better than 3.0, and so far the execution is better than 4.0. It's just that because I know that BioWare is just going all in on story, and they've basically just given up on any real group content, because I know that like pretty much all of their attention is put towards this, it means that I hold them to a higher standard. So it's just not really, it's not good enough.
Well, let's touch on like what we considered the main topic in previous shows, group content. What do you think that's gonna look like? Because they said, like, not to give too much away, but all the chapters that are in 5.0 came out with release. Like, nothing story-wise is going to be forthcoming in updates to this expansion. Well,
yeah.
I'm sure there will be story, just not in chapter form. So, if it's not in chapter form, which seems to be the main way they release single-player story nowadays, do you think there's going to be any kind of meaningful group content at all? That will, I mean, there has to be something.
I mean,
right?
here's reality.
If they're not going to release story
reality,
content, then they have to release something.
Yeah, see, here's reality. when you say meaningful group content for the small number of people that still play, maybe. Like, maybe flashpoints are enough for what's left. I don't think so, but maybe that's enough for what's left. I imagine that, like, every other patch there will be, like, and I mean, like, full patch, not just like, oh, we broke something, let's fix it. I imagine every other patch there will be, like, some quasi, like, uprising or flashpoint or something, but I don't think, like, this is funny. I got bored, so, like, the last couple of weeks I've occasionally logged on and I've just kind of looked at, like, guild chat, like, chat on Fleet. People are still somehow optimistic about the concept of a new raid during this expansion, and I just don't know where they're getting that optimism. I'm not sure at what point in the last X number of months that far surpassed 1 year between the last raid that they just decided,
December 2014. It's been 2 years.
BioWare cares about us now. Like, I don't know where they're picking up the optimism. I don't know what crack rock they're smoking, but, like, maybe I need a sample.
I think they're going to come out with... I don't know how to word this. They shouldn't be optimistic. Nobody should be optimistic. Because until they tell you what they're coming out with, you don't know what they're going to do. I think that's pretty fucking clear.
Yeah, and also, like, I know that some people have referenced that the community manager, or the community team referenced that they were going to, you know, like, they name-dropped group content and, like, made the implication that possibly raid has something to do with that. That doesn't mean you're getting a new raid. For all you know, that could mean you're getting another Colossal Monolith-style boss. I could see them doing their version of, like, raid content as, like, every 6 months dropping one singular fucking boss. And I could see them thinking that's enough. And that would be...
Actually, I think I agree with you, because of something they also did in this expansion, whereby you just don't get gear from operations anymore. So you don't have to release an entire tier of bosses that drop the full set of gear.
Yeah, it feels like, from the way that I've looked at how they're doing in-game gear, and just the way that you can, like, grind in-game gear in ways that are completely, like, foreign to the standard gearing meta from Star Wars for PvE. It just feels like they're setting up a system to where you'll get a tiny morsel of group content, but you aren't getting it to have a sort of gear progression or any progression at all. It's really just, here's some content for the masses, will you please be quiet for the next 8 months?
I think that's probably the way it's going to go.
Yeah, I don't see there being a realistic reason. And here's the funny thing, like, this goes back to when we originally were, like, you know, like when Zors and when D&T and other guilds basically, like, folded because they realized there wasn't going to be any, like, meaningful group content for quite a long time. It goes back to that reality, which is, that doesn't mean that that's the wrong thing for BioWare to do. Like, I think it's wrong from an MMO genre standpoint, but that, like, if there's not enough of a community to justify making a raid anymore, then they shouldn't do it.
Yes.
Like, if there's a community for it, do it. If there's not, I'm not gonna sit here and, like, go on the SWTOR Reddit and make petitions to try and get people, like, fired or whatever because they're not.
No, I mean, and they shouldn't.
Hive boss instance. Yeah, no, of course. I'm just saying, like, you gotta be realistic. It's kind of like a situation where it's like, if they make a new raid, there will probably never be Nightmare again. And, like, by the way, that's probably a good thing, even though.
Well, they have
that I enjoyed.
They have the difficulty option for Nightmare still, except it's just called something different.
Well, yeah, but I don't think that they would utilize that if they ever made a new raid again, because it's like, who's gonna fucking pull it now? Like, before it was already a small thing, but I know that it wasn't about how many people pulled it. Like, that's not the point. But at some level, if there's almost no one to do that content, by comparison to the fact that there were already almost nobody pulling it, you know, there's not really a reason to have it around.
Side note, the new difficulty mode in the single player is, and it may be just because I'm wearing Shadow of Revan gear, that's possible. I'm wearing, like, sort of mixed Revanite stuff. But still, the veteran difficulty is kind of hard, especially when you have to fight 2 gold mobs at once. It seems they just do a shitload of damage, And Deeps, you're in here. You've been playing for a little bit longer than us. Is that the case? I mean, you might have better gear than us by now, so I don't know. Also, I don't know if maybe your mic's not working. Maybe you have to launch an administrator. I know that's how Star Wars is.
Oh, I've got better gear than you do on some characters, and it's, I don't know. There must be a huge gap between the story mode and the veteran mode. Story mode and veteran mode, like, there must be a big gap because, you know, golds, you're basically either globaling or you're killing in 3 globals with similar gear.
Sky troopers have numbers and mobility.
Anyway,
I think the bigger problem with veteran mode and just how they're dealing with difficulty in general is that there still seems to be no diversity in how they handle combat in this game when they like have story. Like, I don't know how it is in like chapter 10 of the previous expansion, but chapter 1, basically what you do is you follow a path, you run in a goddamn straight line, occasionally you take a slight left or a slight right, and there's just like 4 mobs of 3 basics and 1 silver, and then you follow it up with a final mob of 2 silvers and 1 gold, and all of them have the same like abilities. All of them have the same like health pools for like their relative type, so the basic has X number, like silver has Y, etc., etc. And that's it. There's no diversity in how that happens. Like, there's no like let's go back way back to, let's say, like the base game where, you know, there would be quests where, yeah, you've got your basic class that's attacking you, and maybe they're snipers and they've got ambush, and you have to like interrupt it, or they're going to take away 80% of your health. And then one hallway down, you have to go against marauders that you have to basically interrupt, and you have to wait until their immunity goes down. So like, you have different things you're doing. So far, all of the enemies that I'm going up against do the same thing, and it's incredibly boring because it basically just feels like I'm running down a monster hallway, hitting the same button over and over again.
It's like Super Mario Brothers.
Basically.
You're just bopping Goombas. I found that to be the case, kind of. Like, Zakul Knights...
better in Chapter 10?
So, other than the fact that in veteran mode they do a shitload more damage, a lot of stuff is basically the same. Like, melee mobs all act the same. Maybe they have a little stun just to annoy you. Or they knock you back. Or they knock you out for like 5 seconds so they can beat the shit out of your companion. The mobs I've had the actual trouble with in Chapter 10 anyway, there's this one part where you fight 2 commando type characters, both with the little cannons. And they're both gold, and they both have a lot of CC, and they both do a shitload of damage in veteran mode. I don't know. Those 2 mobs definitely behave a lot differently than the standard ass Sky Trooper or Zakul Knight.
I mean, yeah, that's basically, so for the whole of Chapter 1, that's basically all you have until the Walker level. And like, the Walker enemies, while they do slightly different things, it doesn't matter because you're in a big fucking robot. Like, and it moves slowly, and the finale of that Walker section is fighting another Walker that moves as slow as you, has a different ability than you, which is basically just an AoE cone that you have to slowly and like very methodically get out of the way, which is easy, but it's just boring. And it just has a bunch of health. There's nothing about the, like, this whole like get in a fucking like Shinji Ikari, get in the fucking robot should be interesting in this game. But because it's slow and plodding, and because they don't have any diversity in terms of enemy abilities or enemy type, it's just boring. Like, this should be cool, and it's not.
So, I'm going to raise some counterpoint.
Probably.
I'm going to raise some counterpoint. There are people who are tweeting at the official Star Wars The Old Republic Twitter who are like, I like to step on things on boss with my walker, and I did it a lot more than I had to.
Stepping on things is better than nothing at all, but so there are certain things that are not super intuitive. So, for instance, let me give you an example of some things you can do with your walker. You can put down this gravity missile that brings all of the enemies together, and then you can hit an AoE missile that takes a couple seconds to like hit the ground, and it will basically hit whatever's in that AoE area that it hits. Now, this is the kind of odd thing that I think is not intuitive. If you put down this big fucking AoE of this missile, and of this big AoE of this gravity thing, I would assume that if I'm putting down a big like explosion AoE, that I probably shouldn't be within the big explosion AoE, because again, I'm in a vehicle. I'm not like my own character doing like smash or orbital strike, so
Yeah.
I think of it slightly different.
Probably.
Actually, no, that doesn't fucking matter. I can throw down a gravity missile and then just stomp on 6 things at once. Like that, the stomping is cool. The lack of intuitive gameplay in terms of how you create combos is just kind of dumb. Like, for instance, on the final boss of the chapter, I do more damage by stomping on a walker that is the same size as me than as if I used a missile strike on the walker.
Wait, what does the same damage?
No, more damage. Stomping on a walker that is the same size as your walker does
Maybe you're
more
stepping on
damage
his legs and you break them or something.
But no, that's not what I'm doing. Like, that's not what I'm doing, though. I'm just fucking stomping on the ground.
So
Like,
they
if you
didn't
stomp-
flag the walker to be unstoppable, is what you're saying?
Not only that, it does a ton of damage.
Yeah. I assume the missile is a lot slower to use than just walking on it.
Yeah, and so since it's longer to use, hypothetically that shit should be more powerful. Like, there's no cooldown outside of the global reset for stomping, and it does a good amount of damage, and it's just kind of comically dumb, like how they coded ability damage for that boss fight, because it is not intuitive to stomp something as big as you and have it do more damage than a goddamn missile strike.
Okay. I think I see
But-
where you're coming from. But there are shitty vehicles in WoW. And like even in Legion nowadays.
Yeah, but
There's
like,
there's a
so
world
if
quest.
you're-
Hang on, let me give context. There's a world quest where the Nezingwari quest line is very famous for you just slaughter the living shit out of animals. Like go kill 30 cats, 30 bears, and 30 deer, whatever. Anyway, and in Wrath of the Lich King there was an environmentalist quest where you go against the Nezingwari people. And they've continued that into Legion. The environmentalist one is a world quest where you take the form of an animal, and that's basically it gives you a vehicle. You're in a vehicle, and if you get the deer one, the deer does no damage. The deer just has a charge that one-shots, but it also has maybe a tenth the health of the other vehicles. So you actually just can die in the deer thing, whereas in the other two animals, the cat and the bear, they cannot die. They just soak up immense amounts of damage. You cannot fail that quest if you get the bear or the cat.
Yeah, and like I
So I
can
mean,
understand
design
this.
oversights like this happen.
Yeah, but you would think if you're BioWare and this is your first like new expansion like vehicle mission, like it's the first one for this expansion, you would think we want to get this chapter right. Like that certainly is not the case.
Okay, so Deeps, how are you finding the actual gameplay?
It was the same, but I spent all of my commendation, so I'm not wearing the same gear that we've left off with.
I thought they refunded commendations and shit like that. They gave you gold credits. And yeah, Fascinate. People do fail the quests with the moose. The bear and the cat are pretty easy, but the moose, like, you can get killed because it has no health and it can't recover health.
Valkorion believed he could start something new.
Apparently, I did get refunded credits. I didn't even know.
But in the end, he only taught his heirs to be every bit the Sith he was.
Or perhaps it is merely the nature of a son to seek to surpass.
I'll say this, for story mode you don't need gear for shit. Like you
Oh
don't
yeah,
you don't need
I'm
gear.
talking about veteran though. I mean,
No, I know, but I'm just saying, like, you would think that for story mode, I should have, like, at least maybe the story mode equivalent of the last expansion. Like, the gear on this character I'm currently on is, like, from multiple expansions ago. It
I don't know if
doesn't
that's reasonable though. I mean,
I didn't get on my
Protect doesn't exist
my merc.
anymore.
I got on my assassin, so this is like
People who don't
Dreadguard gear.
just as
Yeah, I'm on my third Marauder right now.
Dreadforge gear. I'm never playing that class.
They did some weird shit to it. Deeps. Gore doesn't do armor pen, and apparently there's another ability that does armor pen, and it's like, then why would you just not like change Gore to do what you want Gore to do?
Considering deleting those characters when I reinstalled this game a month ago.
I'm not gonna lie. Justin spent like 20, 30 minutes transferring his 17 trillion characters to one server and getting them all in one guild.
It would feel weird if I didn't have like a.
I'm sorry. When you
actual
said the words,
legacy.
when you said the words fifth power tech, I almost shit myself.
Look, dude. Back in the day, when we thought that there was going to be Nightmare, like the whole concept was like, I don't know, like me and Smugglin and Freaky, like we were like all talking about tank stuff, like possibilities for Nightmare, and like it was like, all right, well I'm just gonna have a shitload of tanks, and I just started building out a ton of tanks.
Back in the day, Death and Taxes had a whole bunch of people. They had someone that liked Harry Potter way too much that had like 9 power.
I liked Harry Potter too much, but I didn't have 9 of them. Wait, who was
Name
it?
all of his characters
this
after
guy-
Harry Potter characters.
Yes, this
Would
guy.
literally level a character and be like, I don't like how this looks, and make a new.
Yeah, this was before the what do you call it, recustomization.
Couldn't tell that out until
thing
you
came
reach
out.
level. I think I spent all of my combinations like a week ago. So I don't know. Maybe if I hadn't spent them, I would have lost them all. But I definitely bought all.
Yeah, a week
This is
ago is before it
204.
came out.
I think this is all 204. No, 208.
Oh, that's like only 10 item levels up on me. So I don't know.
I mean,
Like
I'm
10. I guess
using a
10
blue
item levels is a
lightsaber.
while.
I'm literally using a blue lightsaber, and it's like 10 times better than the one that I had that I know for a fact is from a Revan drop. So
A Revan drop,
Yeah, when that dropped
From the
198.
expansion.
but it would. I don't know. Whatever.
Link, but you know the guild got destroyed. So
Yeah, I know. Actually, I don't know if it got destroyed because Treba logged in to the Republic Guild and he has control of it. So there was less people in the Republic Guild, and
Maybe
I
he's
assume
saying
everybody's.
sold the M Guild.
What's that?
Maybe he's saying sold the M Guild, or maybe it still exists but no one's in it, or I don't know. Who knows?
I think he kicked everybody.
Yeah, I haven't talked to him in months, so I wouldn't know.
But yeah, that's bad news, everybody. The Death and Taxes Imperial Guild on the empty dead server Prophecy of the Five is nobody can find it.
That's such a shame because there's so much reason to even have a guild.
Well, I mean, you had
fuck,
the
I
guild
want-
the
I
guild
wanted my
ship.
experience boost, and I wanted my damn ship.
Yeah, the guild
I
ship
don't
was
like going
something.
to.
Join the glorious Harbinger Guild.
Let me-
Care
yeah,
Bear,
let me
Tickle
move a
Party.
move a whole bunch of shit. Let me pay money now that I'm unemployed. Let me pay money to get to a server on a dead fucking game.
Did you guys have like an entire fucking department get fired?
No, I got fired.
Just you?
Y'all
What'd you do?
pretty much painted a target on my own fucking back, so they jumped on the first chance they got to fire.
What target? Like you just argued with management, or like you actually
No,
did?
I opened a door that was supposed to be guarded 24/7 by a security guard, and there was no security guard. And it got brought up to gaming that the door was unlocked and that there was no one there to relock the door.
Oh, that's
I didn't even get in trouble for it. They just came down on security. But yeah, so then some other shit happened last Saturday, and they were just like, yeah, so with this last incident that happened, we're gonna go ahead and terminate.
That sucked.
Man,
You know, this content is. I can focus on what's being said, but I'm just missing everything that's happening in the game. I just kind of like walking in
Yeah, 'cause isn't it-
the straight line.
Isn't this game basically like Hallway the expansion? Like you just kind of walk in straight
Well, okay,
lines?
4.0 is. I don't know about 5.0.
I mean, currently 5.0 is hallway the expansion, and if it's outside, it's hallway on your mini map.
Are
the
you
expansion.
on? Are you on the next chapter yet? I mean, chapter 2.
Yeah, I'm on the next chapter. Thus far, it is literally follow the scraggly line. Like, there's a lot of ways I can turn left and right, but none of them are required.
Well, none of them being required is.
No, by none of them are required. Like, I don't like I can. Do
Is
the
there
bonus
something over
quest.
there to get?
I don't know. I can do the bonus quest without doing that.
I see.
Like I don't even have to move off the path to do the bonus quest. So let's go off topic for a second, because I thought of the glory of Devasta, and I thought of how he works at McDonald's, and I realized that while I was on vacation for Thanksgiving, I have a 17-year-old cousin named Chris, and I think I may have a cousin who is extremely similar to Devasta, and I don't know how to feel about it.
How so?
He works at Arby's, and he's
Alright.
really, really proud of the fact that he works at Arby's.
Devasta is not proud of working.
Really,
No,
you,
no,
did-
no, no,
you
no.
disown him. That's
No,
Hey,
like,
look!
when
I complained about it. I complained
when I
about it,
say-
and I got a guild invite to Death in Texas.
Who invited you?
that's fine.
Who do you think?
Oh, you staying?
Yeah. So
Absolutely hilarious.
I'm asking why everybody got kicked. All right, go ahead with your Arby's guy.
So it's not just that, like, when I say he's proud of it, I don't mean like he's proud that he works at Arby's. It's more that, like, he's proud of, like, the job he does at Arby's. Like, he's like, he likes working there, and he feels similar about his coworkers like Devasta feels about, like, his underlings. And it's like, you're only 17, and the kind of glint in your eye when you talk about working at Arby's and telling me about, like, the specials from 3 to 5 p.m., like, feels really too strong for someone who is going to a private prep school and whose parents are college professors.
I'm not gonna lie.
He should have to quit that job. Like, I'm
Totally.
starting to worry that he'll just go to Wendy's or Arby's college or something.
Totally have not gone to an RV until
Yeah, I
like
wouldn't.
this year. For the like, it's been more than a decade.
I wouldn't go to an Arby's on purpose.
It's terrible because it's like 1 in 10 minutes walking distance from my house.
I like an Arby's could be right outside my window, and I wouldn't go to it.
I'm not against.
I
the
could live
idea of
inside an
Arby's.
Arby's, and I wouldn't eat it.
I'm not against the idea of Arby's. I'm just like, I just don't know why you would like work there and have pride involving.
So hold on, how does he talk about his coworkers? Because Devasta talks about his coworkers like
Devasta
they're
molests his coworker.
exactly. He talks
Like,
about them
imagine-
like they're
imagine-
playthings.
Imagine an up and coming Devasta that talks about like how
Enough and
like
I want to imagine if it coming.
like imagine an up and coming Devasta talking about how cool his coworkers are, and then just randomly referencing that sometimes he spanks his male coworkers.
So wait, your cousin spanks his male coworkers?
Yeah,
Okay, that's pretty similar. Does he tweak their nipples
yeah, that's
though?
what I mean. No, not yet. I don't think he's even considered something that.
And I don't think
yet.
Devasta does any of that to male coworkers. Which
Yeah, he
is-
does.
I thought he only molested his female coworkers.
No.
Somehow always gets away with. From what he was saying or how he was describing it, they're all unfortunate enough that they probably wouldn't mind the attention.
Yeah, I just, man, Thanksgiving reminded me that I might be the only normal person in my family in terms of, like, the cousins.
Funny coming from you.
I mean, comparative to these people, you'd be like, yeah, you are the only normal person.
I have a video of you rolling around in the grass screaming at the sky.
For the record, I was drunk. I offer no
Okay.
apologies or excuses for that.
I'm going to make a story complaint because I'm feeling pretty railroaded here. I'm on the chapter 11 of Fallen Empire, wherein you recruit Arik Jorgen because everybody was clamoring to have him back. And
No problem with the fact that that's not Kashyyyk that you're on right now, but go.
And I'm like, okay, let's go. And he says, no, I don't want to go. And I'm like, okay, we have to. let's go see what's going on over here. And he says, and we find these refugees because Sky Troopers are burning them their houses. I'm like, I don't give a shit about this. I'm the Empire's Wrath. I'm a big evil douchebag. Let's go. And he's fucking making me save them. He's fucking making me stop these people from burning down the houses of people I don't give a shit about. Choices matter, though.
I think my biggest problem is the big bad in this expansion, or who I assume the big bad is, Valen. I mean, unless they do some weird fucking out of left field plot twist.
I know the plot twist already, but go on.
Okay, I don't. So, assuming it's Valen. So, again, if it's not Valen, then disregard what I'm saying. But assuming it's Valen, her character is written like a 15-year-old girl, not in the Star Wars universe. Like, edgy as shit. At one point,
she is
in
edgy, but
referencing her mother,
so is Jace.
No, but Jace is crazy and weird. Like, this girl's not weird. She just reads as poorly written. Like, Jace reads like she'd bite your dick off if you didn't hug her tight enough. Whereas, like, this chick, at one point, referencing her mother, just says, I should throw a party and listen to her screams. Like, that's the edgiest shit I've heard since, like, the Overwatch character Reaper came out. Like, I don't...
That is very edgy, and
that doesn't read like Star Wars at all. Also, it doesn't read like somebody. It also doesn't read like somebody who took over the goddamn Eternal Empire.
Well, I mean, it being hereditary probably helps with that.
Yeah, I just she was dumb to me.
So, okay. Other than, you know, how you don't like her characterization, how do you find the writing in the new thing?
It's better than 4.0. She's the only character that's like actively bothering me. Like this, thus far, this seems to be more thought out. Like, this expansion feels like it actually had some thought into the Star Wars universe, whereas the last one felt like somebody got bored and was like, hey, watch this.
Don't raise your hand to me.
Like, at the very least, like, I can see this going somewhere that could be interesting.
Sky Troopers are probably searching for us.
They wanted for nothing before my reign ended. Look at them now.
So, I think my assessment before we quit is still correct.
Which is?
My assessment was,
He'll likely claim we conspired with you as an excuse to
as far as an MMO goes, this is not a game for me or for us.
I mean, no, it's not. Like,
It's not, and it probably won't be again, which is fine. But further than that, I don't know that it's worth a subscription. Like, even if I'm okay with not getting operations.
I don't think it is.
Like,
Like,
I'm okay.
so-
I'm okay with having spent the $15 like a couple days ago to get the rest of Fallen Empire and Eternal Throne.
We have a camp.
Yeah.
Can offer you protection.
You got an issue with your mount not working?
I haven't.
I also haven't.
Literally mashing the key and it's just saying you can't mount me because I'm standing in the middle of ya.
My squad.
One thing I will say is the part of
Okay.
the part of
We're on our way back.
Old Republic that I enjoy the most, that is
Be on the lookout.
that would still be worth doing, is GSF.
We'll need a
But
clear path for a group this large.
I mean,
Let's go.
it's not getting any updates, so they don't care about that either.
On your feet.
Yeah, I think my problem is, again, like I've said this for surprisingly, I think, over like a year now, that this game is not for people that want to play MMOs, and that's okay. This game
People
is
that
for,
want story.
yeah, this game is for people that like KOTOR, and I like KOTOR.
I think
Should
KOTOR
make
is
The only
another-
problem
they should
is-
make another coach.
I actually
Yeah.
just kind of okay.
KOTOR is
This
better
is
than
unpopular.
this.
This is unpopular, but I don't actually think KOTOR has a very good story.
KOTOR
No.
2 is the one that like makes it worth it.
KOTOR 2 is okay, but it's a very subversive interpretation of Star Wars, and it's not one that I necessarily
KOTOR
agree with.
KOTOR and
It's
KOTOR
because
2.
you hate everything about the Rada.
KOTOR and KOTOR 2 are
No, I'm
good
talking about-
for the era of RPGs. If you are comparing them to the current RPGs, yeah, the story's not like.
Oh no, that's not what I mean. I'm like, I don't even think it's. I don't think it did good things with Star Wars. Not that that matters anymore because none of it's canon. But I think it set things. It didn't set things back, but it took things in the wrong direction. It was too influenced by the prequels, in my opinion.
You've
That's
said
fair.
time and time again that you hate everything that has to do with the Ricotta.
Yeah, the Ricotta are stupid, but that's not the entire
And
reason.
that's a huge thing about KOTOR, though.
Yes, it is. I think having this large pre-existing civilization that predates Coruscant and shit like that,
Let you get away
I don't
with a
know.
bunch of dumb
It
shit.
lets you get away with stupid crap. Yes,
Of course it does.
I'm fine with there being.
And
things
it
that
removes a
predate
lot of the-
Coruscant.
I'm
can
talking
say the
about.
same-
I'm talking about predates galactic civilization as we know it.
Yeah.
I don't-
I'm
say the
fine
same
with that
thing.
too. I just
I'm
think
saying
that,
the way
like,
they.
made
It's fine to
Ricotta-
have civilizations before that. Obviously, there are civilizations before that. I'm talking about like just this galaxy-spanning civilization that could do things with the Force nobody had even heard of, such as conjure matter out of nothing. That's bullshit. Fuck that.
I mean,
Of course
yeah.
it is, but it's supposed to.
Really, the problem is that like they're overpowered is the problem. I don't have a problem with the concept. But no, I think what bothers me more
I have a problem with how they
is
look. They
the-
look stupid.
Hold on. I don't give a shit about how Star Wars aliens
You also
look.
don't hate Jar Jar Binks, though, so
Oh, yes, I do. What? Hello?
enough.
No, what are you talking about?
Nearly enough.
I think.
How?
I don't think
How
there's
is that
a
possibility? I
yeah.
can't even watch episode 1. What?
Okay, so here's another. It's not because of Jar Jar Binks that I can't watch episode 1. It's because of Jacob Lloyd. What's his name?
Lloyd's not. Yeah, Lloyd's not the real problem with that movie.
He's a big fucking problem.
No, Lucas deciding to have a 10-year-old boy be Anakin
Well,
Skywalker.
yes, no little kid would have done
No
well.
child.
I agree with that.
No child would have done better or worse. It's just that's the wrong thing to do.
Yes, basically, no little kids in Star Wars ever.
Zutcherson says, watch episode 1 for comedy. I don't find it funny though.
Like the fart joke.
I don't find it funny. No. I think he means like unintentional comedy, like how you would watch The Room for
So
comedy.
terrible that you have to like.
Yeah, or like Plan 9 from Outer Space. The only thing is, I never had any investment in The Room, so I could laugh at it. I had investment in Star Wars, so the idea that I could laugh at how bad it is kind of just not possible for me. Instead, I'm just constantly reminded of the disappointment. The only good things about that are of Episode 1 are Duel of the Fates, the fucking pod racing, and there was some good acting by characters, but like that's about it. You don't think there was
Who
good
acted well?
Liam Neeson.
No, he didn't.
Of course, Liam Neeson.
What?
Okay, he played the part well, but the part was
That's
garbage.
what I'm
The
saying.
character
Yeah, but-
was utter trash.
I'm agreeing the character's bad. I'm saying that it was well acted. I'm not saying that I loved the character. I
But
said it was well acted.
I don't even know
No,
if it's
I'm not-
possible to act that part poorly because it's so trash.
I think
The
it's
character
very
of
possible.
Qui-Gon Jinn is a walking sleeping pill.
Look, sometimes, as a guy with a sleep disorder, you just want to go to sleep.
But
He
I don't
did-
want to go to sleep in my space adventure movie.
Well, then you probably shouldn't have let George have conversations about taxation, trade routes, and other problems that. come
Well,
into
yes,
a
that's
galactic
horrible.
empire.
But
We
then
have to
he
stop
also
the
made the
Trade
characters terrible.
Newt Gunray has to be stopped. I don't think you understand.
Yeah. You know what's funny when people talk about like the racist, like alien archetypes of Star Wars prequels? Like everyone kind of talks about Jar Jar and like the Caribbean stereotypes. For me, the worst ones are the fucking.
No, the Trade
like, the
Federation
gun-
guys
yeah.
are.
Oh
God,
man, it's bad.
just
It feels like
uncomfortable.
a weird Korean joke.
they're just really uncomfortably vaguely Asian, and it bugs the shit out of me.
And they talk in English, but like they're not. That's the only thing that they try and take from it, like from a linguistic standpoint. It's really uncomfortable.
Yeah, I don't like that either. And I'm surprised not as many people jumped on that.
So, I just got another unrelated question, but I feel like answering it. Snicker asked if I got any of the NMD Adidas drops from today, and if not, why not? No, and the reason is because I got some all black, triple black ultra boosts last week, and that meant that I wasn't going to buy.
Still
an
buying
Ultra
ultra boost?
Oh yeah, they're so comfortable.
Welcome back, sir. The refugees have been trickling in. We're setting them up where we can, but I'm concerned about supplies.
But no,
There's a lot of mouths to feed.
I don't know, man.
Say that again.
So here's the weird thing. In previous expansions, even past the point where you knew
Get this camp
that-
in order and tuck in.
like they weren't gonna have new content. So like let me take you guys down memory lane real quick. When 4.0 came out, we knew there wasn't going to be a raid. When I say we, I mean like people that I played with.
Yes.
And I played with people that like all they wanted to do really was raid. So I played with YOLO, I played with Trill, I played with Cat, Bat, Zuchi, etc., etc., etc. And it was fun. While we did it, you know, so before we killed everything for the umpteen billionth time, it was fun. And then once it was dead, we were like, okay, we can be gone now. This is fine. Let's just make jokes about how Colin keeps dating strippers and thinks that it's gonna go somewhere. But here's the thing: this launching, me playing it, knowing there's no story, isn't why I don't think it's fun. It's just that I keep seeing bad game design that's making this not fun. Like, I assumed that I would very comfortably get to level 70 very easily and then just like do a couple raids, have fun, and then be like, alright, I've had my fill for the next year and a half. What I'm feeling now is the only way I'm going to realistically level more than one character is if I did a Bestia exploit, and I'm too fucking lazy with this game to do any sort of exploit. So I don't even know if I'm gonna have more than one character ever hit max level cap, and I'd be shocked if I ever put in enough time to gear up a character to do any raiding.
This is okay. So you know my experience with 4.0. I finished the first set of chapters and then I stopped. I never logged in again.
Yeah, I could see this happening to me for 5.0, and I played 4.0 until we killed all the content. So, like, I don't know. It's not, and here's the thing, I'm saying that this is better than 4.0, like, as of right now. It's just that
And evade
better
retaliation.
doesn't fix the fact that I keep seeing bad game design, and I just can't
Well-
stop seeing it. Like, it's just
Leg-
the combat game design that's poor.
Legitimately, has the game design, outside of rare exceptions where something happens that was fun, such as good fights in raids, or like a well-designed spec that they then went on to fuck up, cough cough 3.0 pyro, cough cough.
My entire fucking class and every spec it had.
Yes. Outside of those instances, I would say that the Old Republic's strong point has never been gameplay, like ever.
No, I don't think that it's about like the strong point. It's just that like I can go back to every expansion and reference like at least enemy variants where like I have to use different abilities on different enemies. I have to like use certain
Nightmare Palace was fun as hell.
Yeah, like you have to use
Palace,
different things.
explosive. I still remember every little bit of explosive conflict.
Yeah, whereas like I'm doing the story content, and again, I know that it's story content. It's not supposed to be super fucking difficult, but like this is the only thing they're putting any budget into anymore. This should be the cornerstone of their game, but really, it's just the thing with the most holes in it. Like I can't focus on how the story is better when every 5 minutes, when there's not a story cutscene, I have to focus on the fact that even though I'm in a quasi-open area, I'm really just going down one path and mowing motherfuckers down with the same abilities, never having to worry about CC, never having to stop to heal in story mode, basically just having to like occasionally hit one defensive cooldown. every
Legitimate.
5
Okay,
months.
so before the stream started, while I was doing Chapter 10, and Justin can attest to this because I was fucking screaming about it, those 2 gold mobs in Chapter 10, the commando types, they killed me like 5 or 6 times before I could kill them. I had to use all my cooldowns and get lucky. So, what if you cranked it up? Would you have fun then? I mean,
No,
it was a relief
because
to
it
kill
would
them.
Well, yeah, but like the problem is that I don't think it would be rewarding because it's not. You are not killing it in a way where you're having to figure something out mechanically. You're
No,
killing
I'm
it
just getting
because you're
just getting my ass kicked because they do a shitload of damage.
Yeah, and to me that's not fucking interesting.
Okay.
That's not like that's not interesting because that's basically just like, oh, we just put a button on it like before, but we tuned the button harder. And it's like, that's not interesting.
The best we're gonna
Like,
get.
what always interested me about, like, when content would move up was, like, you know, when you start out, like, leveling in Star Wars, like, you know, basically everything's easy as dog piss. And then they insert, like, an enemy that will do a channeled ability to where if you don't interrupt it, it'll take away more than half of your life. And you realize that when there's a pack of more than one of them, guess what? You have to start interrupting. Like, there's no gameplay impetus to do any of that. And that's my problem. Either they hit so hard and channel at a rate that makes your interrupts pointless, or you kill them so fast, or they do the same abilities with such little damage in story mode that you don't have to do it. Like, that's my problem. It's like they don't have that balance in the gameplay. And it's not that Star Wars was the best gameplay in the world, but it was at least good enough to make me feel motivated to continue on with story and to continue on with the game.
So what you're getting at is veteran mode, at least in the story thing, should be like hard mode or nightmare in
It should, yeah, it
in
should literally
group
have
content
mechanics.
where it should have different mechanics. Yes,
Yeah, it should. Like, it totally should. And I
instead
don't
of just
mean,
being
like,
a straight damage increase
yeah,
and
I
probably a health
don't-
increase. I don't know.
Yeah, and I don't mean like mechanics like they insert new mobs and there's different phases.
They
I
could just
mean,
insert
like,
new mobs. Like that would make it harder.
That would be harder, but it would also probably take more dev time. Like, they could literally just say in story mode, like, if this mob has 7 abilities total, what story mode does is it disables 4 of those 7 abilities, and then maybe hard
Yes.
mode should have all of the abilities available. That's not what happens in this current setup, though. What happens is just, here's a slider, we push that slider to 11 because we watched Spinal Tap once.
And they pushed that slider to 11 because they saw my launch stream of 4.0. They saw that I could basic attack my way through 2 chapters, and then before I got bored and started using my real abilities. And they started like, well, fuck this guy. We're gonna fucking crank this shit up.
So apparently WildStar's still pretty fucking dead, according to Besley, which that surprises me, because Trill would never play a dead MMO, Kappa.
Is Trill still... There are people who still play WildStar?
He
Dude,
really, he really loved that game. I don't know if he still is, but he played it way past the point of relevance.
My Skyforge guild, those 2 people that still play WoW.
So I bought Elder Scrolls Online when it was $10.
Yeah, I
It
did
was
too.
in the last couple weeks. It's not that bad if you just look at it as a not that great Elder Scrolls game. It's playable.
Which is basically how you look at when Star Wars launched, how it was a not as great like BioWare RPG.
Yeah,
I think of it almost exactly
It's-
the same way.
the MMO parts. I don't think they do.
They're
Okay,
clunky.
they're well. I haven't done much of the MMO parts in Elder Scrolls, but in Star Wars, I just suppose they're not that well implemented. They would detract from what is otherwise. If they could focus entirely on the single player and make a real single player RPG, probably would have been pretty good. You could take the same story and wrap an entirely different game around it and come out with something pretty good. You should Dragon Age Origins this shit. I mean, granted, you probably wouldn't get 8 class stories out of a single player game.
I have this theory, and it's not really a theory, it's more of just an observation, and I wonder if this applies to you guys
Holy
as well.
shit.
And maybe not just when I say you guys, I don't mean you and Deeps. I mean like the people we rated with in general. Does it feel like to you that maybe we've just outgrown MMOs as a genre? I don't mean as a whole community, but like the people we were around, like it kind of feels like they're not making MMOs in a way that we would really enjoy anymore, and it's almost not worth the trouble.
Okay, there is nothing... Okay, there's not nothing wrong with Legion. Legion's really fucking good.
Yeah, I'm not saying that Legion's the problem.
And I'm gonna call out you Zor's people in the chat. You're just fucking playing it the wrong way. You killed yourselves grinding fucking Mythic Pluses and grinding out AP and all that other shit
No, that's
fucking
not what
chill
I
out.
mean. That's not what I mean. What I'm saying is like as we get older, I mean, you may be the singular like exclusion to this rule because you have more free time, but as
Sure.
we get older,
Yes,
like,
that's true.
there's less of a possibility to do that anymore, and it's like and I don't like the idea of being super casual in WoW. That doesn't really interest me. So it's like I'd rather do a game where I can take it seriously, that gives me the story stuff I care about, but I can pick it up and put it down at will. Whereas MMOs, it's a little harder to do that.
Realistically, MMOs in general, like that whole gaming genre, is just shit right now.
Yeah,
I think Legion's
could be-
fine.
I don't think
okay.
they're. No, I'm not
Can-
saying
no,
Legion's
no,
the
yeah, no
problem.
Can we just go ahead and write it off that even if Blizzard fucking dropped a steaming hot piece of shit, everyone would still love it. So it doesn't really matter.
No,
like
people
one's
hated
talking-
WoD. People hated
This
WoD.
has nothing
There,
to do.
yeah. There was nothing to do outside of rating and WoD though. So.
Yeah. No, I don't
We'll never
like.
talk
I don't think that Legion's the problem. And if anything, Legion is such a good like MMO in terms of what it offers that like it almost like magnifies my observation of like if I don't have time to do all that shit, I don't feel motivated to do only part of that shit. If anything, it just makes me feel more divorced from it. Like I don't have time to go grind even at like a once a day or like a couple times a week like mythic dungeons. I don't have time to like grind out crafting or grind out fucking artifact power. I don't have time for that shit. I have
But you don't
time
have to.
like,
But you don't
do a
have
flip.
to do that.
No, I know. But here's the thing: if I wanted to casually do a heroic raid, not mythic, just casually do a heroic, and I don't even mean like full clear of a week. I mean maybe kill a couple bosses a week. The reality of the meta is I have to do those things if I ever want to go into a pug.
I play like less than an hour a day, and
I have less time than you do.
No, I know. I play less than an hour a day, and I have pugged heroic.
Yeah, you have 5 hours a week. I like for that one game.
No,
this is the first
I
time
get-
I've been
I
able
get-
to play a video game in a while.
Well,
Like,
you
I
have
don't
exception.
time.
You have exceptionally low time though because of how busy you are.
Yeah, so it's like for me, it's like I can't. If I have half that time, I don't
What
want to
am I doing?
spend most of my what little free time I have like grinding something so that like weeks from now I can do something. I'd rather spend that little time doing something meaningful, and I don't find that shit to be meaningful.
Sure.
I mean, that's.
No, I
I
get
was
that.
about to say what Rom said. It's like, I mean, I don't know how much has changed, but Rom has always, well, not always, but has majority of the time had more free time than he really knows what to do.
Yeah.
I
And
make time.
actually, I actually find myself doing very little of the grind. Like I could do, if I wanted to kill myself, I could, like kill myself doing stupid grindy shit.
I can
I just
totally
don't because
understand.
it doesn't seem very fun to me.
I can totally understand where you're coming from, but at the same time, I've had time to play other MMOs seriously. I'm not gonna say any of them have been good, but like right now, I'm playing Skyforge, which is so terrible. Most people probably don't even know that game is still a thing or that it ever existed at all. But I've only been unemployed for a week, and even before this, I was juggling 4 or 5 games pretty successfully, and that's with an MMO in the rotation. So.
Yeah, I just can't do that. So it's like that feels like daunting to me.
But then at the same time, you leave your house a lot. So like even if you were
So
doing
there's
the
a
same
problem.
thing that I'm just saying even if you were doing the same thing that I'm doing, because I am still going to the gym like 3 to 4 times a week, but I'm not going on like 2-hour long walks every day because I walk 2 dogs at 45 minutes apiece or anything like that. So there isn't like even if there's 3 to 4 hours every couple of days that I devote going to the gym, I don't have a day where all of my free time is basically like going on a hike or some shit like that. Nowhere to hike in St. Louis.
Yeah, and every time, what it feels like more than anything is as I'm getting older, like when I do attempt to play an MMO, it doesn't feel like I'm trying to have fun with the MMO. What it feels like,
Member
that
berries.
it feels like I'm trying to recapture the enjoyment I got when I first started playing.
Yeah, it's the fucking member berry.
Yeah, and that makes me feel like I've just outgrown the genre and need to move past it.
Always the fucking
I
Mary.
I don't know. I never. So the way I play WoW now is extremely casual, as I mentioned. I don't feel like I'm trying to recapture any of the glory days of my rating. In fact, I specifically avoid trying to
But
do
you're
that.
you're not like me socially. Like you know, you can have a week and I'll talk to you and you'll be like, I haven't talked to anyone for 3 days, and say it with a trace of pride. Like, you'll say
It's like I finally got
Yeah.
away.
Like when we were all in fucking Austin together. Like, you made a comment randomly. You look at me and Jay and you're like, I don't know if I've socialized this much in months. I'm so tired.
For context,
Introvert
stream.
life.
For context, we had a big get together in July. It was Justin and Deeps here and Devasta.
Oh man, that was good. Also, remember,
Put
Jay,
that
remember when we
video
went
in
shopping?
chat.
Do you remember when we went shopping for your?
You guys went shopping. I
your
just had to
shoes?
fucking walk.
And then Rom
bro,
is
that was-
sitting
It was
down.
hot. It was hot.
Rom-
No. You know what the problem was?
No,
You know what the
I
problem
have to
was?
fucking tell this part. I have to say what you said because it may have been the funniest moment of that entire fucking summer. We're sitting inside of like a fucking Journeys.
This is
and,
Zoomies, bro. Fuck Journeys.
No, Zoomies. And Jay's getting some fucking shoes. Were you getting the Supras or did you get the other van?
Supras.
Yeah, you got the Supras. And as you're trying to talk to the person and get them, like I just see like Devasta and Rom just sitting on a bench, and Rom's like 6'4" or 6'5" or some bullshit, and he looks up at me, and there's like this look of concentrated pain, and he just goes, how did you even say it? Like, you basically just told me that you're
said-
not good at being a person.
I said I'm not a functioning human being.
I don't blame you with how hot it was, and we.
It was
parked on
really hot.
literally-
I'll
we
also-
parked on literally the exact opposite side of where the fuck we needed to be.
It ended up that I had an excuse because right when we got back to my apartment, I had the bubble guts and I had to fucking disappear for like 5-10 minutes.
Well, what did you eat at that place that we went to before we went out to that mall? All of us got
Please.
burgers. You got something
No, I don't think I had anything much different from you. Like I had a shake, and I think somebody else had a shake, and nobody.
that was probably the
It was.
shake.
I don't know about that. I'm not
The
lactose
shake
intolerant.
Walking around in with any milk product, and then you being out in like 90 something.
It was pretty hot,
Walking
yeah.
around.
Yo, Jay, remember how you and I were both like, at the start we're trying to focus on eating right, and then by the end, like we go to that
Oh,
grocery
dude.
store, and there's like we look at the fucking
Dude.
table, and there's like gallons of ice cream, fucking fried chicken, like
No, it was
slandered beef
chicken.
ribs.
It was chicken fried steak, fucking macaroni, just all kinds of shit that is on no diet ever.
Oh man,
And
we
like
went-
the first thing I ate was literally grilled chicken and a salad, and then I ended it with like what did I order from that Tex-Mex place? That was so.
You had
damn,
enchiladas and
That was
some
so
other stuff.
damn much that the waiter had to.
You had
give
like
us a
3.
different.
You ordered like 3 entrees.
I ordered so much damn food, the waiter had to move us to a different table because it was not big enough to contain my fat.
Remember when Devasta tried to like
Just how
somehow narc on you right before you're supposed to go on your damn flight by loudly
that
talking
was-
about how you have weed in a backpack?
Like, hey, this black guy over here bought a book bag to keep his weed in because probable cause isn't a thing in fucking Wisconsin.
Remember when he said that I looked like a delinquent because I had tattoos?
Dude. No. The best part was when you started eating that candy bar in the store at Devasta and Rob.
No, it wasn't.
Oh,
a
No,
candy-
I
it
hate
wasn't
that.
a
I
candy
hate
bar.
seeing people do that. That
No,
bugs the
it
shit
wasn't
out
a
of me.
candy bar. It was a soda, and he got mad that I hadn't paid for it yet. And like, spoiler alert, I obviously paid for it because I'm not a fucking
They were
heathen.
like,
But, like,
I don't want to.
He didn't just get upset about it for like 10 minutes and then get over it when I promised him that around him I would make sure I buy it first before
After we
before
left
having
the
it.
store, he was still
No,
upset.
what actually happened? No, later that day, he was just like kind of whispering to himself, like, "I can't believe you did that." I'm just like, Devasta, you sexually harass people around you on a regular basis, and you're mad that I
No, but
opened a
I don't
giant
do any
Mountain
shit
Dew
like
by-
that. That's just
Yeah, like I half expected him to just like.
dry humping someone's grandmother in a McDonald's isn't rude.
it was just so funny. He got so butthurt. Like I had to keep like anytime that remember we went to Dick's Sporting Goods and I got that Diet Mountain Dew and I looked at him and said, "Don't worry, Devasta, I've got the receipt."
You're not gonna start drinking that up.
Man, I'm not gonna lie, Javal. He was treating me like I figured he would be treating you.
Wow.
I thought I had the complexion for the protection. I didn't.
You're saying wow, but we all expected Devasta to be like the focal point of just everything weird in that trip, and he was.
Remember when he
Up until Justin got really drunk.
Hey, let's not hate
Hey,
on
let's talk about Justin getting drunk. Actually,
That was,
uh,
I've showed
he
a
had-
whole bunch of people that clip.
in fact,
and they're just
hold on. I've got the bottle. Go ahead and tell the story.
I was gonna say I've showed a couple of different people that clip, and they're all just like, "What the fuck was he drinking? And why did you let him drink them?" And it's like it wasn't even half a bottle of fucking crack. I don't understand.
I hadn't like drank that often in like the last like year or two, and then in my head I thought, oh, I just had a couple drinks. Like the next morning, like Rom showed me the bottle, it was like fucking half gone, and I was the only one.
I've got the
that-
bottle in my hands.
I was
Okay,
drinking it too.
so those of you watching,
Yeah, but you also let me have some of your alcohol, if you remember.
I don't remember.
No, not you.
why-
No, Jamal.
Oh, he did. Oh,
Yeah.
excuse me. So Justin, we all go to the liquor store after being out on the lake, I think, and we buy our own liquors. And no, I haven't had a drop of it. This is how much Justin had that night. He had enough that he was sticking his entire arms down his basketball shorts,
That was pretty damn funny. I'm not gonna-
which looked weird, and I was very uncomfortable with it. And then he like got up and sprinted at full speed out to the yard and just laid down in the grass for I want to say 20 minutes. Justin
In
getting
my-
drunk is a sight to behold.
In my defense, that was really fun.
It didn't look that fun. It looked like you. We went out to check on you to see if you were still breathing, and to see it like we
Justin
didn't.
does- I'm gonna link that video.
Oh my god!
Actually, I don't.
remember,
Were you drinking this
I
straight?
No.
I drank it with what was it? Was it Diet Dr Pepper, Deeps?
Yeah.
Yeah. But I was having Besley, I was having like half of a solo cup of rum and half of a solo cup of Dr Pepper. It wasn't like an ounce. It was like a lot. Also, another thing to remember was I didn't remember this until like a little afterwards. I was trying to convince Rom to move the boat so I could dunk while drunk.
Yes,
I would have died.
Yeah.
probably.
I would have broken.
I'm glad
my
I didn't
neck.
do it.
I would have broken my neck so hard, and like
Oh
I
my
was,
God.
I was convincing them that it would be okay too. As I'm wobbling around, incapable of standing up straight, like swinging my limbs about the lawn as though I don't know what the fuck I'm doing, and I'm sitting here like just slurring at them. Guys, I can dunk. Just move the boat.
Holy shit!
I
that's
don't
a lot
even
of
think
stuff.
we had a basketball.
No. You said you were
kept
going to bring a
telling us to go
basketball.
Get it.
You said you were going to
you-
bring one.
You were asking, was he sure there was a basketball somewhere in the group?
I
Can we
thought there
talk
was
about
one.
Can we talk about how Rom's like dad has like borderline Sambo fucking sculptures at
I
that
don't want
lake
to talk
house?
about that.
They're not, but they look like they are.
They're
Like,
they're little fishermen
they're gnome.
things.
No.
Yeah, they're
here-
like gnomes.
Here's a.
You,
Before we
you're
move
supposed to
on,
put
let's-
you're supposed to put a little fishing rod in there because they're like sitting down on the bench, and you put a fishing rod in it, in their hands.
Devasta's reaction to those was so disturbing.
Vasta's reaction to almost everything.
But no,
Anyway, back to
Before
Star
we
Wars.
no, wait, real quick. Let's talk about Justin drunk calling Besley in the middle of her raid.
How many?
Oh,
Okay,
that was good.
here's the real question. I don't remember how many people I drunk dialed, but I remember
You
like
jumped out your parents.
I drunk dialed my parents. I drunk dialed my girlfriend.
Your
I drunk
parents
dialed
were
Betsy.
oddly only concerned at whether I was doing okay or not.
Well, yeah, because they know about you.
So there's 3 other people.
What does that mean?
Well,
They
tell-
know
tell-
about you.
No, like I mean, like they know about. I don't hide who my friends are from my family.
But even you brought it. Even you brought it up that it was funny as. You're like, oh, just make sure you tell Jamal that we said hi. And it's like, well, there's 3 other people here. Well, just make sure that he knows that we said hi. I'm like, okay. Hashtag hit him with the ginger dip.
Okay,
Yo,
so
that's the strong stuff there.
I'm doing this chapter, and this looks to be the final boss of this chapter, and it's a gold mob, and it summons more mobs, and then it summons 2 more gold mobs. So I don't know how I'm going to do this.
I would say you should totally just invite me, but this game sucks and you can't teleport directly to people inside of Inst. So,
And also, like, I don't think you can help people on their chapters.
I think I also drunk texted Smuggling, but promised that I wouldn't drunk dial him in the text. Yeah.
Anyway.
I did that.
Uh,
I didn't call Melis because Melis ain't a fan of people, like.
no,
being
but
drunk like
he
that.
Shit, I
got
started the fight.
into enough of the happenings for other reasons.
That's because somebody out there thinking they're a person.
Yeah.
Hashtag Sedgwick was wrong, 2016. Anywho.
Ah.
Can anyone support us?
I wanted to say something about the game and I totally forgot what the fuck it was. This was like an
Something to do
hour
with
ago
what
that this popped in my.
something to do with what you're doing?
Does anyone else think
No.
that the light versus dark system is kind of fucking clunky in this game?
I think it's
Don't.
weird. I don't understand
It's funny
it.
when
Like, does
you're
it?
in a region where there's no one else but you. So
That's true. Like on pot 5, I'm probably making a huge impact.
yeah, I'm on Yavin and it's like 5 dark side decisions versus no light side decisions. It's like,
How
oh,
is this so
look,
much
I'm
easier?
The only one on. Oh, okay. So what I had a problem with was, and this is completely irrelevant because the game is dead. But the whole you can choose whether you want to be in a PvP instance or a PvE instance.
Oh yeah, who cares about
I'm
that?
sorry. There were certain things that were only doable in this game because I could kill people while I was running around doing them. Like I would have never made it through Hoth the first time if not for open world PvP. Period.
So-
it just wouldn't have happened.
Riddle me this: how did I
Do
just?
you remember griefing another guild when I first joined the guild before I started raiding because I got kicked from a Kuat because apparently Marauders have
Oh,
taunts?
okay. This is actually a good deep story. So Justin,
you
go
mean
ahead.
That
that
was
I-
that hold on, I feel like giving that story. That may be the best story to like encapsulate who you are as a human being in good and bad ways. So I was in a Kuat a long time ago and I was leveling a Marauder because at the time I was just somebody who watched the D&T stream and they were like, "Oh, well, we'll let you in the guild," and blah blah blah. And you know, people were nice enough to run flashpoints with me because this is when everyone was like starting to level before Nightmare DP launched. And I got kicked from Makuat because I kept on pulling aggro from some tank from some other guild. And I apparently was told I was kicked because I was taunting. Again, I'm on a Marauder, they don't have taunts. I tell Deeps, not in a way where it's like, "Hey Deeps, be my strong black protector." It was more just like, "Hey Deeps, this funny thing happened." And he was like, "What guild is it from?" So I tell him. Next thing I know, Deeps is spending the rest of the week hard dick harassing this guild, talking shit about them in Gen Chat, ruining their ability to recruit. He gets his friends in the game to go on every planet where anybody in this guild is on, and basically just kills them repeatedly while in Gen Chat fucking with them. Multiple people from that guild quit the game because I got kicked from a Kuat.
I mean, that's the great thing about PvP server.
it
do
was
stuff like
it was incredible because like I got over it within like an hour, but like 3 days later, Dom, you, Wookie, and who was the 4th person? Oh yeah, fucking Fuchsia was helping because this was before she was in the guild, and y'all were just railing this guild. It was incredible.
Did you follow?
That's when I knew that I had found a home.
Right, I mean that's how we take care of our family.
Spent our entire lives being protected.
It was
by our
good.
droids,
Anytime,
by you.
so Deeps, anytime I try to explain you to people that haven't experienced you, I have to preface it with, Deeps is not what you call a classically good person, but he's one of my favorite people, and they don't understand it, and like it's basically that story.
I am ruthlessly loyal.
Yeah, it's like that's my favorite thing. Like, because like people like sometimes like I'll have people that I'm like, oh man, I want to play. You should play with Deeps." And then I realized like you would hate them, and I'm like, "Nah, let's not. Let's
Ha.
let's not." Like I had to like give Daha like a 15-minute prep talk on how to expect you to go off on him. Because I was like, "You're not going to get this until it happens, but he does it for your benefit."
Nobody else
Ha.
has made it this far. It's a
I'll do you one better. You remember when you first switched to the server, and we're like, yeah, we'll carry you through this shit so you can get some gear on this character, and instead Fuchsia takes you on some shit, and
fucking
they took all the drops just because you were in death, and I grilled Fuchsia until she fucking blocked me over that shit, which made it even better that she joined the guild like the next.
even so.
Yeah, that whole thing was interesting.
Okay, so what I was going to say earlier. Riddle me this. How did I just beat that encounter without heroic moment or unity
Actually,
when I
used
died
to-
when I died with them both the last time I tried it?
It has dynamic fucking difficulty.
I don't
Yeah,
think
I
so.
To drop.
Hashtag war has changed.
Giving
Hashtag-
him way too much credit.
Interesting group you've got here. Takes all kinds, I guess.
I used a heroic moment like a while ago in a flashpoint because I stupidly started.
Wait, you can use it
What?
in?
This is, I need to get back to
Using
Yeah,
flashpoints?
because I was in there by my damn self. Okay, so here's the thing. This was like a week ago. Literally, first thing I did after I came back because I still had to do the Revenite. So I'm doing the prelude flashpoints, the Korriban and Typhon and
yeah, all that garbage.
yeah. So I start the flashpoint where you go to Rakata, not in solo mode. So
Oh, yeah,
yeah, that was
solo.
awful. But I got all the way to the end. I use heroic moment and like, I don't at all like heroic moment spawning a cover bar with the heroic ability.
No, I actually like the contextual action bar. I think it's good for the game if they do better things
I
with
like
it.
it. I like it depending on where it like auto populates before you have to like go into the preferences and change it.
Yes.
Also got rid of some of the heroic ability.
No, they didn't. They're all there.
No, on the bar, not all of them show up automatically.
Oh, that's dumb as
Yeah,
hell.
they
They did not mine. I had to like place some on a bar.
Yeah, I didn't have Force Lightning.
Yeah,
Force or Legacy Force Storm or whatever the fuck it's
I had to put the flamethrower one from the bounty hunter on it.
I also didn't have Sacrifice. I have Unity. I don't have Sacrifice. And
I don't like
I've checked it
Sacrifice.
on. Well, but I've checked it on two different characters. And well, the thing about Sacrifice, if your companion's already gonna die and you're
Yeah,
almost
that's-
dead too. Yeah, that's what I use it for. But on
But you
one
should
of
have
my
used
characters-
Unity before that.
No, one of my characters had Unity, and one of them had Unity, didn't have Sacrifice. The other one had Sacrifice, didn't have Unity. I don't know if it's supposed to be like a light side, dark side.
No, you're supposed to have both if you have them
Yeah.
unlocked. I mean,
I don't-
I think it's.
and
I
that-
forget how you unlock it.
All right, I just used heroic moment. I have orbital, flamethrower, sweep, sticky grenade, choke.
See, I have all of mine, so I don't.
Can we?
It's weird.
You know, I want to have a meta annoyance moment.
Go
I'm
ahead.
getting annoyed the more that I look at the SwiftTor Twitter, and I realize, and we talked about this Rom recently,
Here.
Yes.
when the game had a community that could have been fostered, not a big one, but a one nonetheless.
Yes.
They didn't have any social interaction at all, and
Correct.
now that the game's fucking dead, they will retweet any goddamn stupid piece of shit tweet that comes out about this game,
Pretty much.
and they will like.
Generally, yes.
And community interaction is way better than it was when the game actually was was something more than nothing.
I
at
wouldn't
all.
go. I wouldn't go. It's not blanket way better.
Also,
I'm gonna give
For
a.
a
I'm gonna give
company-
a. I'm gonna give a shout out. I think Pocket did a pretty good job for.
I don't think Pocket's the
For-
reason why there was a problem.
No,
Like,
no,
if
no, no,
anything,
no, no.
Pocket-
I'm not saying she was a problem. She was a problem. She did a pretty
no, I
good job
know.
in
I'm
reaching
saying
out
that-
to at least our part of the community.
Yeah, no, I don't. My problem with it is not the Pocket part. My problem stems to head of the community team.
Sure.
But I just, there's something about BioWare that I just can't get out of my head, which is they care about, like, BioWare as a company, like, kind of like makes these oblique references to being like diverse and welcoming and all these other things. And there are like other parts of BioWare that are technically a different studio, like some of the developers of BioWare Montreal that are working on Mass Effect that are really into that. And generally, BioWare has been pretty good about like diversity of ideas and, you know, being a welcoming community and all that shit. I think it's weird that like when the game dies, all of a sudden BioWare is just like, you know what? Like, fuck positivity. Let's let the sexual harasser have an interview with the community manager. I just can't get that out of my fucking head.
Yeah.
I don't.
I'm gonna.
Just,
why don't you
like,
describe? Because
No, it's
you're
not
a third
like,
party.
Like, here's
Describe
the thing.
what he's done.
No, like to me, the issue is not like a personal problem I have with him, even though I personally just don't like him. Like the issue that I have with Snave is that like it's not even like a what he may or may not have done at some point to like harass me or you or like anyone else that I know or like Heather, Pretty Little Sith back in the day. No, this is more about like if you're a BioWare and you're a company and like companies are usually supposed to protect their employees and BioWare community managers have made a point to reference protecting their employees when their employees have been threatened or harassed, like when John Jaranowski was harassed by fucking weirdos that got a little too upset over a Marauder change post that admittedly pissed everybody off. But let's not forget that when Pocket announced that she was going to leave BioWare, she still had, if I remember correctly, a week or two left on her contract. She hadn't left yet. She was still technically working for BioWare, and like Snave on multiple different outlets made a lot of sexually explicit comments about her, implied the only reason she got her job was because she was fucking a dev, talked about how the only thing Pocket brings to BioWare is blowjobs, all this other shit. He said it on Reddit, he said it on Twitter, he said it on Twitch, he said it on Hitbox. There were screenshots, there were messages that were capped and sent to Tate, and nothing was done about it, except for, oh yeah, you're right, we probably shouldn't support someone like that. And months later, it's like, no, it's cool. It's actually okay. Here's an interview. And the thing is, I'm not against the idea of the community getting an interview for that part of the community. Like, the PvP community has been
but somebody else could
generally
get it.
hosed. Yeah, and it's not saying someone else, like fucking me or anyone else I know. Like, no
I'm not a
one I know is
PvPer. Like, yeah.
Yeah, no one I know is qualified for that interview. But I just think that it's kind of not great that happened specifically. Like, that just shouldn't have been something that happened, because you're essentially just supporting that behavior, even if it's after the fact.
Not supporting it, rewarding it.
Yeah, that's the one thing. And the thing is, that doesn't feel like a thing that is the dev's fault. That feels like they're in a position where that you have to take advantage of whatever opportunities for involvement that you can when, like, the player base gets smaller. And it's like, I don't blame the devs making the game for that happening, but, like, that, to me, was just the wrong thing to happen.
Correct. How the hell did we get on that topic, though?
I don't know, I just got really I was just thinking about, like, where the game is trending, and that was the one thing that bothers me. Because I think that, like, overall, it looks like they're trying harder to interact with the community, and they're doing more events that involve people in the community, and I like that. I just don't like that a side effect of that was that interview happening.
Any publicity is good publicity.
Is it?
Yes.
I mean, when you can become so toxic that
I mean, that's true.
you basically become famous enough to get an interview.
Yeah, and at some level, even on a personal level, whatever issues I may have, him being able to get that while acting like that kind of just proves that there's some validity to what he did. So it's like, at some level, it becomes pointless to criticize it, because, you know, if the community he is in will reward that, then, well, fuck, why not, you know? I think that, and, you know, chat's now talking about, like, Mass Effect in the new trailer, and, like, if there's a BioWare thing that I'm excited for, like, that Andromeda trailer looks really good.
I was on the ropes, and then I saw that trailer, and I was like, oh my god, this is a terrible time to get fired, because I'm pre-ordering this, I don't care.
Yeah, like, for me, when I saw the first trailer at the PS4 Pro event that Sony put on, I was kind of like, okay, this basically tells me nothing other than HDR is a thing. And then at the Video Game Awards, which I was reluctantly watching because I knew there would be some good trailers, When I saw that Mass Effect trailer, I went from not even being a huge Mass Effect fan to, oh, it seems
Dude.
that they're going back to some really good gaming
When I saw
ideas.
it literally looked like the shitty physics, which were arguably one of the best and worst thing about Mass Effect. Like the terrible physics combined with just like all the diversity in 3, as far as the multiplayer went, not the single. Just watching people body charge all over the fucking place, like the jump pack. Everything about that trailer was exactly what I needed to see.
Yep.
I was kind of worried about what they were going to do with the next Mass Effect.
Like the stuff that they are touching on that was basically like unfinished ideas from Mass Effect 1 that they never really picked back up in 2 and 3. It seems like they've fleshed those ideas out and they're putting them into play. And that's really good to me because they were already getting better with combat and with understanding like what the Mass Effect community wants with how hard they failed with 3. So it's like it feels like everything's coming together nicely. And it's been so long since a Mass Effect game came out that I'm excited for a new one.
I mean, I know you haven't been on your Xbox very much, but like I have been playing the shit out of 3, just the multiplayer. Refuse
People
to
still
play
play
through
that?
that single player game. Yes.
I've heard
Dude.
the multiplayer's really good. I have some friends that play that religiously.
Yeah, like I swear to God, if I have all the free time in the world, if you get on the fucking multiplayer, I will literally explain everything to you and power level your fucking classes.
Are you
Yeah,
talking to
it
me
is
or
funny
talking
as-
to him? Because I only
Either
have
of
a
you,
PC.
you don't have an Xbox. I'm not getting on PC. I spent because the way the gearing system works is it's pretty much a lottery. And
Yeah,
I'm
I've
not-
seen
I'm-
it in Dragon Age as well. And
I
it's the
don't,
same,
I don't
it's
want
the
to
same
do.
thing.
I don't want to do that again. Like, trust me, it was literally years and years where I wasn't touching my console, where I was debating if it was worth buying Mass Effect 3 again just so I could play the multiplayer. And it always came down to I am completely unwilling to get my N7 rank back over 1,000 again, because I think I'm at like 1,400. That's all prestiging shit. Like that's literally leveling your character and resetting. And I'm at over 1,400. I can't do that again.
I kind of want to talk about this bit in the chat.
Which bit?
What Vax said.
Oh, you're talking about the
They
here's
touched on a
something I
lead-
think is funny? Yeah.
Yes, they touched on a live stream about how they weren't going to go to Mega Server yet because with the X-Pack they felt it was going to bring a lot of players back and they don't want to have login queues for servers. This is obviously not the case. The only server it probably affects is Harbinger and the Red Eclipse. Everything else feels dead as fuck. Well, everything else is dead as fuck.
Yeah, it's not that it feels that.
This is like the day after the actual release of the expansion. What is the main hub planet for the next or for the expansion? Is it still Odessen?
Still, I thought it was.
I'm not deep enough into it to really know.
Okay.
I'm only in chat too.
There's 23
Well-
people.
Can we talk about how they have a new excuse as to why not to do server server merges every single time that it gets brought up? Like
Yeah.
I've heard so many different official and unofficial reasons. I've heard public and private reasons. I've heard like rumor and things that are definitely not rumor. And there's so many different reasons I've gotten over the last 2 years, and like all of them just sound like insert here excuses. At this point, like I don't want them to even reference it if they're just going to give another excuse for it.
It is, I want to make the claim, and this is a strong claim, that it's getting close to being morally wrong for them not to merge the servers.
Yeah, I don't disagree.
Because
They're
of-
just trying to
because of
squeeze
what I
money
said
out
earlier.
of people for server transfer.
Well, yes,
Isn't
that's
all
that's
something.
that's very wrong, and it traps new people who are like, "Crap, I can't get into this big server because it's full or whatever." I don't even know if that happens on Harbinger.
I was gonna say, is that still a thing?
I don't know.
No, it's not full enough. But the bigger
whatever,
problem
whatever.
is the
But-
bigger problem is crap. I signed up on Pot 5 because it sounded like a cool server, and there's 4 people online.
Yes.
Yeah. You're trying to get into this and you don't have friends already referencing you. Server is the most popular, or you just don't have the foresight to look into.
With Star Wars being a more visible property again because of Disney, with new movies coming out every year, and with the reality that Star Wars, if they are intelligent, by Star Wars I mean SWTOR, if they're intelligent, they will try to capitalize on every movie to try and have a new influx of players with every single movie release.
Oh
and
my
if they
God.
don't have the, if
Are they really
do
gonna?
not have,
I didn't think about that.
they should. They should. They literally should. It would be the only smart marketing move they have. They should literally time events.
They're gonna have
around
a
the
fucking
opening of
expansion
movies.
every year.
They should literally time
Which means-
major events with movies. And here's
No,
the
listen,
thing.
listen. Okay, so
Hold on.
okay,
This
go
is-
ahead.
Let me get
I'm gonna write
right.
this down.
Like, if they're not working on the quality of life to retain those new people, then everything they're doing is basically just
Pointless.
putting one piece of the train track down in front of the other and never being ahead of the curve.
It's not even putting one down. It's picking up the one that they just passed over and throwing down a new one.
Yes, that's what I mean by that. Absolutely.
Okay, so when I think about the fact that there's going to be a new Star Wars movie every year until I die, I want to kill myself.
Rom,
legit.
You would not have nearly as much a problem with this if you left the house more than never.
No, I can.
I'm not-
I
I'm not
fucking
thankful for
like
Star
Star
Wars.
Wars, but I don't
Here's
want a
the-
new movie every year until I die.
It won't be every year. It's only every year for
It's
a couple more
it's
years.
gonna
and
be
then
every
it's
year. I swear to God.
I think it was kind of fucked up. I was like, until I die, and I'm just like,
How many-
World War III?
Yeah, like how many years will that be? Like 5? Like at some point
No.
there will be a Boba Fett movie made, and then just Rom like hangs himself by a ceiling fan, which means
So yeah, I was gonna
which
say.
by
so
the way, not
taking
to forget.
himself out when the Star Wars saga ends.
No,
Is that
but
what-
by the way, that sounds really gruesome. But if you think about it, with
I
how
mean-
tall Rom is, if he hangs himself by a ceiling fan, he's probably still standing up straight.
Yes. No. It's. This is exactly what Besley said in the chat. Star Wars is going to become the Assassin's Creed of movies. It's
it'll be the
going
Marvel of
to get
movies. You can-
super tiresome.
the Assassin's Creed
It'll be the Marvel. It'll be the Marvel of movies. It won't
Yes.
be
Assassin's
Yeah,
Creed
and as far as Marvel
first
goes, I
video
stopped
game
watching those fucking movies after the first Avengers.
To be fair,
Okay, well-
did you have nearly as much of an investment with Marvel as you do with Star Wars?
No, and I'm already sick of Star Wars. I haven't even
Well,
seen the
here-
second movie when they haven't pooped out the second movie yet.
Now, here's a couple of things. First, I'm not gonna sit here and let you talk shit about the Assassin's Creed movie because as much as
I don't care about the Assassin's Creed movie.
No,
We're talking
just-
about the
no,
games.
I'm just saying in general.
He's about to bring out a classical black rant. Here we go.
Not even. No, I'm just saying because this is basically talking about them taking one side of the industry and trying to use it to bring life back into the other. I think the Assassin's Creed movie is doing the same damn thing. Because in my opinion, Assassin's Creed is tanking right now. Like since Black Flag, Assassin's Creed has been shit. And even before that, it was terrible.
Yeah,
for
before-
about
3
like,
and
okay,
Unity
so-
were bad. 3 and Unity were two of the biggest embarrassments in AAA gaming.
So
I
like,
didn't-
This movie could seriously be good enough that maybe Ubisoft will pull their head out of their collective asses. They managed to do it with Division. Division's fucking numbers are back up to what they were at launch, which I consider to be a miracle.
Yeah, so the thing for me is like because we've only had one and we're about to have the second one, I don't think that it's easy to really make a comment on whether or not it's going to get exhausting to have them come out so much until we've had at least 3 of them out to where we know you've got your introduction back to the universe, you've got your first like in the middle non-saga related, and then you've got your first sequel that's in the saga. Until I have that, I can't really have an informed opinion on what I even think about how the fact that there's going to be a lot of movies.
I mean,
Like,
I will
if
be.
it's
I will
done
cop
better
to
than
being
Marvel-
too. I will cop to being too cynical.
Yeah, I mean, here's the
But-
thing. Well, I'm shocked that you, of all people, would be cynical. No, it's just that there's a great chance that, frankly, they do this better with Marvel because, to be frank, the stakes are higher, the money long term is higher, and by the way, there's an entire generation of filmmakers that have a way bigger vested interest in the Star Wars universe than they do in fucking Marvel, which has only had a vested interest in cinematography for the last 15 years. Like,
Yes,
we won't
but
see the fruit of that labor until 20 years from now when we've got 35-year-old white dudes named Tad directing Ant-Man 24.
they're not going to be
Adventures
called
of She-Hulk
Tad.
and
They're going to be
Ant-Man.
called like Aiden or Caden or Braden.
She-Hulk and She-Hulk.
Yeah. No. Please go
White
go
mom.
on go on your den name rant.
Nothing bothers me more than actually, you know what? Let's open this up further. I know that like when people are in high school, like the best joke ever is to joke about how like black parents name their kids after things that the black community can't afford. Like that's a dumb old joke, and people laugh at it because it's kind of funny to say like actual black names like Mercedes and Lexus and Treasure, and then you insert, and then the punchline of the joke is you say bad credit, and then everyone starts, or good credit, and everyone starts laughing. But I think that the way worse trend in naming is not in the black community. It's fucking white moms who eat baby food on purpose. They name their kids the dumbest shit that's possible, and I can't handle it.
See, I don't completely agree. I think the worst thing is white women who eat baby food who think they have childbearing hips. Like
remember that? Oh my god, when we had that girl in our
obscure
guild.
reference.
So we had this girl in our guild, and by the way, if she had a child, she would definitely name that child like Brayden, but spelled with an L at the start,
totally
a silent
be one of
L.
them.
This girl was in our guild, and you know, this is not some rant against girls in MMOs. I have mostly played with excellent women in terms of rating. Like most of them have.
This
been
woman
really
was
good.
truly a special snowflake.
Yeah, most of the women I've played with have been awesome. This one chick, which by the way, at first she was awesome. We all generally liked her.
Oh, no, I tore into her. It's like her first week in fucking guild because she did
Steve,
something stupid.
you tear into everyone's ass the first week they're in the guild. You yelled at me for 5 minutes straight once. Come on. There's no one you haven't yelled at.
Ever yelling at you for
No, not yelling on your
Whoa,
scale.
what is
yelling
going on?
my scale. You gotta remember, I'm frail and emotionally fragile. No, but like, look, here's the thing. This white woman, her name's Genevieve. Let me take you down memory lane. This is a girl who once told our guild, of mostly men in their 20s, that she had childbearing hips, that she gave, and I quote, the best 2-hour blowjobs ever, which, by the way, a 2-hour blowjob can never be the best for reasons that should be obvious to anybody. And on top of that, when we finally saw what she looked like, she was not an unattractive girl. This is not something where I'm making fun of someone thinking that they were attractive. Not at all. She was an attractive girl. It's just that her version of childbearing hips are a girl wearing 00 jeans, a girl being roughly the thickness at waist of my wrist. Like, this girl was a stick figure with nice hair. And for a guild that had a mumble channel called Jay's Big Booty Discussion,
Jay's
like,
intellectual discussions about big bootied hub,
yeah, for that to be a thing, it was
which
maybe
I
the
did
most...
not get to name, but I'm not going to complain about the name.
Yeah, so it's just like, for that to be a reality in our guild, that was just really, really sad. But here's the real thing. Women like her, who have midlife crises at the age of 28, where they quit their actual job to listen to a Taylor Swift album and rethink their life, I swear to God, I'm not making a joke about this girl. When they have kids, when they are feeding that kid vegan granola flakes, and they're ingesting baby food for themselves because of the health benefits, they're gonna name their kid something fucking dumb, and it's gonna be way worse than just Seneca or Ladontavius or something like that. No, it's gonna be the white person version of it. It's gonna be Brayden with a silent L at the start. It's gonna be Caden with no E's, an A, a Y, and an N. Like, it's gonna be the worst
there should
shit
be an
ever.
N in that word.
No, an N as in there's no E after the D. It's gonna be K, like K-A-Y, D-N. Like, this is the shit that's going on right now in the white community. Like, people talk about
In
how,
the
like,
white community!
the white community is under attack, but it's not under attack by the people that Donald Trump thinks they're under attack by. It's under attack by fucking waspy white women in their late 20s in states like Connecticut and Maine, naming their children after, like, various fruits and things on the Starbucks seasonal menu. I can't fucking handle it. And Besley, if you're going through a late 20s crisis, you better not
Besley
name
will
your
never
non-existent children.
Besley will never go through some shit.
Besley,
Like,
you're fine.
I jokingly
You're in much better
say,
shape than I
say
am.
white privilege at times, but holy shit. For you to sit there and say that your job you currently have is because your parents paid for your entire fucking college education. And now, after listening to a Taylor Swift song, you want to reevaluate your life, quit your job, and go back to school, which you once again won't be paying for, to just go into a dead job field? That's something. That's a whole nother fucking.
A dead job field that paid less than what she was making at the entry level of her job
I
field.
can't summon.
Yep.
By the way.
That
No,
shit
I
was
just-
depressing.
Yeah, that shit.
Predators
That
close
shit
in.
really just kind of.
They smell.
Man, I lost some faith in the white melanin race.
Thought I was gonna have to stop fucking white girls talking to her. Like, is this what's been going on while I've been gone?
I mean, that's what happened. You get so much acid rain when the temperature drops, you end up getting fucked up snowflakes.
We have had some unique individuals that we have been forced to interact with because of SWTOR.
I think that I've only had 3 negative interactions with
It's-
like women raiders in
Yeah,
Star
I
Wars.
said interesting, and this wasn't just
Ah.
women.
I've only had 3. Well, no, I'm just saying I'm going down that list because everyone like kind of makes the generalization that like women are bad at MMOs or something. If I say everyone, I mean it's just a general comment. I haven't found that to be true at all, but I have had a couple weird interactions, like just things that don't make sense. One of them was definitely Genevieve. Another one was Hampy, and then the third one was Fuchsia. So I guess there's probably like a link there.
You didn't have to deal with Wobble.
Yeah, that Wobble story was always interesting. You know, Besley was always the most consistent because you just kind of knew that she had a big old dick and she'd always just put it out and then have a big argument until you have to tell her to stop talking. No one
Can
can
we-
rant harder than Besley. No one.
I want to talk more about how Star Wars makes me want to kill myself.
I mean,
I
the
don't
movie
understand
franchise.
the
or-
movie.
yeah.
I'm talking about the movie franchise. What with you're talking. Okay, I want to give you context because I was such a stupid, lonely kid that I read the Star Wars books when I was a kid. Like a lot of them, even some of the shitty ones like Darksaber. I'm not a Star Wars fan, but I don't want them to make a movie every year.
You don't have to watch the movie.
I know, but they're there, and because they're there,
Basically-
they're every.
basically,
No,
Rob-
it's not just.
Rob,
It's not.
hold on,
I
hold
don't
on.
have to watch the movie. You're correct. You're correct. I don't have to
No,
watch it,
hold on,
but I
hold on.
have to
Tyler
see.
Perry-
I have to see
Tyler
a
Perry-
marketing
Your
campaign
problem-
that rivals presidential elections every year.
Tyler
No.
Perry makes
See, here's the
multiple
thing.
movies every year, and I don't watch them.
Here's the thing.
But Tyler Perry is not on my box of fucking Cheerios.
When
Why
was the
are-
last time you went shopping in a black community? Tyler Perry is on Snapchat now. I don't know if you knew about that.
Yeah, actually, Besley. So Besley said in chat. I don't know if it was you who said this, but someone said something to me that was like, "You being autistic makes so much sense. You're physically incapable of not trolling." Yeah, I said that, and it's still like the most true thing about you. Like, whenever there are people I know that don't like you, Besley, I always have to explain. Well, no, she's just wired like that. She's actually really cool, and then they kind of realize, like, oh, okay. Like, people don't actually know that life ain't as simple when it comes to you. They just assume that you're a troll. But no, like, so the thing about Star Wars that I noticed about you, Rom, is it's not so much that you have to watch it. It's sort of like that online refrain, which is, I can't help it, somebody's wrong on the internet.
No, because I have,
No.
like I ignore so many people on the internet
No,
when
I
they're
don't
wrong.
mean
I don't
someone
even
is
talk
wrong
to
on
them.
the internet. No, that's not what I mean. I'm saying that your equivalent of someone is wrong on the internet, you can't resist certain parts of dealing with a community, is that I can't help it. They made another Star Wars movie, and it has a $200 million like marketing campaign. You
It's not
cannot
just
avoid it.
and merchandising deals everywhere. Because Cheerios wants to pay however much it costs to put R2D2 on their box, and I have to deal with his stupid
No,
little
my
face
favorite,
looking
my
at
favorite
me
thing was
while
the
I'm eating
Star
my
Wars
cornflakes.
Hold on. My favorite unnecessary marketing deal that I saw while I was shopping recently, and this still does not make sense. And by the way, I happen to love stupid Star Wars shit. Like I still have like some Episode 1 Star Wars Special Edition Taco Bell plastic cups because I don't know
Why?
when that shit happened. I got them all. I said I don't know. However, let's talk about for a second how Rogue One had a merchandise tie-in with Kleenex boxes.
My son
That's pretty
died
stupid.
when I didn't need
Like
because I
Rogue
loved
One
him.
Kleenex. I swear to you. The most non sequitur thing I've ever seen.
One thing that bugs me about Rogue One, and it was kind of in episode 7 was the. It felt very "you go girlism."
I think that you're probably focusing on the idea that it's a girl character a little too much. Like,
No, I don't. I'm totally fine. But there was a clip they played on the Tonight Show where she took out like 5 stormtroopers with a stick, while the guy just kind of stared at her open-mouthed.
Well,
Yeah, I know. That's. I mean,
It's weird.
That scene is similar to episode 7 where Rey takes out the.
She
thugs.
fights like 2 dudes, which
No, but I'm
is
saying it's a
more.
similar. It's a similar
Yeah.
style scene to me.
Well,
so
that
I
just
don't-
feels to me like they're just being uncreative and they're just plugging in
they-
a new
they
actress.
made-
I mean, to be
for-
fair, I'd like to point out you are
They
referencing
made John
the
Boyega's
most-
character fucking useless. in that
I don't agree
Dude.
with that.
He-
movie. Dude,
he was not-
he was a fucking moron. There
I
was so
don't-
much of that.
I actually really liked Finn's character.
No,
Like,
okay, I didn't dislike
I like his character, but his character doesn't make sense.
I liked his character, but he was stupid. He got his ass kicked at every available opportunity. He lucked out. Like, his big hero moment was literally him getting lucky, and the guy that he was lying about
Uh,
somehow managed to save his own ass.
Yeah,
He is motherfucking Gohan. Literally. One time he actually did something and actually meant to do good and thought he had the situation under control. He got his fucking back reamed out with a lightsaber. He should be dead.
John Boyega's character doesn't make sense. Like, from a lore standpoint, he shouldn't have the personality he has. And I've talked about this before. I don't know if we've talked about it on stream. I don't remember. But, like, if he was taken as a child and made into a soldier, he should not be this plucky, quippy millennial style
have no
character.
personality.
He should basically have no personality. And he should not have any problem with murdering people when his commander orders it.
I mean, I don't disagree that like there are parts of his character that are not perfect, but I don't. Think
It's not that it's
really
not
is.
perfect. It's that it doesn't make any fucking sense.
It makes more sense than 0 sense. I still hold to the fact that I think that you're being too like specific on the fact that that was his first real actual mission, and the idea that no one ever fucked up on their first mission is insane to me. Like, you're expecting a fucking robot, which is like,
I'm totally expecting a robot.
yeah, and I'm saying that's your problem.
But he should be a robot.
Okay, but like he's not though. Like I think
Well, then they
you're
shouldn't
stuck
have
on-
given him the backstory he had.
You're like borderline aspie stuck on this.
It bugs the shit out of me.
Like you literally cannot stop staring at that one part of it, and it's just like it's not that serious. Like
No, it's not, because they're just gonna fucking wave it off and pretend like that wouldn't be what happens, but it should be what happens. And if they were better about being consistent, that would be what happens. Or they would have chosen a different backstory for him.
The entire way that movie was going, they were unwilling to commit to doing something that fucking dark. Being like, yes, this kid was kidnapped at birth and brainwashed into being a fucking soldier, so he has no person.
Here, I'll give you a compromise that I know you'll never accept, but this is how I just feel like being a dick. I will accept your premise on Finn that I currently don't accept if you accept the reality that some anime is good. Not in concept, in reality.
What anime is good?
A lot of
No, I mean just give me something.
One Punch Man, Mob Psycho, Gintama.
Actually, you know
You-
what?
you
Never
don't-
mind.
you
Never
don't
mind. I
want
don't
me
watch
to
it.
go
I don't
down
want.
a list.
I don't
Well,
watch
Metal
it because
Alchemist
nothing
Brotherhood.
you say will.
Like
So
you.
nothing you say will make any sense to me. But
I swear to next time we come down here, we're gonna strap you to a fucking chair and
we
make
already
you
watched.
watch
We
it.
already watched part of that other one. What was it called?
Part of that other one.
Yeah, we watched
Uh,
part of Berserk.
Berserk. Yeah.
Was I awake for that, or was I drunk?
You were
and passed out for
fucking.
that?
You were.
that-
You weren't. You hadn't even started drinking.
No, that was the
Berserk?
day. I think that was the day after. I'm pretty sure that was the day after because we were sitting upstairs.
I'll
eating-
accept the premise that in reality there is anime that is good.
Nah, not the premise. Not the premise.
Oh, I mean, I accept the idea. What do you mean? What do you want me to call it?
No, I just want you to accept that there's good anime out there that you won't watch for various reasons that are valid for your own reasons.
Yes.
Okay, then I will give you the Finn argument then.
I mean, just John Boyega's character is shit. It's not shit,
I didn't like I said.
There's nothing
I
wrong
didn't
with it.
dislike his.
except
I
for his
just thought
backstory.
A lot of that movie was him being the ass. of a lot of jokes.
Follow my own path, Valkorian, not yours.
You truly believe that? How pathetic. The future is not a river to carry us.
I don't know. I love this character, and I like that there's quite a few different places they can take this character. And
No, I like. I keep
I know
telling
what
you,
you
I
mean.
like the
I'm
character.
not talking about you. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about Deeps.
I mean, once again, I said I like this character too. It just like it seems like,
I just
and
think that he was a
I hate
joke.
to I hate to generalize it like this, but it seems like the black characters in Star Wars films just kind of end up being really stupid memes. And you just
What?
Oh.
Lando's the best.
Hold on,
character.
no,
Not-
please,
we're-
please,
we're not
please,
Mace.
Justin, please
Obviously
go on your
not-
Lando rant. Go on your Lando
Hold
rant.
not
Do it.
Mace.
Hold
Mason,
on.
obviously
Hold on.
Lando
Fucking
came-
hold on. Look,
Go
hold
on it.
Hold on.
There are
Hold on.
entire
Deeps,
comedies.
Deeps,
There,
Deeps,
wait, no, there are
Deeps.
entire
Hold on.
fucking skits devoted to
I don't.
making fun of
I don't
Lando.
want to. I don't want to talk down to a black man about a black character, but you're forcing me to bring out the Colt 45 and 2 zigzags. Lando is the
Bruh.
best character in Star Wars. It's not even close.
But here's the thing: I didn't say that he was a horrible fucking character. I
But
said,
he's not even a joke.
I said shit, bruh. There are entire fucking comedy skits over like 15 years just making fun of Lando Calrissian.
The same joke skits are made about Luke being a fucking I don't know anything pretty boy.
But see, I didn't say that those don't exist. And once again, I didn't say he was a bad character. I just say they end up being the ass of a whole bunch of fucking jokes. That's all I said. I didn't say he was bad. I know he fucking redeemed him. Like, even now, Rogue One isn't even out. How many depressing fucking memes of Forrest Whitaker have you already seen just because he's Forrest fucking Whitaker? And the only footage they've showed of is him saying, what was it? Keep the Republic alive, keep
Yeah.
the dream alive.
Save the
Dude,
dream, yeah.
Become something greater.
Like,
I mean, it's bad that they even picked Forrest Whitaker because dude, every movie Forrest Whitaker has ever in, there are just depressing ass fucking
to be
memes about
fair,
it.
everything's
it's
depressing about him because he's got a lazy eye and he always looks like his mom just got mad at him. Every time he looks into the camera, it's like his mom just beat him for not bringing the cornbread properly.
So why pick him for the fucking role?
I don't know.
You
I
already
haven't
know
seen it
something.
yet.
No one's seen. Well, some people have fucking seen it, but obviously we haven't. But no, you already know something fucked up's gonna happen for us. Even if you didn't know that almost all of them, if not all of them, die a horrible fucking death. Forrest Whitaker's fucked. This is like the horror movie that I told you about, where they the only black character in the horror movie was fat and blonde. I didn't even give enough of a fuck to learn this dude's name because I was like, this nigga's dead. As soon as I saw him, he was dead. It's like you can't run from shit, and even if you were skinny enough to run, you can't see where the fuck you're going. So they literally put you in this movie to die or to be made fun of.
I have never been your enemy.
Like I said, I hate to like make it a generalization. Like it happened. I'm just pointing out the shit that's there.
To me,
Justin, can you
Finn-
please
like,
go on your extended Lando rant?
No, but hold on. I will say this
Sure.
one thing. For me, the one thing about Finn that I appreciate, regardless of, I do admit that like they made him useless at the end, which I wish he wouldn't have. But the only thing that I can say about Finn is that Finn is basically the liaison with the audience. And,
Yes,
like,
he's the
I
fish
can
out of
appre-
water because he
and-
knows
yeah,
nothing.
And by the way, I don't want to generalize too, but I think it's fucking like valuable at some level that they made the liaison with the audience a black guy. Like that's not something that movies usually do because generally speaking, they're just red vests in Star Trek movies who die in the first 15 minutes. But I'm just like that's why I'm kind of interested in where they go with it. Like I'm not saying that they handled him perfectly. I just really like it. But no, so the Lando thing to me is important because to me Lando is everything that's good about Han Solo but improves on all of the character inconsistencies that Han Solo as a character had because of George Lucas doing so many revisions to his scripts. Like in A New Hope, like Han Solo was this perfect character. By imperfect, what I mean is that like he had just enough
Perfectly
rough
written.
edges, and he was well written enough to where when Han does something that's decent at the end, you're kind of surprised but also relieved. And then they sort of just like half-ass it and give him too much character growth between movies, and you don't feel like you have a clean build. It goes from, you know, Han's this very flawed character who's not very loyal, and at the end he decides he's going to do the right thing, to Han's basically just a sexual tension boner for Leia. And I'm not saying that he's a bad character in Episode 5.
He
it's
has
just-
other things to do other than
No,
be
he does, but like in terms of like emotional weight, that's the main emotional weight he has. And I'm not saying that there's a problem with it because it's still a good character. It's just that it feels like they skipped a couple steps. I'm not here shitting on Han, and I'm definitely not shitting on Empire. However, Lando's the most interesting character in Star Wars in the original trilogy. It's not close in any way, shape, or form.
I don't know
He
if
is-
I'd go that far down the line with you.
I
well,
agree with that.
No, like, but here's the thing, like, Han, at first, so if we go down, like, the progression of Han, when we first meet him, it's like, we don't trust him, but he's this nice guy. He's super charismatic. Inarguably more charismatic than Han to the rest of the characters. Maybe not to the screen, but to the rest of the characters in the movie, Lando is the most charismatic character on the screen. He is very nice to Leia. He's basically a foil in terms of how he handles Leia to what Han is. So he's basically a foil to Han, and then he's basically an augment of Han in better ways. His flaws are deeper and more active to the plot, whereas Han's flaws are flaws based on things that happened off-screen in the past. They're things that basically just shaped who he was when he shows up. Lando's flaws are plot-based, they're in the moment, and they're emergent. And how he deals with those mistakes that he made of his own accord grow his character, whereas, as I said, some of Han's growth is literally just done off-screen. And by the way, when Empire came out, having a black character that fucking good was not a thing. It just wasn't. And in sci-fi, wasn't a thing again for a long time. Lando's just the fucking best. And then, here, let's take it even further. In Return of the Jedi, Lando basically plays like a secret fucking agent, goes undercover in Jabba's palace, and infiltrates the cartel. That in and of itself is interesting enough to be a movie, and it's just
Well.
like a C-plot. Everything about him is fascinating. Everything! When he takes the Millennium Falcon in Return of the Jedi, and he takes Nin Nub, the most weird fucking, like, horizontal Arby's sandwich vagina face alien in the history of the planet with an African dialect.
Num num.
Like, yeah, fucking, like, when he's wearing Han's fucking jacket, like, the funny thing was, the first thought I had as a kid was, so when you have the Millennium Falcon, does Han just give him his wardrobe too? Like,
Yeah, it's
everything
probably in the
about-
back.
Yeah, so the way that my brain assumed it was basically just like, okay, so the Millennium Falcon has set uniforms. Like, there's nothing better than Lando. Like, Lando's the fucking best. My first car was named Lando.
You're a fucking weirdo if you name
No.
a car. I'm sorry. You're a
No,
fucking
no.
weirdo.
No, we're going further. We're going
You
down
don't,
the
you don't
rabbit hole.
understand. I love this man. I have loved him since I was a child.
So my first car was a 1998 Saab SE 900 SE Turbo, and it was like a champagne color, like the inside of his
Oh,
cape
Jesus
in
Christ.
Empire.
I love
And it
Lando
was a
so
bl-
much, you hate him by comparison.
And the convertible top was black, and it reminded me of Lando's afro. so I named it Lando. And this is when I was young. Like, I swear to God, it was when MySpace was still a thing. It was like my MySpace background.
Wait, what was your MySpace background? Your car or Lando?
Picture of the car, Lando.
Oh, I thought it was a picture of Lando.
Your,
That'd be weird.
or your car, comma, Lando. Lando
Also,
the car.
Like, you want? All right. Okay. No. Let's talk about how deep down the rabbit hole this goes, because we ain't deep enough into how much I enjoy Lando. Okay. So my girlfriend, she when she gets
Is your
bored
girlfriend
sometimes-
jealous of Lando?
No. She's supportive of the Lando endeavor. So
Does she also like Lando?
I don't think she has a choice.
she
How
doesn't.
deep
So
no.
she thinks that Lando's fine. It's not her favorite Star Wars character. But, she thinks Lando's fine. But here's the thing: my last birthday, like, so she
Oh my
when
God.
she gets bored, she'll like crochet things, but not like crochet things like a blanket. Like, she's not your grandma. Like, you know, she can crochet things that
Oh,
look
young.
like somewhat similar to like a Funko doll, but they're not retarded looking downies like Funko dolls. She made me this crocheted Lando figurine for my birthday last year. So like, I'm about that shit. Bestly, I don't call her Lando in bed. I don't
think
think
this-
that would go over
I think
well.
this is one of those situations where she knows she just has to accept it, or else you might get rid of her for Lando.
Lando, like, he's just so cool. Is he not though? Like,
I don't feel this way about any character in the entire universe.
basically, there needs to be a new Twitter meme that's
You need to
you need to find you a guy that looks at your girl like Justin looks at Lando. There's a reason that my name is Justin Lando.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't think it went that deep, though, but like, I need you to understand that apparently this man cares as much about this one character as you do about the entire Star Wars series as a whole. The entire Star Wars brand, I dare say.
You know my least favorite thing
Justin-
about the Star Wars Extended Universe? Let's talk about this for a second. My least favorite thing about the Star Wars Extended Universe, and there's a lot of dumb shit. My least favorite was that they never gave Lando his due. That motherfucker didn't have his own book series. Princess Leia had multiple
I thought
books
he had a
about her
book.
garbage.
Well, that's
I thought
didn't
he had
have
at least
series.
one book.
Leia had books.
Princess Leia in that fucking sex slave outfit was literally
Leia, look,
enough to ship books.
Princess Leia
God.
had an entire book based around the concept that bitch got into an arranged marriage with a prince from some other goddamn
That was
planet.
also a
That
Han
bitch-
book.
That bitch had books about
That was
her
that was also
where
a
she
Han
went
book.
and did multiple hundreds of pages of diplomatic arguments with other planets. You're telling me that the biggest pimp this side of the goddamn Outer Rim can't get a book series when he's the suavest motherfucker ever? I think the only reason is that writers were afraid to touch his greatness.
I don't think that's why. And I'm pretty sure there were Lando stories. I'm gonna have to look this up later.
Stories, yes, but like he didn't have his own series. Like there was a new Jedi Order. Where was the new Lando Order?
Lando. Just imagine.
Well, there shouldn't be a Lando. Okay, look, I'm looking at a
Wait,
book.
wait, no,
Hold
no,
on,
I
a
want-
classic
I want to
Star
stop
Wars book by someone named L. Neil Smith, The Lando Calrissian Adventures. Lando Calrissian and the hold on.
Just imagine
picture's really
like
small.
a Star Wars blaxploitation flick right now. All
Yes!
the Jedi's have afro.
like coffee. Only we
Dude,
call
fuck.
it Lando.
All
we-
the Jedi's have afros. They're training in like fucking geese. There's like some Cobra Khan shit going on, or some Cobra Kai shit going on.
Here we go. Here we go. This sounds like an Indiana Jones type thing. Lando Calrissian and the Mind Harp of Sharu. Lando Calrissian and the Flame Wind of Ozion. And Lando Calrissian and the Star Cave of Thonboka. Read them all
I'm buying
in
these on
the
Amazon now.
read-
I'm buying these
read them all
now.
on
I'm going to, hold on, I'm
the
going to
Lando
Amazon
Calrissian
now.
Adventures, published by
Don't
Del
think
Rey
this is a
Books,
joke. I'm buying
written
all
by
of
L.
these
Neil Smith.
right now. All of these are being purchased. Lando Adventures. I'm already on Amazon. Here we fuck. Oh my God!
And apparently
can
there's
get it
Lando
for two-
comics.
I'm not getting Lando comics. I'm sorry. I don't like
Why
most of
not?
the Star Wars comics. I don't like most of the Star Wars comics.
Tales of the Jedi were good because they actually like
I
went
can
way
get-
back into the past and didn't treat the Star Wars universe as like having no progress at all. Everything looks rough as shit. Everything looks primitive. Have you seen the fucking lightsabers in those comics? They look like shit, and that's how they should look.
A star cave, by the way, should be a euphemism for an amazing vagina. But also, that means what's that one big fucking like death laser vehicle that they made that was like the power creep version of a Death Star? The Sun was the
Sun
one that
Crusher?
kills suns. What was
The
it
Sun
called?
Crusher was not really
Sun
a laser
Crusher.
though. It like
So
shot
the
a
Sun
missile.
Crusher, hold on. No.
Go ahead,
Look,
go ahead.
If we're gonna call a star cave a euphemism for an amazing vagina, then the Sun Crusher needs to be a big old dick, and we need to have galactic sex. Sun Crusher v Star Cave. I want that. Let's print it. Let's go. Lando's Adventures. The mystery of the Sun Crusher and the mysterious Star Cave. Written
Oh, so
by
it's mysterious
Jamal
now.
Borden.
Bruh, don't use my government name on the internet.
What do you want me to call you? Malcolm X or something?
Yes, Malcolm. Call me Malcolm Jamal Warner.
Oh my God! Can I call you Brother Malcolm?
No,
Come on,
brother.
Brother Malcolm. I'll grow out a Jufro, and I'll look like the white Cornel West.
Okay,
and I'll
what,
call you
how
Brother
did?
Malcolm.
Wait,
You're like
hold on.
0% Jewish.
To take not to distract from this conversation for a second, but is it just me or is Satio's face really, really fat? Like, where in all of this you can flirt with Satio now? That's depressing. Anyway, where in all of the galaxy going to shit did she have time to not end up fucked up like everyone else?
Who? Who are we talking to?
Satio. I'm talking about on your stream. Right?
Oh, right. Ask your question
Of course,
again.
of her becoming a hermit, she managed to put on like 15 fucking pounds.
Yeah. Look what she's eating. She got that big fucking rack of meat on the spit right there.
She's supposed to be a vegan.
She probably ate it all.
That's what she named her son Theron. Has to be one of those.
This is getting X-rated, Justin.
Because Besley's making it extra.
Well, Bessie started it. I'm just here to finish it.
Don't take this personally. You've got strange.
I think we both have.
And it's directed by Brother Malcolm.
Many things changed while you served in Carbonite.
Mhm.
I led the fight to save the Republic from Zakul. Nothing prepared me to face that enemy.
See, what I want to know
I failed. Again.
from George is if there's going to be any Lando-level characters in the Mass Effect universe.
You've been on a
There could be. You could be him.
Wait, can I
The
make
Republic
a
surrendered
strong,
to
independent
Alpha.
black man?
Yeah, I don't want another black character in the Mass Effect universe. I'm sorry, Jacob was such a disappointment.
Found this planet.
Jacob. Oh yeah, Jacob. He became a
Yeah, exactly.
stereotype.
Exactly. You forgot he even fucking existed because that was the best
Yeah,
thing
I
that
actually
happened.
I did.
That was the
forget.
best thing for his popularity was for people to forget he was evergreen.
Well, no, like, because I remembered him in the third one, and like, if you were playing a female shepherd and you romance him in the second one, he like cheats on you, and has a baby with some other lady.
Yup, and he ain't
He
even
becomes
paying
a
child support because the
Yes!
Reapers are attacking. Niggas always got excuses. No.
You said it, Brother Malcolm, not me.
I'm sorry this month's payment was late. Earth got invaded.
In the
You know how
fight,
that
we
goes.
are never alone. We sensed your awakening on Zakul. Felt the presence of our old enemy guiding you. We witnessed the victories and defeats leading you here. When we found you in that clearing, we faced a choice.
Do you think the
Jacob was
reason?
such a disappointing kid.
Do you think the reason that Lando wasn't in Episode 7 is they knew they couldn't recapture the magic?
I think Billy D would have done it.
Billy D could capture it. I'm saying like.
No, actually, okay. So Billy D
Maybe
had
the
a part in Command and Conquer 3. I forget what it was called. I think it was just called CNC 3.
Billy D is going to be.
There was like 6
like
Command
a
and Conquer.
Batman movie.
Well, I'm talking about not the Red Alert series, the third in the Tiberian series.
Tiberian War?
Was it Tiberian Wars? Whatever.
I think
He had a part in that. He
just-
was the leader of GDI, and he really hammed it up. And he did not look well, by the way. He does not look the same. I don't know if you've seen Billy D recently.
Dude,
I have.
Last time I saw him was in Undercover Brother.
So
So-
here's a question that straddles the line of racism.
Oh,
Have
boy.
any of y'all ever mistaken Carl Weathers for Billy D. Williams?
No.
No.
A
Carl
lot of-
Weathers is a lot more built than Billy D. Williams.
I'm not gonna lie to you guys. My dad thinks they're the same person. Because he asked me, he was like, I really like that Carl Weathers. He was good in Rocky, he was good in Predator, and he was really good in Star Wars.
Dude, they don't even. Well, what?
They don't really look that similar. I mean, they both have the same
You know
mustache.
what it was? Yeah, it was the mustache. The mustache and the mini fro. My dad couldn't get past it.
That's weird.
Yeah.
Like
think so?
Billy
Keep
D
up.
would not be able to do the manliest
Yes, he would. He's
handshake. No,
Really,
he would not be able to fill Carl Weathers' role in the manliest handshake in Predator.
he would wink at Arnold. Arnold would have an orgasm, and the handshake would be
Ugh.
finished.
I don't want to think about that.
Have you never listened to?
No, I have
you-
listened to his workouts. I have listened to his.
No,
you know,
the interviews where he says that working out is
yes,
like
yes.
I orgasm all day.
It's really fucking weird. No.
Billy D was in an episode of Rebels. He didn't sound super great, but
So yeah, I don't think he's doing all that.
No, I
that
just
great.
don't think that Billy D. I just don't think that Billy D is very experienced in voice acting. I think he's fine on screen because I saw him in Scrubs, because he was in Scrubs, and that was real good.
It's a little dark for a Jedi.
And
I
yes,
feel no train
Carl Weathers from Rocky.
We felt something we'd
Well,
lost in the
Predator.
And from Predator. Yes.
hope.
Honestly, I know him more from
That
Predator
way
than
you'll
Rocky,
strengthen
but
your bond to the Force. You may be the greatest
Dylan, you son of a bitch!
why the hell will it not let me start this
You have
quest?
much to learn. Follow us. Seek the answers.
Not
through the
eligible for
void.
conversation.
You will
What
know
the
when you find
George hasn't denied that we have a strong Lando-style character from Mass Effect Andromeda. I'm
At this,
taking that as a
at this
He also
point
hasn't
in-
confirmed it.
I was gonna say, but no, at this point in just like games in general, and especially in Mass Effect, you're gonna run into a gay guy, a gay girl, and for all you know, they might be purple with fucking pink spot. Come up with some ridiculous alien.
No, I think there's actually going to be the first transgendered party member
Probably.
in this one.
That
Or they're
that's-
just gonna keep throwing
Wait,
a
that
sorry
already
at
that
you.
already happened in a Dragon Age game. Why would that be a big
They're
deal?
gonna
I don't
keep
think so.
throwing a sorry at you.
Yeah, there was
That
there was
wasn't a party
really,
member.
There was
That was
Oh.
it was one of Iron Bull's little buddies. That wasn't a party member.
I mean, I don't think that should be that big of a deal. I mean, they're one
Well,
of the
I
main
know, but
characters
it's
in-
a big deal
one
because
of
they
the main
feel
characters-
I don't know. People feel the need to talk about
No, no,
it.
I'm saying it wouldn't bother me if it was a thing. Like
We're not even going to get onto the subject of Asari because I have the misfortune of actually reading Mass Effect fanfics, and
Why are you? Why?
I told you about like some of the ones that I fucking read, and just reading through like the explanations for some of them is fucking disturbing as all shit. Some of them are genuinely funny. Yeah, some of them are just absolutely cringe. Like in 9 out of 10 Mass Effect fanfic, Asari's just magically have a dick.
Well,
I'm disturbed. And it's crazy because going into it, I wasn't as weirded out by Asari's as Rom was, and after like going through the internet, yeah, I don't like Asari's.
I never felt the need to give a shit about the races in Mass Effect. They're all just meh. Whatever. They all suck.
I mean, I like Krogans. Fuck that. I love Krogan.
They're okay.
Like Krogan, Drows are pretty cool, though they're kind of annoying.
why are there 53 some odd people watching this? We're terrible.
No, I don't know.
There is
We're
no greater
Literally
But we haven't
cannot
been-
start the next.
we haven't been terrible in a long time, so they want to remind themselves.
That's fair. I always just wonder, like,
What is there to say about this fucking game?
do you know what there is to say about this game? It looks like they tried real hard, but used some of the wrong ideas.
I think some of their ideas are good. Like that Walker thing, you said it's a good idea.
No, it is a good idea. It is a good idea. It's just not executed well. Like they
I
didn't.
like how your character's been running around for 15 seconds with his hand out because he threw his lightsaber.
Yeah, that's
He
still
was?
a problem.
I didn't see that.
couldn't stand against the endless legions of Zakuul.
There are more companions than people watching this.
That's true.
That-
Okay,
that
that's
is
okay.
true.
That's one thing. Somebody is gonna have to fucking explain to me. Why does anybody give a hot shit what skin your bot has on it when it does all the work for you?
I think it's the dumbest thing in the game, and I don't mean dumb because I don't value companions. I think that Star Wars does their companion system better than other MMOs to
Thing-
a great degree.
But there is
The
no
problem
companion
that
system
I
in a lot of
have-
other MMOs.
I know, that's kind of my point. It's awesome. But, like, the thing is, like, because they don't do class stories really anymore, like, companions are their only connections to those class stories, and I think that's BioWare's way of, like...
That's why they stripped all the gearing companion shits off. So, like, literally, companions don't wear. Well, some of them literally don't wear any fucking clothes anymore, just because why put anything on? I logged into the game and had like 60 mails that was just all of my companion gear from all of my characters. It
Yeah.
took me like 2 hours to sort through all that.
Also
It was
because, like, let me bitch a little bit about the mail system, but the fucking shit doesn't show up in your inventory when you click it. You have to click the shit out of it, and then it gives you the access error, so you have to click that off. It's horrible.
would prefer it empty the whole thing and just be like, well, your inventory is super fucking full, and just have like, this is the excess stuff, and then I just have to keep going through until I get rid of all the excess, because the alternative is literally an hour spent in front of the mailbox on every one of my characters just because I actually gave enough of a fuck to gear up my character.
Hold on. Justin, what the fuck is the difference between Colby cheese or Colby Jack?
Colby cheese is just a yellow cheese.
Jack is
the Colby taste. Jack has the white, like milky, like blotches in the yellow. It's mixed in. And
See, I think I've only
got
had Colby Jack.
Yeah, Colby by itself is actually pretty good. Colby Jack is good, but it's a completely different cheese taste profile altogether. I am.
Do you
that
know a
kind
lot
of a white
about
person.
cheese taste profiles?
I'm white.
I am as white as you are.
Yes.
Like literally.
No, you're less. You're.
I'm not
you're
less
a
white than you.
different-
I'm at least half.
Secret to the
Uh,
eternal throne.
Other.
Okay, we're
I'm at
probably
least
about-
half not white.
I still bear the
Okay, we're
scars of
about as non-white as one another. That's fair.
Yeah.
Although, yeah. I mean, yeah.
As far as
I-
I'm concerned, you continue your cheese rant. I know how white people get about their.
You know, black people would get about that with cheese too if they were able to process it properly. Most black people
No.
I know are lactose intolerant and get bubble guts just having a goddamn slice of Kraft.
Ain't nothing wrong with.
I'm not saying there's a problem with it. I'm just saying that black people that I have known cannot process it. Also, on an ethnic level, white people are the one ethnic group that can actually, on average, like digest it. They did a genetic profile on lactose intolerance about a year ago, and the only reason I know about it is because I had a DNA test recently. It's not like I went and looked for it myself.
Oh yeah, you know where you come from now. Where do you
I don't
come
like
from?
to dig into random.
I don't think it actually tells you where you come from, though.
It gives you a break. Well, so okay. It gives you a breakdown of your haplogroup, maternal and paternal. It gives you a breakdown of your DNA in terms of, like, I mean, if you want to go really in depth and go through it, you can see which percentage of which, like, genetic material from which chromosome is from what part. Like, I know my genetic breakdown and I know like which ones are attributed to what, but it's what's harder is like, okay, so I think I told you this, Ron, but Mexican in a DNA test, there's not a Mexican DNA.
Obviously.
Mexican actually shows up as Southeast Asian. And
Correct.
Southeast Asian, tens of thousands of years ago, came across Bering Strait, blah, 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 blah. And then Native American, Indian, will usually show up as a mixture of Native American, where there is a genetic profile for that, and Southeast Asian. So most Mexican people, if they were to take a DNA test, will show up with some mixture of Southeast Asian and Native American.
Where's
so
the last
if someone
torch?
is mixed, like me,
I feel like I'm not supposed to be here yet.
Mexican, Native American, and then I have variations of different versions of white. You know, I show up with a smattering of Southeast Asian, Native American, and then I'm like British/Irish and like French and German. Like, so that's how that would show up. Native Americans kind of have it like the hardest though, because
There we go.
well, them and people with Jewish DNA, because it's harder to get breakdowns of like narrowing it down. Like I can say, oh, I have roughly 12% Native American DNA, but I couldn't fucking tell you like which variation of that. Like there's basically no way. Now, that's not to say that I'm some dude out here claiming being a Native American. Like that's not the case. Like it's just that I have some DNA. Like I'm not one of those white dudes that like I'm 1/16.
You're not
Navajo.
Elizabeth
It's
Warren.
like, yeah, no, I'm not. Like, I mean, yeah, I'm mixed with like Mexican. Like I'm Mexican and I'm white, but I was raised white. I've got white parents. I'm adopted. I do not look Hispanic at all. I just look like a white dude. So like for me, I'm just a white dude. Like, but for me, it was more important to get the medical information that you get from a DNA test because I'm adopted. I don't have a medical background. Like whenever you go to a doctor and they're like, "Oh, do your parents have blah blah blah?" I'm like, I have no fucking idea. So it was nice to get those answers.
And his sister is another problem entirely. Jedi approach
I'm gonna
the Force as a
rant
common,
about something.
And Sith try
Okay.
to enslave it. But Arkan's knights believe the Force is their
Holy
way
shit,
of
This-
Steel looks like garbage. You guys were right.
This
Didn't notice
plot
till
point,
just now.
it's because she pinches her fucking brow together when she talks. It looks like shit. When she doesn't, if she isn't doing that, she looks more normal.
It's also the
He
hair.
had
It's also the
resting
hair.
bitch.
Devotion
Just-
makes him strong. You
Oh, and I also can't start the fucking chapter apparently because every time I click on my ship terminal, it says not eligible for conversation, which is odd. I don't know what the fuck's up with that.
The Knights of Zakul
Okay, my rant. This plot point that you can use both, you can use something other than the light or the dark side, is stupid, and it goes completely against everything in Star Wars.
Well, you know, if they wouldn't have put it in the game, people would have bitched about it.
What do you mean?
If they wouldn't have added some kind of fucking...
Some stupid-ass gray Jedi bullshit?
Pretty much, yeah. You already know they would have complained. And it's funny because when the game first came out, people hated the fact that there were light and dark side restrictions on certain stuff, so you literally could not equip certain things that were upgrades because
Yeah, but they got rid of that pretty
the
goddamn
right
quick.
alignment. And I guarantee you, if they wouldn't have had that system, people still would have complained. But I mean, it's an MMO. People are going to complain about everything until there's no one playing the game. So it had to be a light and dark side thing because everyone wants cookie. Dark side has cookie.
I think they had spirit sex. I think Darth Maul and Satele had spirit sex.
Probably. Let her so.
Everything in the movies tells you, like, you know, don't follow the dark side. It corrupts you. It's incredibly difficult to get out of it. It basically takes a life and death situation with somebody you care about. Or at least it did in the movie. Who knows what's going to happen.
If Darth Maul fucked Satele Shan, do you think he fucked her with a vengeance, or do you think he laid down the hot love stick?
That question.
I think. See, Darth Maul when he's talking is a pretty calm dude, right? But I think the anger really comes out when he's fighting or when he's doing that. Yeah.
Do you think he fucks her 50 Shades of Sith style?
I don't know. I'm not going to speculate.
Force choking involved.
I'm not going to speculate on their kinks.
I think, for the good of the audience, we should absolutely fucking speculate on their kinks.
I think
Just saying,
yeah.
if,
I mean,
if you're Darth Maul and
right.
you're not force choking someone while you're fucking them, I don't think you're Darth Maul.
I think Satele Shan's into autoerotic asphyxiation.
No, I
Her
think
face is so puffy.
if you're not force choking,
She's always shoving blood up there.
then this is some Revenge of the Nerd shit, and you just put on the costume,
But I trust the will of the Force.
pretending to be Darth Vader.
Do you think that Satele wants him to use a voice effect with his mask, or do you think that she wants him
All
to
we ask is that you
be
listen
himself?
with an open mind
that is himself.
and learn from our failures.
I don't think he takes off his armor to do it.
You mean,
I think it just extends out of the armor.
No, he's Vader. His armor is fused to his body, so he just has like a flap, and then it just opens.
Find what we left for you and meet us in the cave.
He lifts up the flap, and then it splits down.
Okay,
This is
hold
stupid
on.
discussion.
This is the most important discussion we've had in the last 10 years. Okay,
That's
why
definitely
does
not
Satele
true.
Shan look like an old lady version of Olivia Wilde? I now cannot unsee it. Look at her in
I don't remember what
Literally,
Olivia
what-
Wilde looks like anymore.
Literally,
the
what
chick from
happened?
Tron. The chick from Tron.
Never saw
Literally,
Tron.
what
Have you ever
happened?
watched House? The hot bitch from
Nope.
from House MD.
She's. Oh, have you not? Okay, I can understand you not watching Tron, but you
I've
haven't
I've seen episodes of House. I didn't watch it.
And I never thought she was it's weird. She is attractive, but at the same time, there's something about that that really. It's not even Asian. It's I think it's Korean. No, it's not Korean. It's
Korean is certainly Asian, for the record.
No, but I'm not. I mean, the difference between Chinese, Japanese, all of that. They look different. But she has the. I don't want to say sunken face, but she has a flat face, and that shit always put me off. I had I think the guidance counselor in my elementary school was like, fuck. But no, literally what happened was Satele started fucking Mara, and she just let herself go. She's like, he's a Force ghost. He isn't going to go anywhere the fuck else. I don't have to keep up with my appearance.
I think she's done okay given how fucking old she is.
By the way, I'd like to point
How
out.
old is she?
Hold
over
on.
50 by the time the
hold
game
on.
starts, so like
I
pushing
want-
60.
I want to point out
Yoda
something.
was hundreds of years.
Our viewership has gone up by about 10% since we started talking about the sexual fetishes.
We
of
actually
Star
hit
Wars
we actually
film
we actually hit
characters.
60 before we started talking about it, so it actually went down.
No, because it went down to 51 right before, and then
No,
we
I know.
started talking about it. It went to 56. Now it's 58. They're ready for us to talk about the kinks of Teal Sean.
I don't like.
But you said Olivia Wilde.
There's no reason to like we have nothing to speculate on with her proclivities.
I mean, we can look at the fact that Theron Shan has cybernetic enhancements and wonder what.
That
the
doesn't
fuck
mean
she
she's into. Oh my god,
Has cybernetic enhancements because he was in a
she's a spy.
whatever Republic intelligence is.
No, I know, but like Teal Shan basically fucked like a predecessor of Anakin's like Darth Vader thing. Like if he's always got his metal suit and shit on, like, and then her kid comes out with some metal stuff, like.
But that's not who sired Theron.
They went. No, they went
in
back.
in my fanfic, it
Because
is.
now there's time travel and there's recovery.
That means they genetically
do you
really
think-
fucked up because since he doesn't have the Force.
Do you think that Theron has an Oedipal complex?
How pissed off would you be
Uh,
if your dad was Darth Maul and your mom was Satele Shan and you couldn't use the Force?
Yeah, I would be really pissed off.
Like you'd be like the Star Wars version of a squib.
I don't
on
know what a
massive
squib is.
scale. Squib is like Harry Potter, where you have parents that are wizard/witch, but you have no magical powers.
Wow. Yeah, that would suck.
It's like being
That's
a
like
child,
both your
like-
parents.
like-
That's like both your parents are over 6 feet and you're like 5'1".
I bet Furion's parents are tall. He just got the short end of the genetic stick.
How tall is
Literally.
Furion?
Not tall. He was one of the few people in D&T under 6 foot.
Devast is under 6 foot, I think. Maybe he's 6 even. I don't know.
Devasta's like a
Devasta's not
man
6
shot.
foot.
Devasta's like a
Devast-
man shot.
Devasta was like 5'9". He was shockingly short compared to
Yeah,
what I
especially considering he was the oldest.
Well, I mean, I stopped.
I
I don't know about
thought-
you. I stopped growing when I was like 18, 19.
Well, I'm just saying. I didn't
stopped
think
growing
that
at 16.
I didn't think that he was going to be the oldest person there and literally be shorter than every fucking.
And no, Besley, I have never read nor watched Harry Potter. I know that's like saying that you've never watched Star Wars nowadays, but I don't feel the need.
I mean, you should definitely watch Magical Beast. That is a pretty good movie.
What were we talking about? We were speculating on dumb shit, Justin.
No, I got a more dumb shit to speculate on.
Alright, cool.
This takes the dumb up to 11, but I'm kind of curious. You know how in popular culture, this isn't a Star Wars thing, but I'll transition soon. How like people have the dumbest bro science views on penis size, like oh your penis is directly like correlated with the size of
No,
your
I
hand,
don't.
or, like, the
Can
size
you-
of your foot. But you've never heard this?
No.
But you never heard this before?
What?
Steve, you know
give
what
me
I'm talking
an
about, don't
example. Like I
Yeah.
may have heard of it. You need
Yeah,
to-
like they're okay.
There's
So they're
literally an entire South Park episode devoted to the equation for finding out if your dick is big or not.
yeah, like there's a lot of
It's
people
length
that,
times
when-
width minus distance to the shaft plus all of
yeah,
this other
like
bullshit.
there's
and
like when
it's
you're in high school, like
Okay.
people will be like, oh, if you like measure the distance between your thumb and your pinky with your hand like outstretched, like whatever that is, that's how big your dick. Like people say that, and it's like a really common thing. Here's my thought. I want to apply this to Star Wars for a second, and this is when we get stupid as fuck. Do you think that people at Jedi Academies like try to like figure out if their penis is big or not based on their midichlorian count?
Wow.
Does that mean that Anakin was hung like a Star Destroyer?
I kind of assume, this
Probably
is
not.
actually funny because I never really thought about this, but I always thought that Padawans basically functioned as fucking eunuchs. Like they just, even if their sex hasn't been removed, obviously, like they're just completely oblivious to anything that's going on down there, so it might as well not exist.
That's what always bothered me about the prequels canon of Jedi, that they're just these robots who don't.
Pretty
who
much.
don't, who don't
I
have
wanna say that, but
emotions and shit.
most important. Here's the thing, though. In Star Wars canon, most important Jedi in before they unfuck the canon, most of the important or interesting or like book focused Jedi like broke the code and had kids or had a wife. So like the eunuch thing only goes from a concept standpoint.
I think they did that because
just
the
saying that was
whoever authored those characters realized that they're like they would otherwise be weird and inhuman. That's why I don't like the prequel. I mean, that's why I don't like the ideas in the prequels.
Also, here's another weird fucking question, but I don't know, I just can't. So Dave Chappelle once did a skit where the Jedi Order had like
At a press conference.
had a sexual molester scandal that was similar to the Catholic Church, and it was a funny thing, but I want to like.
It was a funny thing?
No, it was a funny
fucking
skit.
hilarious.
It was a really good.
Oh,
skit.
these people
was
got.
on the- it
Oh,
was-
it's a sketch. Oh,
It
excuse
was
me.
on the
Yeah.
Chappelle show.
They made Yoda a cokehead who got his dick sucked by Padawans while he was like just devouring mountains of coke. It was hilarious and fucked up. No, so
Good blow
do
this
you
year.
do you think the Sith Order or the Jedi Order would have more like diddling of kids?
Jedi.
I think so
Definitely
too.
Jedi.
I think it's not even close. I don't even think it would be.
The
a
kids
problem
in the Sith Order are too
Sith.
busy killing each other.
Or
Yeah.
fucking each other.
Yeah, it would not be close. It would
No,
be the
the-
Jedi.
the thing
it's
is,
it's
shit
also
like-
because they repress it, so
Yeah, I
they
was
get
about to
so
say,
they
it's
get weird.
literally this fucking thing in history. It's you repress the fuck out of some kid, or you tell your kid they can't fucking do something, and that's why they grow up and immediately get addicted to whatever the fuck they could not get out when they were.
Also, can we talk about why Padawans that are like more than like shitty Padawans, like AKA when they have a master and they're an apprentice? Can we talk about how those fucking goofballs have fucking trailer trash rat tail haircuts?
I hate that thing. Apparently, it's tradition. It looks like shit.
I'm convinced.
Let's talk about how the stupid word for them is awful. Why can't they just be apprentices? Why do there have to be a dumb kiddie word?
I'm fine with Padawan.
I hate it.
I don't
Fucking
hate
despise
it.
it.
To be fair,
I despise it as much as I despise younglings. Fuck that.
Younglings, I
Fuck
think,
that.
as a
And if you
funny
like it,
word.
fuck you.
I don't like it. I just think it's funny.
No, go ahead. You were gonna say.
You know, moments like this are why people that don't know you think that you're like this, like really mean person when really you're like really nice. Like you're like, oh, he's just so mean. He doesn't accept other people's ideas. I'm like, no, Rom's really nice. Insert this moment. And if you like the name Padawan, then fuck you. No.
Oh, really?
But no, I actually don't have a problem with younglings, mainly because I just never took the word seriously. I always like approached it with like the memes of Anakin killing the little kids. Padawans I was fine with because my brain inherently thinks of Padawans like pawns of chess. So like I think of it like that, and I don't think of it as a weird word.
But it
I
is a weird
do-
word because it means apprentice, and there's
Yeah, I
already a
know.
word that exists called apprentice. They didn't have to make up a new word.
But Star Wars is all
A new dumber sounding word, I should say.
Made up so many damn words in Star Wars.
Also,
Yeah.
George, you can get Youngling beer in Texas.
The fuck is Youngling beer?
Don't, or Yingling, or however you pronounce it. It's
Pretty
not
big
Youngling.
goddamn difference. So I put it on veteran mode, and the fact that it doesn't allow me to have a companion for this part is kind of a bitch.
I kind of like veteran mode. It's actually like the parts
No,
that are
I'm
hard
enjoying
are pretty hard. I mean,
I'm enjoying it. It's just the fact that I don't have a goddamn companion and I'm a fucking assassin. So
at least you can fucking cloak out. God, if a fight's going shitty,
they actually fucked with a lot of the ability. I don't know if you remember this, but how assassin stealth level actually fucking sucks unless you play Deception.
Yeah, no,
that
they
ability that
buffed
increases
it.
your stealth. But
They-
that ability that increases your stealth, yeah, that's gone now.
yeah, it's gone
So-
from operatives too. It's because your natural stealth level is now higher, just by default. I read the patch notes, at least some of them. Yeah, I'm sure veteran is not hard in decent gear, but I'm wearing Revenite gear at level 66. So I don't know. What we were saying earlier is that they should have added more mechanics that would make it mechanically challenging and not just you get blown the fuck up because they do 6 trillion DPS.
In life, I dismiss the Jedi code.
That's literally what I'm wearing. Every gear piece is like that, except I think I said I have one old enhancement.
It is only the Force, and it has a plan. The will of the Force is a flowing current. You can follow or fight it, but it is always there.
I just alt F4 out of Star Wars. It was boring me to tears.
It was boring you to tears, really?
Yeah, I'm not connecting with it.
Oh, I just got killed.
So I think our experiment here, that trying to play it while doing a show is not conducive, because like I'm not absorbing very much of the story at all.
I'm not absorbing any of it, and to take it further, I'm actively not enjoying it right now.
Oh, by the way, to the stream, we may start bringing people in
Pleasure.
to be part of the show. So if you want to come in, that's the Discord. And if the link doesn't work, let me know, because I can just conjure a new one.
I'm literally surviving every fight with like 2% HP right now because of the whole no healing commit thing. I swear to God, I'm about to switch to tank spec.
What about...
Wasn't for the fact that assassins literally have a life steal attack now, I would have been dead.
I thought they had that last expansion, or maybe even Shadow of Ribbon.
They might have. I don't fucking remember. You know, I didn't play my goddamn assassin in Shadow of Ribbon.
So Justin, your point about Star Wars, the movies, is that you want to wait and see? You're taking a wait and see to see if you're going to get sick of them?
Yeah, because it's hard to get sick of them when I've only had one of them. Like, I think that, like, how can you get sick of a series of movies when you've literally only seen one? I mean, unless
Is that
it's
a
bad.
serious question?
I feel
No.
I feel existential dread.
I was gonna
when
say,
I think
is
about
that a
it.
serious-
But Ram, you feel existential dread about the concept of leaving your front door.
That's not true. I can leave.
No, like I
in
totally
fact,
get where
after
you're
the show,
coming
I'm
from.
gonna get some Whataburger. Like it sounds pretty good right now.
I'm gonna leave my insular apartment, go to my insular truck, stay in that insular truck, order food, go back to my insular apartment.
Or food from the place that is like one of the 3 places that I.
Yeah, I don't know if that was the best argument there.
Hey, you said I feel existential dread at the idea of leaving
Well,
the
no,
apartment.
I didn't mean that literally. I was being facetious there.
Of course.
I'm sorry. Who do we have in the waiting area?
We have Besley, we have Shots, and we have Jug. I'm sorry, I don't know who Shots and Jug are.
I thought Besley was
People should probably clarify who they are.
Yeah, I know who Besley is because I recognize her Final Fantasy character name.
you, Final Fantasy.
Okay,
You know, I went on
I
the-
see what you
I
mean
went
by
on
the
the
edginess
DNT
of Valen, by the way.
Went on the DNT website the other day looking for that WildStar video. It's like, oh, that's cool. So the entire website is just like Final Fantasy now.
Hmm? There is no fucking website. What are you talking about?
If you type in, I don't remember what the exact link was, but I literally went to Google and typed in DNT engine, and it took me to.
Maybe they like made one because they wanted to keep it going. That's what I'm guessing.
I have a future, Valen, but you don't.
Just the way I like it.
That's the link.
Wait, is that Besley? Is Besley Tiny sister?
Yes,
Oh, why don't you bring her in? She's in the waiting
I
area.
gave her permission. The permissions
Oh.
to.
You should just
There's,
drag
like,
her. She
no
probably
notification.
doesn't even know. She probably doesn't even know she has ability.
Well, yeah, there's no notification of you getting your privileges.
Oh, really?
And
Wow.
yeah, I mean,
Well,
you can,
Besley,
you
if
can
you're
tell-
listening, I can do it, but I can't fucking do it right now. I'm getting my ass kicked.
Besley, you didn't know that you had privileges.
I didn't know what I had.
Yeah, that's what I was telling him. I was
Oh.
figuring that you didn't even know.
Oh, I wasn't paying attention, so you had to pull me.
That's what I thought too. I was like, why aren't you pulling her? He's like, oh, give him.
Oh my god. So Valen's kicking my fucking ass.
Valen's fucking annoying. Valen's the most poorly written character in this expansion.
Well, yeah, she was being really edgy before she was kicking my ass, but she is kicking my ass.
She was being like crawling in my sleep, Linkin Park edgy. Like,
It's
couldn't
scary.
You know, I wanted to correct him, but my black card is like sitting on my desk, and it was like looking back at me.
Motherfucker! Jesus Christ.
I mean, don't get me wrong. There was a point where Linkin Park was really entertaining, but
Okay.
Those were the dark days. Don't talk about those times.
Would you say that during
Alright,
those
I'm
dark
gonna use a
days that
stim
in the
this
end
time.
it didn't even matter?
You shut your whore mouth. It was funny. I was actually having a conversation about this. Like literally the other like 3 black people in my Skyforge guild, and we were just like trying to explain that I guess we all went through a phase as the quote unquote alternative black kid in the 90s where we listened to horrible
I can't
fucking
move.
rock music.
Yeah,
I legitimately can't move.
Youth.
as they would now be referred to as black hippies,
Pretty fucking much, unfortunately.
the childish
And we're
Gambino brigade.
Oh, whoa. Ain't
No,
shit
that's what
wrong
he
with
was. That's what he was referred to as in high school. He was referred to as a black hippie.
I don't think I can beat this.
I think that you need to like just suck it up. You got
I
this.
mean,
I
you could
legit
just
don't
go
think I can beat it
get-
because she does too much
go
damage.
get better.
I think the only way you're gonna kill it is
Also-
if you bring in the biggest glass cannon DNT ever had, which is to say,
Mr. Lime?
Wesley.
Oh.
Because
Because Mr. Lime is the biggest
Rom,
glass
Rom,
cannon
text me.
anybody's ever had.
Rom, text me the fucking Discord link. YOLO wants to hop in while he drives home.
It's
I don't know.
it's in the
Dog die?
it's in the chat. I don't know. I don't know
Dude,
because
fucking
Last
pizza.
I heard
I'm
of
pretty
him,
sure you can-
I got a message from him on Reddit like months and months ago because after the DNT website went down, and I haven't heard from him since.
Yeah, I was looking for him yesterday because I got on and Pizza the Hut was on fucking Rishi when I was on Rishi, and I was just like, oh my god,
Oh my god.
it's happening.
All right, let's try this again.
But we got the young Super George.
Bring him in, and if he wants to come in.
Well, it says he's on the line. I don't know if he's not in the waiting area.
Oh, daddy.
You have to give him the permission to, I think, set him to guest or whatever.
Clearly, I need a healing pin. This is bad. I totally only bought DPS gear, not tank. So
YOLO said he'd be there in 10 to 15.
I think I'd get wrecked even if I switch to tanks. Oh, and that dash that Warriors get now, it's stupid. It looks stupid. I hate everything.
Yeah, that was last expansion.
It was stupid.
Years behind.
George,
Hey,
why didn't you
it's
get?
not-
Why
it's
didn't you
not
get?
my
Oh, he left. He left.
It's not my fault. It's not my fault that Marauder got killed and I lost all interest in Warriors.
The young George
Oh,
moved out.
and he's gone like an angel's kiss.
Rip. Oh, that's probably smart for him.
Yeah.
Probably dumb. Wait, no, he's back. What?
He probably just DC.
You know what? I bet he had to relaunch an admin.
Oh, that. Yeah.
Holy crap! I might actually win this time.
This is the real content. This is your life.
If only I could stop getting stunned.
George, why didn't you
No, I'm
get
dead.
Whataburger last night? That's the real question.
He's
Use
muted.
your heal. Use your heal.
Let's talk about the real question.
Not that
What's
one
the real
yet.
question? What's our real question here?
Why you didn't get Whataburger?
I mean, that is a real question.
Oh, you
Maybe-
got
No,
3 seconds.
you want to know?
Maybe I set
like,
the
let's-
permissions wrong.
No, he's in here. He's able to do whatever.
Oh,
he may
so-
just not want to talk. He may just not want to talk. He may just wants to listen. No, so no. Here's
Use
the
that
real
saber
thing.
reflect.
So recently, oh, he's muted. Goofball.
And assassins have a saber reflect now. So,
So
No,
what
he's
was-
he's talking to me. Zuch is talking to me.
Zuchi, what's Zuchi doing?
He's just talking. He's giving me advice on this fucking Valen fight.
Oh, listen to Zuchi. Zuchi's.
No, I know. I'm the ability bar buttons activate automatically. It's just you can't activate heroic moment without a companion. or Unity. I'm gonna wait for Saber Ward to come back up. I also used a couple of things at the wrong time.
No, so like a couple days ago, we were practicing for a long presentation
I'm gonna sit
I had
down.
to give, and one of the
Actually,
chicks
be
in
right
my
back.
group,
Bathroom.
in my program, you know, she's cool. After we met up, we went and got like lunch and just like talked about shit. And then I found out that her mom was a professor at the college. And then like we go back up to the school after lunch, and I meet her mom or whatever. And immediately her mom is just like, "Hey, we have pizza from a class party that wasn't used. So here's some pizza." So I had pizza for the first time in over a year. And let me tell you something. That night, maybe the worst stomachache I've had like in.
That's what happens when you eat nothing but like shit your body actually should be having, and then you're like, hey, cheat, and then your stomach's like, hey, shit night.
Yeah, it was pain. It was like actually not fun at all. So it's like, oh, okay, I just can't have stuff like that anymore, even for fun. Okay, cool. Nice to know.
Cheat day is always followed by poop night. I learned that in like the first month of being on it.
Yeah, I mean, I just hadn't had anything like that in like a long time. So it was like, I don't know, I assumed that it wouldn't be as bad maybe, but nah.
Hello?
Yo,
What's up?
I fixed it.
good job.
Yay.
King of Whataburger, Prince of Barbecue, Lord of Mass Effect.
I didn't get Whataburgers. I fell asleep on my friend's couch, and I didn't wake up till like 3:30.
In the afternoon?
No, at night.
Oh. See, I don't know. Okay, where I live, a 3:30 Whataburger run is quite the distinguished opportunity for food. I don't know why you would turn it down.
Oh, I was super tired, and it was kind of cold and rainy, and I had to get gas. I was afraid I wouldn't even make it home, so...
That's fair.
That's fair.
I can't really blame you on that one.
Thanks to Kiwi Ace of Spades for giving me some advice. I'm going to change my utilities. I forgot about some of this.
Yeah. No, so,
It kind of happens a lot.
George, how old are you? You're older than me, right? I'm 27. You're probably, what, like 28, 30, something like that?
Dude, I'm old. Like,
Okay,
old.
So you're old. So I have a question, because, you know, you probably have more experience in certain gaming, like things. I feel like I'm growing out of entire genres of gaming. Like, sometimes I feel like it because I don't have as much time. Other times it feels like the mechanics of a certain game type are just not meant for someone at a certain mental, like, age. Like, what do you do when you start realizing that maybe you're just outgrowing shit that, like, the only shit you really enjoyed about gaming for years? Because I feel like MMOs are kind of like being pushed out of my enjoyment index, even good ones.
Oh, no, I think that's definitely a thing, because when I was in college, I raided in EverQuest. And, like, it was a great time, and we still, like, with my brother, we joke about, like, all these memories and shit we had. But then when if I get nostalgic for it, I know immediately I could never do it again. You know, I think a lot of it is the time and just, like, a less tolerance for certain bullshit.
Grinding.
Some of that, too, yeah. So, no, I totally know
less
what you
tolerance
mean.
for grinding, yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting it to, like, I don't know, you always understand, at least at some level, that, you know, the train doesn't go forever. Like, at some point, you will stop liking it. I was thinking the bell curve was going to be way more gradual. It went from, I had, like, a really high enjoyment of MMO mechanics to, like, actively not enjoying it and finding it to be a hindrance to the stuff I do enjoy, whereas before it was at least somewhere in the realm of, like, give and take. And I wonder if maybe that's kind of the reason that MMOs as a genre are sort of eroding, because you have this generation that really connected with those mechanics, and at some point they will age out of those, and the next generation that hypothetically could get on that kick connected with MOBAs and other mechanically specific game types, and so you don't have, like, the next generation to refill the population. I just wonder if that's accurate, or if it's just kind of like, you know what I mean?
No, I know exactly what you mean. Yeah, and I think there's something to that. Well, plus I think then, like, there's things like Destiny and stuff, right, that are more accessible to the average person.
Yeah, I think so I got an Xbox a while ago because I have a few friends that play it after years of only being PC, and there's something to be said about the kind of like MMO light, like super light experience that Destiny and to a lesser degree the Division offers.
It's
where
literally
like,
Borderlands in a more serious tone.
yeah, and like
Which is,
I
people still play Borderlands too.
You know, what's really weird is I've kind of gone the opposite direction, where when I was younger, I could not stand the grind. And now that I'm older, I almost crave it, where like, I need something that I can just zone out and do for hours and hours at a time to not think.
Do you
So-
think? Do you think that? Okay, I have this other wonder, and it's not like an accusation. It's more of a curiosity. Do you think that
God.
part of that could have to do with how social a person is?
I think so, absolutely.
Probably. But
like, I
I'm
feel
not
like
very
I'm a-
social at all, and I hate grinding shit out.
Yeah. So no, but what I kind of mean is like I've noticed that there are MMOs who have really fortified their social experiences, but on average, I've noticed MMOs trend more towards a single-player slant, and I kind of just wonder if part of that could be why, because they haven't found a good, non-grindy, shitty way to make group content something that people run to anymore. Because like everyone talks about, oh, you know, WoW was better when it was vanilla. I want to play Nostalria. It's like, no, you fucking people have nostalgia
I've-
boners. Like if you actually tried to do that, you'd go crazy.
I've definitely commented on this publicly before, especially on the build up to WildStar. I was very down on that game because I was like, you fucking idiots don't actually know what you want to do, and you're going to get what you think you want, and you're going to hate it, and you're going to quit.
Here's the thing.
The problem I had
WildStar.
with WildStar, oh, go ahead.
No, WildStar failing was not because WildStar was going to be a terrible game or it was just destined to fucking fuck up. The fact of the matter, you do not have, like the community as a whole, as far as people that play MMO, there are not enough people left that care enough to do what WildStar required you to do to get to relevant raid content. And you literally are not going to find 40 people anymore that are going to perfectly execute something. And from the way shit looked in WildStar, 40-man's were, oh, we can kill this, you know, as long as 25 people do what they need to do. No, it was literally 39 to 40 people need to not fuck up or else we will never kill this ever.
I could give you like the world's longest sort of explanation and experience, like my experience with WildStar, but the problem with WildStar was that you had a game that required you to basically be on the top of your game all the time and to be paying attention all the time for hours and hours on end. And that was really, really exhausting, and that led to crazy amounts of burnout because if any, like, there were fights where, like, if you had one person fuck up, there was no res. You could wipe just because one person made a mistake, and that was really, really punishing. Like, when I want a punishing game, I want it to be sort of like a fair punishing. I don't want it to be like we lose because one person fucked up. Like, could you imagine trying to play Dark Souls with like 39 other people? That's
like,
kind of what that was sort of. It wasn't like quite like Dark Souls difficulty. It was sort of like that, where you had difficult content, and if you had like a person or two fuck up, everyone was fucked. And that was, and even on trash, and that was just like really not fun.
Yeah, I think that WildStar, I think the one thing it did valuable for the MMO community is it kind of confirmed that the so-called hardcore rating people were kind of just talking out of their ass about what they said they wanted. Like, I've kind of noticed this in WoW too.
There
like,
is a hardcore rating scene.
There is, but it's tiny.
But it's very small. You can't make a AAA MMO on a huge budget and expect people to play content that hard, because you're not going to get that many people doing it.
Yeah, and I remember, so when I would get bored, like back when I still enjoyed MMOs, like I would kind of, like, my favorite thing in Star Wars was to go through all of the old raid threads and see how many guilds were killing what at what point in the relevant space. So I did that in WoW too, and I was going through all these different tiers, and it took quite a long time because I was just bored as shit. And I noticed that there were always these common refrains to go back to certain eras where stuff wasn't, and I'm quoting these old elitists, handed to you on a platter. When you had to, quote unquote, work for what you've got. Like, there was all this, like, sort of nostalgic back in my day talk from these, like, older era of WoW people, and a lot of them were, like inexplicably hyped for WildStar and like, you know, how it was going to make people earn shit. And like in reality, it's like, yeah, there are some people that really do get off on that, but even most of those people from that old WoW group, they don't actually want the work put in that requires all that shit to get done properly. What they want is the feeling when accomplishing that work. And
Absolutely.
And I think that was the biggest problem, because if I remember when at the end of WoD, when like people were complaining that like they, you know, that they made WoD too accessible, they did this, they did that, there wasn't a grind anymore. I watched so many YouTube videos complaining about there wasn't a grind anymore in WoW. And then Legion comes out with multiple systems that kind of require you to grind your dick off if you want to be competitive. And then it's like, all those same people are like, oh, it's, you know, it's too grindy, it's too this. It's like, you just asked for this for like a year straight.
Well, that's the same thing that happened with WildStar. Everyone's like, oh, this is going to be great, and you're going to grind and MOBA, and it's like, oh, I can't find people for attunement.
No, I don't think anyone actually really liked attunement in fucking vanilla. Like, can you find me a single person who was like, yeah, I really enjoyed the grind that I could get into Naxx and then have my guild fall apart because Naxx was too difficult?
And because other guilds would take our tanks.
Do you remember
fucking
fucking...
for the days of Naxx attunements.
Bess, do you remember those fucking arguments people would just, like, make offhand where they would just talk about how the thing that killed WoW was LFR existing? And I'm just like,
no.
Wait, what? Like, people make those
and WoW's
arguments
not dead.
all the time. No, but that's what, like, the elitists do. Like, those people, to them, WoW's dead, even though it has, like, fucking millions of people playing it. To them, it's dead because LFR exists. It's like, this is... And I think WildStar was, like, the culmination of all those conversations and all that fucking internet chatter, like, demanding something hardcore. And WildStar delivered that part, but you sort of realized no one really wanted it. They just wanted the feeling of having finished it. And, like...
Yes.
It sucks that a really expensive game had to fail for that idea.
The other thing that you have to think about is that in vanilla... everything with the exception of Naxx, really, and maybe in some ways AQ, but a lot of it really required only like half of your fucking party to be paying attention. Like, nobody had a full party of like 40 good people to start a WoW in Molten Core. Like, people were like, half your raid was probably dead or stupid, and it didn't matter.
Or both.
Or both. You couldn't have that in WildStar. You had to find 20, and then here's the other thing that fucked WildStar up. Not just that, but it required, you had to go from a 20-man to a 40-man. That was a big no-no. Because at that point, then, you get to the point where you've got 20-man guilds basically trying to grab people from other guilds, and so you're basically tearing guilds apart, and you've already got a very limited rating pool. And so, it was just a really bad setup. And by the way, all of the content was buggy at the same time. So you've got like the worst of what made WoW vanilla rating. Yeah. It was bad. You know, and don't get me wrong, a lot of those bosses were super interesting, super cool.
Why can't I tame? Oh, it's
really
neutral.
punishing.
Right. Dumb.
The problem was, along with that, there were just so many downsides. And then additionally, in between each of those bosses, you had trash pools that also required you to pay attention. So it was like you never had any downtime.
I'm not gonna fucking die to a silver.
Back and sort of get a breather. It was one after another after another. And by the time I killed Omna, I was so burned out, and I quit. It was just like, all right, I did it. I'm done. I'm never coming back because like I can't sustain this. It was like it was tiring. Like finishing like a several-hour raid night was physically exhausting. And then at that point, DNT decided to run off. Half of DNT decided to run off and join another guild, and that fell apart shortly after, anyways. So I don't feel that bad.
Well, how much like the attunement stuff do you think it wasn't so much that they enjoyed the attunement, they enjoyed the exclusivity it created, that like they were the only ones who had access to that zone, they're the ones who had access to that loot, and then they could go stand in Plain of Tranquility or Shattrath or whatever the fuck, and people would inspect them and ooh and ah.
That's
oh,
a
yeah,
big part of it.
There was definitely some of that, but I think even in BC there was less exclusivity, even with attunements. I think after vanilla, they realized that it was kind of fucked, like the amount of attunements that they made people do for each of the tiers.
I mean, I think
BC
exclusivity
was
is a big
so
part of
bad.
it, though. Like, you're right, because I mean, even if we go to, like, you know, Star Wars, a much smaller game on a much smaller scale, like, you know, when we would go into a next expansion, we would change what title we used based on how easy it would be for the newer, like, more casual groups to get those titles again. It's like, okay,
Yeah,
well, Dragon Slayer's dead now, time to go with
Yes.
Conqueror. Like, and
I would
and that
change
wasn't-
my title based on how many people had it, essentially.
Yeah.
Like,
So-
I forgot which guild it was, but like they got a title and it was like, okay, well we can't use that anymore because now they have it. I don't want to wear it. Going back to using old ass titles that just happen to be catchy.
The saddest thing about WildStar is it didn't really need an attunement that was so super long and hard. The raid was hard enough. A lot of people. Datascape was so difficult, both in the bot, like sort of the boss difficulty and the difficulty in getting 40 people, that the first group to actually kill the last boss in Datascape, the 40-man, it happened right before they switched it into a 20-man. It was over like a year. It took them over a year to clear it. That's like unheard of. And part of that was bugs, and part of that was we can't find 40 full people. But
Yeah,
once they actually
and part of it,
pulled together,
and Bess, I think part of it, and I'm sure you'll agree, is that raid was tuned around the idea that the game would be successful and that there would be a large pool of talented players, not just players in general.
Absolutely.
Like, they thought that they actually thought they were going to pull large amounts of mythic
on
raids
that,
from
on
You
that,
know what? The only people more delusional than the developers of that game were the people in Death and Taxes who were getting ready to play that game.
Okay,
Oh,
see,
I read those
here's
forums.
here's
Those
the thing.
forums were
Oh.
insane.
And you mean like how
man.
Kaboom's made it his
I
personal
had-
fucking job to go after people for not showing up for PTS raids?
Well, people who had signed up, but yes.
Yeah, but no, here's the and it's no secret that I did not like WildStar, but at the same time, on some level, I feel that as much as that game was ultimately it was a fail, the MMO community also failed that game. Like it was not a point in the community where that game could have been successful. I'd love to say that the game could have worked if more people and better people would have flooded to it, possibly. I don't like they would have left whatever the fuck they were. But at the same time, you have to understand that that era of MMO gaming is just kind of dead. Like you're just
is.
not gonna get an entire fucking game that is only populated by people who are willing to sit there and grind for this and grind for that and slam their head into it.
Here's how I
And
think.
ultimately, you want people that want to show up, be given shit in a timely fashion, and then fuck off and do something else with it.
Here's how I think that it could be successful, or how it could have been successful. First of all, it cannot be made on a AAA MMO budget. It would have to be a very small budget thing. Because I think that there is a niche for an ultra hard MMO,
No shit.
but it's got to be really small. And it's got to be tuned around the idea that there is a small player pool for this. You can't be doing a 40-man raid. You'd have to be putting together like 8-man content.
You know,
it would have to be small, but it would have to
Actually,
be
they
it
actually
would be small
there's a
and
game.
difficult.
There's a game that actually did that concept, but they did it on a one-player idea. It's a game. It's a console game, but
I
I know
can't
where
see
you're
it.
going with this.
Yeah,
Shut up.
Fury. That game. It looks like a fucking. It looks like single-player raid fights with a ton of mechanics and really brutal timing. And like, what I kind of wish there was, and I kind of just wish there was a game that was nothing but raid fights. There's no fucking leveling. There's no fucking grind. There's just raid fights and mechanics. And maybe it's not 8 people because maybe that's unrealistic, but at least 4 people with like actual different shit. Like, I'd love a game like that because like raiding is still, if you can get like a group of your friends together, even if like if you don't have to grind it and you're not trying to play it for progression, you're just trying to play it for the fun of the gameplay. Raiding is still fun. That is still a thing that's enjoyable.
The other thing that they needed
I
to
suppose,
do was
but-
that WildStar had to have been pushed back and better bug tested. You can't release an ultra hard MMO that's fundamentally broken in many ways. Then it makes it impossible, and then nobody wants to play it because you can't beat anything, even if
Holy
it's super
shit, that
difficult, because
hurts.
half the time you're fighting the bugs, and that's unrewarding. So I think those are the biggest thing was that they expected a lot of people to show up for this game, and there was no way that they were going to get huge amounts of people for something that difficult. Like, just look at the dungeons. The dungeons are something that like every player should be able to be accessible. It's in a smaller group. So in order to get anything good out of the dungeons, you had to be running it for silver or gold. because depending on how good you did in the dungeon, your rewards increased, which makes sense on a scale. You're like, oh, it makes sense. Unfortunately, it was completely stupid. So in order to get a silver, well, in order to get bronze, so like your basic fucking run, you had to do all the optional objectives. Okay, silver, which was required for attunement, all optional objectives on a time limit. Gold, which got you actual rewards that you maybe wanted, and not just for attunement, is all objectives, time limit, no deaths. No deaths on trash, no deaths on anything.
My choices make all the difference.
And you had to do this with a bunch of other people. So there was like at least one dungeon that was an hour plus. And so for an hour plus, you all had to be fucking on your toes, not fucking up. In a game that required you to move around in an action MMO. And it was like that blew my mind. I'm like, what are you doing? This is like supposed to be fun for like you're building this MMO that has to bring in a casual market in order to be successful for the money you sunk into it. And you're doing this to dungeon? Like, what's wrong with you?
I remember you and Trill telling me that one of the more frustrating parts of attunement for DS was you had to kill world bosses that, like, sometimes you literally couldn't kill them because they'd already be dead, and you just have to wait for them.
That happens in WoW too. I mean,
yeah.
But
like,
the respawn
like,
timer now in WoW is like 5 minutes tops.
Also, the attunement in WildStar was way more ridiculous at launch than what any attunement WoW would have right now.
WildStar had I'd have to find a like it's like a 20-step process.
WildStar's attunement was so fucked up that like
you had
have you looked at classic WoW attunement chains?
Yes. No, I'm saying WildStar's attunement is the worst thing I've ever seen. Like, it got to the point
where
was
worse than Horde Onyxia. I'm not kidding, Rom.
Like, here's the thing.
Oh my god.
Rom, WildStar's attunement process was so bad that the hardcore guilds that actually liked attunement were begging devs to have exceptions made if you had already cleared Datascape, because guilds couldn't get their raiders to bother helping new guildies through their attunement, and that meant they didn't have enough people to do 40-man. The attunement was
linked,
so
dude.
hard.
Look at that fucking step. Look at these steps.
Yeah, like, the attunement process was so hard that they, like, the version that they actually ended up going with later, like, after, like, DS had, like, been killed by, like, 5 or 6 guilds, like, it was still fucking bad, but, like, didn't they have, like, a token system where, like, if you had cleared DS, like, you could, like, attune somebody easier?
I don't know, but Elder Gems, that was an actual hard grind at the beginning too. You had to do a big grind in order to just get the key, and then you could start the actual hardcore attunement.
Yeah, like, WildStar's attunement was fucking stupid. I remember, like,
you had to get gold in all adventures. One adventure was like an Oregon Trail type deal, and it was bugged out the ass. You could do like 30 or 40 minutes in, and then get like a bugged villager wander off, and then you couldn't find them, and they would die, and you'd have to start over again.
Okay, I'm at a story point here.
Kill her.
Now, hang on, I want to talk about this from a game design thing.
Absolutely,
because this is a choice that I can kill Satil Shan. She will not play an important role in anything ever again.
Or they'll just have her be a goddamn ghost.
Or she'll be a ghost. But the point is no difference.
Yep.
Every companion you can kill, or every person you can kill, because you can kill them, you can make that choice. They will never be all that relevant ever again.
And you know what's terrible about that, though, is there used to be a time in fucking RPG. Obviously, this is an MMO, but in RPGs where they gave you the option to fuck up and kill companions that actually could have led to very important things in the story.
Okay, yes, Nanders, you're correct.
That make meaningful choices.
And yes, there are still RPGs that do this. Nanders is correct.
Polish people are insane.
Nanders is correct. I don't know.
Polish people are like, you know what? Listen, we can kill every character because our Jews died at massive levels. They'll understand the character progression. Whoa. Yeah, that's right.
Nanders in the chat is correct. There may not be a real choice here.
Yo, can I call you Polo Borg?
Why?
What?
No, I was just about to bring up Mass Effect. We're in the Mass Effect games. When you kill off a character, they get replaced by an exact same character, and it doesn't matter.
Wait, really?
Whoa, no, that is not in every Mass Effect.
That happens happens
We're
to a
talking
lot
about
of
2 and
characters
3,
in
right?
Mass Effect, and
No,
2 and 3.
Okay, and what?
Only one thing to add, though.
No, if you gave up Legion in 2, you never got a replacement for Legion, and I did that by accident, and I had to play through.
Yeah, but if you like get rid of Morden, if like, you let Morden die, he gets replaced by like just another fucking frog guy, etc., etc.
Oh, you're talking about if you like literally did
Frog guy.
Frog guy. Another frog guy.
Hey, we lost our frog guy.
Well, Solarians are
We lost our
fucking
frog guy.
Solarians.
Give me
They're
the
all
gecko. Give me the gecko.
No, like literally, I gave up Legion because I was just flipping through
You
the fucking
kill
conversation.
the Asari mom, you get the Asari daughter. It's the same thing.
These are
Okay, so
you're talking
it's
about
not just
loyalty
Witcher.
quest payouts, not shit.
It's
like
not
if-
just Witcher who allows you to do this, though. Obsidian. Obsidian makes games that allow you to do basically what you want and have realistic consequences to your decisions.
Which
Now,
is just the
the
number one
only-
thing that's popped up off the top of my head because of the exposure it's been given in the past few years.
No,
Yeah.
but the other problem with Obsidian is the trade-off you get for being able to kill a bunch of characters in meaningful ways is that the game's broken for 6 months because they were rushed by
There's
the actual
nothing
studio.
wrong with I hear there's nothing wrong with tyranny.
With a bunch of writers being terrible coders.
I
We
hear
can't all
there's
be good
nothing
at
wrong.
everything.
And Pillars of Eternity, or it is, Pillars of Eternity is fine. I have no problems with the
that's
way
true.
that game is.
No, that's true. That's true. No, okay. So YOLO, I have a question. I know you're at Chipotle, but I have a question.
I'm
Like
on the here.
you're unsub from WoW right now, correct?
I have 9 days left of my subscription.
Okay, so here's a game design question for you. You've gone through a decent number of MMOs in the past number of years, and I know that you have a background in first-person shooters before that. Do you find yourself at a crossroads where maybe you're at the end of your MMO leash and you need to figure out the next genre, or are you still pretty set on MMOs as a concept?
See, you should have killed.
Did you hear what I said?
No, I didn't.
So, funny you should ask, because I've been playing Overwatch for the time being.
Overwatch is fun.
Hey, I'm gonna. Speaking of Overwatch, I'm gonna real talk you, and I'm gonna throw a bomb. I know the Video Game Awards happened the other day.
Oh yeah, Game of the Year, Overwatch.
No,
Doom-
we know that was
No way.
Doom is better than Overwatch.
Yeah,
Period.
let's be real. Doom,
plenty of games were better than Overwatch.
Absolutely,
real.
but the
Doom
problem
is-
is when fucking Blizzard drops a fucking bomb like Overwatch, everyone loses their goddamn mind.
But
Because
Overwatch-
TF2 did it years before.
Wait, but Besley, to be fair, Overwatch is really fun. I'm not saying
I'm-
TF2 did.
Oh,
That's
don't
fair.
Don't even like. I love Overwatch. I love
Yeah.
like my favorite part of Overwatch is it's probably its lore and its story because it's essentially a bunch of old guys fighting and kicking the shit out of each other. I love the idea of a bunch of elderly people fucking murdering each other. It's great.
Diva looks
I
to be
love-
12 years old, so I
I
don't know about
love
old.
the idea as Besley furiously wanks to 55-year-old men killing each other in a homeless shelter.
I don't think you understand how much I love like Hanzo and Dad. These are like all got like Hanzo's pushing 40.
Do you call-
Dad
do you-
76 is in
Pushing
his 50s
40?
at the lead.
Do you
That's
call,
old?
He's 38.
Do you call Soldier 76 Daddy when you pick him?
Oh yeah, I love Dad 76.
No, so
the Reaper is an elderly Hispanic ghost man.
no. Okay, so the part about Overwatch winning Game of the Year, I am fine with it being nominated because I do think it's one of like the 5 like top
Video
games
Game
you
Awards
can
have been a fucking joke for.
No, of course it's a joke. But to me,
It is a joke.
Anyone who plays Doom and actually doesn't think it's the best game that's come out this year, I don't understand where they're coming from.
I would agree.
Doom,
But you know, to
Doom's
be fair,
first-
Witcher 3 did win Game of the Year, like, not this year, but last year, and that
Yeah,
totally
and-
deserved it.
And like two years before that, though, The Walking Dead won Game of the
Fucking
Year.
Walking Dead.
Yeah, exactly. That was the moment that I realized that the Video Game Awards are
That's
in.
because everyone fucking loses their minds over
irrevocably
Telltale when
fucked.
it's all
You
the
know
same shit.
like here's the real talk. Telltale is as derivative as Naruto manga. Like
Thank you.
like,
Don't
I'm
get
not-
me wrong.
I'm not
I
against
have.
Telltale,
I
but,
really liked the Telltale game stuff, but it is derivative, and it is
That's-
always the same
I didn't.
thing.
I didn't think The Walking Dead was bad, but it sure as fuck wasn't Game of the Year.
No.
But yeah, like the thing that kills me is like some people won't play Doom because like they just don't like the tone of it, and I get that. It's valid to just not want to play a game that's that
Doom
fucking
is
like
from
brutal.
Satan. God
Well,
would
no,
not
that's
you to
no,
play
that's not what I
that.
mean. That's not what I mean by tone. Some people just don't like the. It is a brutal game, and I get that. It's valid to not want to immerse yourself in how brutal that campaign is. But like, there has not been a smarter first-person shooter campaign in a long fucking time since Doom. Like,
Because the first-person shooter genre has largely been tapped out by Call of Duty and Battlefield, sadly.
I mean, this year's actually had some pretty good campaigns, though. I mean, you know, Gears of War 4, I mean, it's third person, but that had a pretty good campaign. But Titanfall 2 supposedly has a really good campaign as well.
Yep.
No figure.
Yeah, I was kinda
even
shocked.
people were even saying Call of Duty's campaign. Obviously, you're still not gonna buy it because fuck Call of Duty.
Yeah, my problem with Call of Duty ain't the campaign. My problem is I got burned out of that entire Call of Duty playing style years ago.
If I could buy just zombie, I would totally just buy zombies.
How far in the
I'm
future
the
do you think
opposite.
we're going to go with Call of Duty?
I don't.
You know,
I think
They're
they
gonna
should
keep
just-
making them
Is it
until
gonna
they
eventually
stop making
cross-
money.
Is it going to eventually cross over with like 40K?
Halo. Ha,
Are we going to go
40K,
that
baby.
far?
So-
Are we going to go that far to
Wait,
like the
Besley.
41st millennium?
Besley, let me be honest. Do you know how fucking, like, just absurdly wet I would be if you had Soap cross over into the fucking Chaos Angels?
Oh, you don't even
That-
know. It would be fucking amazing.
Do you realize how quick, like, do you realize how cool the crossover would be? Like, hypothetically, Call of Duty crosses over with 40K. Within 15 seconds of the first campaign, the Chaos Angels behead everybody in the Marine Corps, and then it just
Oh,
becomes a 40K game.
Fucking yes.
And then you just have like this fucking like camo rope hanging down like the shoulder pauldron
don't even-
of the Chaos
no,
Angel,
I don't even
and attached to it is Soap McTavish's head. Good God, I want that.
I don't
game
even
now.
need that to happen. We can still keep Soap's head, but I just want to exterminate on whatever the
Rock
fuck
hard.
planet you're supposed to be starting on.
Yo, yeah, instead of dropping a nuke, we'll have an exterminatus. It'll be great.
Wait, real talk. You want to know what the most disappointing? Like, I know that like 40K is like bringing it to like peak nerddom in this sort of a setting,
I
but
consider nothing.
Yeah,
about
I have
40K
nothing to
be-
say about
I consider
40K
nothing
other than-
Now
about
that we are
40K.
part
to
of
be
the-
nerd.
no. What I'm about to go to is nerdy. Not that it is nerdy. Like,
But now that we are part of the darkest timeline, when am I going to be able to be like a fucking tech freak? When is this happening?
Yeah. So you know
Right
the
now.
saddest
Oh,
to
Tech,
me.
you just got to be
biggest-
a psyker and get fucked up.
The
We need Dread.
biggest
We need
tragedy,
Dreadnought psyker.
tragedy, the biggest tragedy in sci-fi games of this era, and I know that Dawn of War 2 was really fucking good, but generally speaking, there have not been nearly enough good Warhammer 40K games, and Warhammer 40K should literally own.
Hold on.
that
Oh,
entire
it's
Hold on.
Games
I've
Workshop
just
is a bunch
been.
of fucking sellouts. That's the.
I have to take the conversation and do a 180 because I've just been slandered in the
What,
chat.
what happened?
I've been accused that I trust BioWare.
What?
That is like.
What?
Okay, I think he's just fucking with me.
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
he's
I was
just
gonna
fucking
say- oh,
he's
okay.
trolling.
I was gonna say, I was like, wait.
It's
but,
not
like,
that I
like,
distrust them. It's that I don't
there's no reason to
have
put your
any.
faith in
I
them.
don't have any expectations until I see a thing in front of me that they made.
You want to know? You want to know who I trust at BioWare? One of them's in this channel, and the other one's named Matthew Pusevich, Lord and Savior of Brontes and Revan. Okay, that's
I
on my
think.
list.
See, you
Do
liked
you
what
have
he
a moment
did.
to
I
talk
think
about
he.
your
I
Lord
think he
and Savior,
went.
Kevin?
I think he went too far.
No, I think you went too far too. But here's the thing: I think that he did his job. I think that the people that worked on raids in Star Wars worked their ass off, and I'm fine with that. My issues with BioWare are about like just the decisions of the up and ups. Like,
Oh, George, is Vert's the place that serves the kebab?
what is a kebab?
The kebab.
It's some kind of sandwich from Germany.
Wait, are there no stances any fucking more? You,
No,
you just
there's
equip
none.
your spec. It just that's fun.
Remember
I feel-
stance dancing? That was always fun.
Oh, what? Except when you fucking switch the tank spec, it kills all your goddamn raid.
Yeah, that's true.
Can I talk about how great GSF is?
No, because you're a fucking
No,
liar.
let's
I'm not
talk about
lying.
how-
I like
No.
GSF.
No,
let's
it's
talk
not
about
bad.
how
Hold on.
great
GSF
Eve
is-
Starfighter is gonna be when we all get VR and that shit comes out.
I'm not gonna fucking
Hey,
buy
guys.
that.
Hold on.
You
Do you
are
have a moment
fucking
to
up
talk
if you're
about
not
our
gonna
Lord and Savior Star Citizen?
Star Citizen's not gonna come out.
You can't even say that without laughing. You can't even say that without laughing. You fucking troll.
Even what's his face sold his ship.
You know what's funny? Like, this sounds mean. I don't care. I like how your first Aspie's moment of this fucking conversation is a Star Citizen joke. God damn it, Besley. you just sit there, you look to your left, you look to your right, you look down at your massive erection at trolling, and then you just brought out the.
You're like, I think it's time for Star Citizen.
Star Citizen.
I cannot fucking kill Darth Maul.
Yo, I know people that dropped $2,000 on that fucking
I still think
ship
anyone
JPEG.
who's
There are people who dropped tens of thousands of dollars.
Okay,
I don't understand.
You don't know shit about Skyforge, but like the top person on the server right now is also the top DPS in my guild. This motherfucker has spent $6,700 on Skyforge.
What? What?
The game hasn't even been out for a year.
Are you? Oh my god.
Money equals power in that game, and like he's just like, oh, I can just keep on buying this shit, and it basically gives me stats. So,
Yo, like, so I was a whale in terms of financial help for.
Oh,
for
and
starters.
here's the thing. So
I am
Pantheon
such a
War
whale
starts, and imagine PvP where you know, if someone dumps, I don't know, $6,000 into their account. Yeah, you don't get scaled up to what the fuck they're capable of doing to you. They dump $6,000 into your account. That is how pay to win Skyforge.
That's crazy.
So we're going to literally rape our entire server tonight, and the game is probably going to be dead by the time this Pantheon War is over. But yeah, good riddance.
It's my preferred method of
like the most I ever spent in an MMO was Star Wars, and I spent like what was it, Rom? Like $2.5 grand over 4 years or something, and like
yeah, that sounds about right. Probably the most sort of extra purchases
See,
I ever made in an MMO was Star Wars. I played it a lot less long than I played WoW. And I still spend more on it.
NK was definitely paying my subscription for like a whole year, so
I paid you to level 2.
I have to look this up. Hang on.
How much do we know how much Devasta ever spent on Star Wars?
We know that he spent enough on cartel packs that at one point the game was just like, no, you can't have any more cartel.
Yeah, I know. I'm just trying to.
He spent more than me because I actually did the math on how much I did, and I know for a fact he spent more than me because most.
Oh,
of
I
mine
know.
were-
I just wondered if we had a concrete number from Devasta, or whether he'll just never tell us.
He spent less. He spent less than Numi. Numi, I think, was Numi or Splizza were two. Because I know that Splizza. Well, was it Splizza or? I'm trying to remember which person on Horror bought a lot. Because I know Numi spent a fuck ton.
Yeah, but Numi had money though.
Yeah, for sure. Was Splizza the other person that spent like a ton, or was it?
Devasta and Dom spent a ton.
No, it wasn't Splizza. There was a guy on. Oh shit, what's his name? There was a guy in a Harbinger guild that had alts in Splizza's guild that spent like 10 grand on SWTOR.
Oh,
Like,
that's ridiculous.
yeah, and he was in. Oh shit, I don't remember the name of the guild now. It's been so long. He was in one of those like big hard mode guilds. In a Harbinger.
Bloodbath and Beyond?
No. It was before Bloodbath and Beyond. It was. Oh shit. Yolo, do you ever remember that that crafter on Harbinger who basically had the entire like barrel and hilt market? Alexa, that crafter.
No.
Okay, so crafter on Harb, and like that person's guild was like the fucking like guild for crafting. They had all of the crafting mets first, before the Nightmare guilds did, by the way. And the guy who was like one of the main officers of that guild dropped 10 G's on Star Wars. And
Oh my god.
And at one point, that person was paying the electric bills of someone I knew in a different guild.
I mean,
So he was NK
definitely
going a little
offered to pay
further.
NK definitely offered to pay one of my electric bills. I told him, it's just like, nah, bro, we're not doing. Like, I'll be in this bitch in the dark before I let anyone pay my electric bill.
Yeah, I knew people that like spent some insane amounts of money on Star Wars. Like, I thought I spent a lot when I went and did the math, but it was nowhere
You did
close
spend a
to
lot.
anyone else.
See, I think I
Okay,
bought
yeah, I did.
cartel coins alone. Like, just. I think I did that once.
But almost all of my like purchases were server transfers or
Even that, like,
character. Like I transferred my entire legacy like multiple times. Like it was when I transferred everything over to Pot 5, then I transferred everything over to Harb, then I transferred Yolo, didn't we transfer a bunch of our stuff to Shadowlands when we did the Hatesu thing? Yeah, and then I transferred everything back to Harv when that died. Like, I also would get bored and rename all my characters and let guild people decide what the names were. Like, you know, that's kind of what I spent my money on. Yo, Colonel Pumpy was Devasta's finest creation.
It really is.
What?
To touch back on the person who had the crafting market you're talking about, who did the like the Nag Guild, that had been during like Dreadguard gear, right? Because that's like one
That was
2.0 or going to 2.0.
That was when they sort of cornered the market when not Ghost Drop, but there was a guy who had a character with Ghost in the name. Yeah, this was later on. Like when that guy left, he basically got almost all of the market on Harv. It was insane.
Because the crafting market was at its peak, like ending 1.0, going to 2.0 and TFT.
Yeah, that's when Fascinate, Healing Bot, and Dom made a lot of their money.
I remember that's when TCO had the market on JZ on like everything.
Yeah, Dom had the similar market on Pot 5, and I believe one of Crack's friends had the market on Harbinger. Like, he had like 1 billion credits back when that was like the cap. But no, I just, because like YOLO, like when we were talking about earlier about like growing out of MMOs or like what genres next, like I'm at this weird crossroads where none of the genres that were my like wheelhouse are really making me feel good unless I'm with friends. Like I don't enjoy Overwatch unless I play it with like Smuggling or
I'm
like
the
something
same
like that.
way.
I can't play it by myself.
Do you know what my issue is with a lot of the MMOs now? And I not only am speaking of two, is they're all just grinds to do things to keep you playing, right?
Yes.
Like I'm sure you've talked about that. Like WoW especially, I mean, I got burnt out really, really fast because I guess I had to maintain more characters, but like
you don't have to. See, that's the thing. Like I was challenging y'all earlier.
Level, you do have to though. To play at a high level,
my guild required
like, that's inarguable.
running splits, maintaining those alts, getting gear when you can, like
that's the thing. Don't join those guilds.
Well, yeah, but if you only enjoy MMOs when it's at a high competitive level, then you have to do that. That's the problem.
I know, and that is bad.
Yeah,
like that's so much on my plate more than anything else.
Yeah, and like that's the thing that killed me about WoW was that I didn't think that WoW was moving in the wrong direction. I just thought that they assumed, because when they made the system grindier in Legion, they assumed that top raiders literally would just stop grinding it, and what they didn't realize is no, they would just grind it even though it's less efficient. And they literally didn't think they would do that.
I don't understand.
They
like,
made
that's
it.
What
They made.
That's what raiders have always done.
They made a grind, but the rewards are so
terrible.
They're not terrible. They're not. They're so tinily. They're tiny and incremental, and there's a lot of RNG in it. Yes, you're right. But they're incremental. I'm talking about AP. Like just grinding that out.
I feel like Square Enix kind of
They figured you would see how incremental it is, and you wouldn't want to kill yourselves doing it.
Do you know there's one person in the world who has, just speaking of AP, I forget the exact number, but let's say the average person, they have 35 traits to max out their weapon, right? That's probably like...
It's not average, that's high, because I have 34, and I feel like I'm pretty high end.
I didn't grind that hard, and I got to like 32 or some shit. I'm not casual. Anyway, like I think you need like maybe 7 to 10 million artifact power. There's some people in the world who have like almost 100 million, and like it's absurd how much they play. It's just unbelievable. But some people will do that, and they will just continuously play, and I just don't understand like how. I don't know.
Yeah, like it feels like it was one of those things where, like when we were talking about the attunements, how people don't really want them, they just want the achievement of having finished it. I feel like that's kind of one of the issues with MMOs right now, is that they don't have an end of the rainbow, they only have the continuous rainbow. And because there's not like a real reward function, I just feel like more people are just going to get off that wagon. We're like, no, this just isn't for me anymore.
I think as long as the gameplay is fun, which in WoW it is, it's fine.
I think WoW's awesome. I think WoW's awesome, and it's great. You can play it casual, but like I never even got to the level that YOLO was in any MMO. But just from a general standpoint, I don't enjoy MMOs playing them casually. That's the problem. I don't enjoy it.
I think that's my problem too.
Yeah, like, I only enjoy it when people have to hold themselves accountable. When there's a risk reward involved. Like when people have to be fucking good, I can't. Like the casual stuff isn't enjoyable to me anymore. I can't do what you did. But Rom, to be fair, you don't even like raiding. Like YOLO and I do. Like that's.
I did like raiding.
I had
like it
a
occasionally.
really hard time in Final Fantasy.
you like it for like a week, and then you'd just be like, I kind of just want this to be over.
I remember specifically when you killed Archimon, you're like, alright, now this sucks. I don't want to fight this anymore. Fuck this.
Yeah, like you
Yeah,
don't like
but I
raiding.
still fucking did it.
Yeah, but you don't. That's the difference. The difference is that like YOLO and
And,
I
I,
like.
and honestly,
actually like
since
shit.
when we got to the point where we were only raiding 1 day a week, that's when I like it the most.
Oh, you love it. You're like, oh, upper and lower? Screw this. I'm sitting. See you later.
Yeah, Ron
Raiding
was
1 day
always
a
like
week
that.
was like perfect. That's exactly as much time as I want to spend.
The longer that the progression would get, like in 3.0, the more surly Rom would get about it. We'd all be totally happy and like, you know, we're feeling like we're doing pretty good, YOLO, and then Rom will just be in the channel, and you just hear him breathing, and he goes, "We just always suck. We're never gonna get any better. We're fucking terrible. We should just give up." We're just like, whoa. Well, but we just had a really good raid night. No, we're fucking terrible. No, I just like, I don't know, man. Like, I'm just sitting here kind of trying to find a game that will scratch some kind of itch.
Is that why you want me to teach you to play Dota?
Not like I want to try a MOBA because I've never really given it a try. It's always
Just to start playing Dota. I'm
Yo,
coming back.
Justin, you want to get into MOBAs on like a Babby level? Play Heroes of the Storm.
Yeah,
You don't,
I'll play Heroes with you.
We're not. I'm
you
not
don't
getting-
have to
I'm
learn
never
about what
getting
items to pick or anything like that.
But
All
I
you need
don't-
to know about is talent points. That's really easy.
But see,
But
that
I
he
don't-
just said that he doesn't want to play in a casual environment.
Yeah,
Heroes of
I
the
don't-
Storm is definitely the most casual MOBA.
yeah, but
Although
if you
I
want to
worry-
like learn how MOBAs function, Heroes of the Storm is a good way to.
If you
I'm gonna
wanna-
challenge
If you
you.
want to learn how to always be in the jungle and never help your team, play Heroes of the Storm.
I'm gonna challenge you, Justin, and I'm gonna say
fucking Yu-Gi-Oh! Is it time to do
it is time to duel. I think that like people who wanted WildStar, you don't know what you want, and that what you actually want is a casual experience, even though you say you don't.
No, but I'm not. The problem is the casual experiences I've attempted, I've not fucking enjoyed. Like, I know I don't know what I want. That's why I asked George what he thinks about when you age out of certain genres. That's why I asked YOLO, like, where he thinks he's at.
I think it's
because he-
really
I
hard.
think you need to play Divinity Original Sin with me.
I think it's really hard to go into a MOBA like League or even like for like Dota 2 without having any sort of prior experience with MOBAs, dude. I think it might be better if you went into something like Heroes and played a little bit, and then just if you wanted to swap over, because like then you don't have to worry about getting the fundamentals and worrying about shit like buying items in the last hitting minion.
I think the other thing that I kind of wish was a thing, and it's not in the way I want it to be, is I love like really deep story RPGs, and I don't mean Fallout because I don't actually like Fallout, but like stuff like, you know, like The
Well,
Witcher
New Fallout
or-
is not that deep, unless we're talking New Vegas.
Well, no, I'm saying Fallout is not deep is my argument. No, but what I'm saying is I like those, but I kind of want a multiplayer element that is not like The Division, where it's like, here's a part where we could steal your stuff and kill you. Like, I would rather there be like a multiplayer RPG that's just like, you know, maybe one or two other people, and you guys go through the story together.
Dude,
but it,
do
like,
you want
I
to just
kind of want that.
play through the Final Fantasy 14 story?
I've tried Final Fantasy 14. My problem with that game is how fucking slow it moves. It moves at a molasses pace.
You don't like
slow.
2.5 second GCD? I like 2.
You know, at
every
the end
global is a
game, at the end game, there's a lot of things that you do because you basically get a lot of off global cooldowns. So basically, what you're doing is you're weaving off GCDs, and then there's at least one class that plays faster because they realize how slow some things are. So you have Monk, which actually has a much faster GCD.
Yeah, but that's like I don't want to like grind to get to a point where I can have fun. I kind of want to have.
I guess
a game
that's
where I
the
can have
issue
fun.
is that it
Yeah.
starts slow. But I really enjoy 14, and the thing that I really like about 14 is that the way that it sequesters its grind is that, don't get me wrong, 14 has a fuckload of grinding, but what it does is it splits the grind up in between patches. So it's not just like, oh, we're gonna give you this awesome weapon and you can grind it for a million fucking years and there's no way for you to stop. It's like, all right, we're gonna give you this awesome weapon, and if you want to grind for it, you can. But at the same time, if you want to raid and get a weapon, you can do that too. It's almost as good or better. And then you have this grind for this cool weapon, and then you get it in pieces. So like during one patch, here's one step we've released. Next patch, we'll release another step, and so it like sort of gives you time to go from one step to another. And I think that's kind of nice because it sort of keeps you from going crazy with the grind like people do in WoW.
Yeah, and I just think like, I think part of why this new expansion isn't really in Star Wars isn't really like connecting with me at all. And again, this is not like me like just shitting on Star Wars. It's just that like what grind there is feels entirely aimless and directionless. And I think
That's exactly what I was thinking. And like, okay, just to continue. So
Yeah,
like
go
in
ahead.
Star Wars, and correct me if I'm wrong, you grind your command rank, right? You get to like whatever tier it is, so you get some gear. But what do you do with it?
Yeah, there's no
You
progression.
go into a raid in which gear doesn't drop.
Yeah, and like there's no point.
Like that doesn't make sense to me. It's just you're grinding.
So it's
grind anything.
They took progression out of the game, but the way that the mechanics still function attempt to like refer to progression.
Right, like,
I think
like
that it's broken.
In WoW, I can understand the grind because you're grinding for a higher purpose. You know there's new raids coming out, higher tiers, higher rewards. You're grinding for a purpose. You're going to keep getting better and get stronger. But I don't understand what the purpose is in Star Wars unless I'm missing something.
Yeah, there used to be a purpose. Like we used to like if you, like remember YOLO when we would finish a character where it's Biss and like when the tier's done and it's like, oh, it's time to go do goofy stuff. It's time for YOLO to get on his operative. It's time for Justin to go heal in Dread Palace and have Cat carry him to victory. Like that used to happen. There's no point to doing anything past whatever it is you're doing.
Yeah, but
like,
that's a poor comparison. I was good on my operative. How were you on your merc?
I was terrible. I'm just saying that like you didn't bring it like to serious stuff because like you were better on other relative things.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah,
Right. You did it to see like, hey, can I do this? Okay.
Yeah,
I get
yeah. It was the thing where you started experimenting with the game instead of because you had finished the tier. Whereas like because there's no real tier anymore, because there's not even real progression anymore, you take out entire steps of the curve of the game, and at some point it's like, what are you even doing it for? Like,
Yeah,
what
that's
is the
that's
functional
my
reason?
question actually. Like if
Yeah,
I had
what is
to
the
if I had to
functional
posit a question to the Star Wars: The Old Republic dev team, whoever's on it right now, why do I want better gear?
And furthermore,
So
if
you
the
can,
game
so you can do veteran without getting your ass kicked.
But
So you
I
will
can.
stand
But okay.
in your
But
empty
to be
cities
fair,
and have nobody look at how cool you look.
but to be fair, I can already do veteran. It's fucking hard because I don't have the gear required to survive without blowing a whole lot of cooldowns and strategizing a little bit. But I can still do it. So why do I need better gear?
Yeah, and like, and then there's a bigger issue. Like I was talking to someone in the guild that is kind enough to hold my characters when I don't actually contribute anything. And I was like, so what are your rules for like bringing in like raid with tunes? Because a lot of guilds have rules for like, hey, if you want to go in hard mode, you have to have X number of gear level. Like the gear level they're requiring is like literally just you have to have gear from the last tier. Like they're not even requiring like current gear because the shit's not tuned to require it. And if that's the case, why even interact with the fucking gear system at all?
That's my question.
Because you're still playing the game.
Yeah, but but there's no exclusivity because again, there's no point to go, oh, I've got the Dreadmaster chest because only X number of people have it, or I'm putting on this title because X number of people have it. Like, there's no exclusivity in the gearing, which I'm not against conceptually, but there's also no progression. There's also no requirement that you need it. Like, I'm not seeing any point of it existing outside of a fucking gerbil wheel for people casual enough to get something out of it. And by casual
Justin,
enough,
it's
I'm
funny
not
you
making.
mentioned that. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. I was just going to say that I'm not referencing casuals like it's bad. It's actually a good thing to be casual in a game like this.
It's
You went quiet. I don't know if you're trying to talk. There we go. Yeah, I can hear you now.
It's funny you mentioned the. I'm pretty sure
That's
You're cutting out a lot.
unintelligible.
Hold on, you're cutting out a little bit, YOLO. Like
A lot of-
you're.
I think your reception
yeah, a
is
lot of
going in and out.
Yeah. Darth Aro, I'm gonna sound like an absolute jerk to you right now, but when you say groups in last tier BIS are in hard and raging HM Styrap with 5 DPS, I'm gonna go out of my way and say that the player quality in the current game is so much lower than the last tier that it's hard for me to even like say
what's
whether or
funny?
not that's
Because
relevant.
anyone who's ever good
I
at
can
the
believe
game
that they
is so
didn't
god.
tune. I can believe
I
that
can believe
that
they
tuning
didn't tune it right.
has
I can believe that.
had mistakes.
But YOLO, you'll remember when we were pulling 4.0, we were hearing the same stuff,
We
and
were.
cleared that shit with PvP
No, bro,
gear.
here's the funny thing. So this was before you even joined Def, and this was when the game was still relatively easy. Like, no seriously difficult content even existed. We went into Scum and Villainy with gear from the previous. and did hard mode in hard mode gear from the previous tier and still cleared it. And it's just like, and
Well,
when I told my more
fine.
casual friends about that, yeah, no, it was we had like a couple of semi rough and rage timers, but it was mainly for Titan because of that bullshit that he did at. And that wasn't even an enraged timer. That's literally just
Can
his
we bring
mechanic.
back that meme? Is that a meme we can bring back now?
I guess. No, but like it's just it's this
When
thing
I
where it's
told
like
that-
I don't want to like make people that still enjoy the game feel bad for enjoying it. I don't want to try and convince them not to enjoy it. It's more that like if you have found a reason to enjoy the game, I'm happy for you, and I'm kind of envious that you found something to where the game still clicks with you, because the game doesn't click for me anymore, and it's not because I'm too good for it. It's not because I've seen the grass on the other side. It's just that like this game feels directionless, and I now feel lost in it when I play it, and it's like this doesn't feel like I should be playing it.
See, the game's not for me. Partially because I can see behind the curtain a little bit, and to me, the content that exists just feels kind of empty. You know what I mean? Like it just. I agree that it feels directionless. It's also that like the rant I went on earlier when I had the decision to kill Satil, and I knew it was mostly meaningless, and that doesn't. Since this narrative will never have an end because it's an MMO, maybe story-driven MMOs don't work.
I mean,
I think stories.
There will be an end at some point.
There will be an end.
We don't know when it will be.
Right. This is not building up to anything. I know there are climaxes. There's a climax in Shadow of Revan, and I'm sure there's one at the end of this expansion and Eternal Throne. But it's not the end. And it doesn't have that same feeling of satisfaction that a narrative's ending normally would have.
Yeah, Darth Aro just said we're just going to grind until we can farm bronzes again, then half the team will quit and go again. So that right there, that is to me like the biggest thing, because like that's a group of people that still want to play, and they already know where the expiration is, and like they already know the trajectory. And to me, that I think that might be the biggest problem with BioWare is like that that's the end point for you. That's just wild to me.
Well, some people can commit to that. Like, I'm sure you know about Revelation on you. What you might not know though is that the people that originally made that, they've already dropped support for it in China, which the game has been out for quite some time in China. So there's already an end to the content. And I already have friends that jumped off the Skyforge bandwagon, and they're like, "Oh, we're gonna go play Revelation," and it's like that game has already been put in its coffin, and like literally you're gonna play content, and then it's just gonna stop at a certain point unless someone picks up the game before you run out of existing content. It's like I can't commit to any game, especially an MMO, like a game that's not supposed to have a fucking end. When I know where the fucking ending is, like I should not be able to see the finish line.
Yeah. Also, YOLO, you may have better reception now. What was it you were trying to say earlier when you were cutting out super hard?
Abort sequence aborted. No stopping me now. Yeah, what did she do to this
Let's get quiet.
I'm gonna say that WoW's writing is much, 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 much worse. Like Blizzard couldn't write their way out of a paper bag.
To be fair,
However,
don't even tell me about
to be fair, Blizzard has never had the expectation of having good writing, whereas BioWare has.
there are people who think they have
That's
good
not what their
writing.
game is based off. Compared to
No, I know,
Star
that's
Wars.
what I'm saying. YOLO, now, okay, you have reception. What was the thing you were saying when you were cutting out?
Okay, we were talking about exclusivity, correct?
Yes.
I'm gonna turn them up again.
Boy, if you stay silent, I swear to God, I'm gonna fucking
Okay,
choke you.
it's
Okay,
push
there we
to
go.
talk. I swear to
There
God.
we
Alright.
go.
So, to my knowledge, there's a vendor that like sells Dreadmaster and Kelldragon gear. You were talking about, oh, I grind this for this exclusivity item, where I'm pretty sure that's back out now.
Yeah. Man, that just kind of like, because it's one of those things. Because like when we all left, like we all made our jokes and made our peace with what we now or what we had then thought about the game after we left, and we all made our jokes about Dead Game is Dead, etc. But like I think we can all agree we put in enough time in this game to where like we still have some weird nostalgic investment into hoping that every time something new comes out, maybe this shit will actually make me feel good about it again. And every time it doesn't, it's sort of,
Absolutely, you don't invest that much time into a game without sort of liking it.
yeah.
The point I was making.
I had hoped that when we came back to this, that we would somehow like get some enjoyment out of it, and not from a rating standpoint, but like just from like a maybe the story will make me feel hooked. And I'm like, oh, okay, this is a thing I can play as if it's an RPG. And it's like, nah, because of the gameplay design of the combat interactions, I can't even pretend.
Are you? See, I'm not at that point. I don't regret my $15 to get through this story.
I don't regret it. I don't regret the $15. I will still at least on one character go all the way through, but like I'm so bothered by the combat interactions between cutscenes that it makes it harder to like play for an extended period of
when
time.
you think about it too, $15 for how many chapters is it? 9 or 10? Like
Well, for me, it's the stuff I hadn't played in Fallen Empire too, so it's more worth it.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I think those chapters are totally going to be worth the money that I put in for the sub. It's more of a thing of like, I just kind of wish. It's almost one of those things where it's like, have any of you guys ever wanted to play a really awesome story game, but you don't want to put the money in to go like get a PlayStation 4 to play Uncharted, so you watch the whole thing on YouTube? It's kind of a thing where it's like I feel good about the $15 because I'm sure the story's going to be good, but I kind of just wish I could watch all of the cutscenes on YouTube because I don't want to deal with how stupid the mobs are. You can already do that.
I mean, that's how I watch people play Final Fantasy 15 because I don't own a PS4.
I mean, I'm definitely gonna buy that. Until I saw that they had a boss that takes an hour to beat. That's like the final boss of the game, like the optional final boss in every Final Fantasy. It's like, oh, it's a giant fucking turtle that takes an hour.
Oh yeah, the Adamantoids. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm just like, why is that a thing? And it's not even like it's difficult. It just stands there.
To be fair, though,
wiggles at.
There's a lot of things I liked about Final
Oh
Fantasy.
yeah, no,
15.
I watched every one of the fucking cutscenes, like the summon fights and shit.
Honestly, like I think honestly, in terms of mechanic, the payoff for the photo taking in between chapters, it has the greatest fucking payoff I think I've seen in any game. And I say that in like a total like fucking trolly meme way because I got a large amount of enjoyment out of that. But it suffers. You can tell that like the development hell really hurt it, and that it's a little sad because you kind of think about what might have been if it hadn't gone through so many different producers.
The thing about 15 I love is the idea that a Japanese game made a fucking westernized road trip game with their bros. That idea is awesome.
It's so good, and I love it. And Prompto is the best memer in the world.
Yeah, he literally takes fucking camera videos and pictures.
He takes like first year high school
What the
photo
fuck?
class 101 where the
while you're in combat. While the subjects aren't even in frame, and then he shares them with you, and it's the best thing. And he loves the Nissan brand cup noodle because product placements. It's just everything about this game is a mess. It's also really endearing.
I've never been in a Final Fantasy. I'm sorry.
Sit down in their Coleman camping chairs.
It's like
and
me
eat
and
Nissan cup noodle.
It's like me and
JRPG,
Harry Potter.
This is definitely not like Final Fantasy has taken a lot of turns from what it was originally started off. It went from being a JRPG
I've had
to
people
being
say that it isn't really like a real Final Fantasy game. It's more like a Kingdom Hearts game. That might be accurate.
I mean, I would call it that before I would call it 10-2 because when you bring up 10-2, people want to kill themselves. So.
Can we just say that 10-2 is better than 10?
I don't agree. But 10-2 was the first game where they kind of did this thing where it's more about timing your fucking attack shit. But at this point, it's almost a fucking hack and stuff.
I didn't even like 10-2.
Is better because it doesn't have Titus.
Best Final Fantasy's 9. Let's be fucking real.
No, it's 6.
Okay, like let's just pretend you didn't say that.
Get Out. My fucking boyfriend thinks 9 is the best Final Fantasy also. And
Sounds
I
like your
disagree.
boyfriend's smart for once.
Hey, Lamau.
Here we go. No, I'm just kidding. You dating the same guy?
Oh yeah.
Oh
boy.
y'all going to the next BlizzCon together again?
They probably went to the last one together.
Yeah, we went to that one together.
Didn't y'all meet up at BlizzCon?
Yeah.
Yeah, so y'all like have an anniversary like schmortions after BlizzCon then.
What?
Don't worry about it.
Say anniversary horse
He
portions.
carried my shit around while I dressed like the necromancer.
I said schmortions, not horse portions.
So I had a fucking suit of armor on. So, fuck.
You cosplay.
Yeah, I do.
No, I know. I just why?
Because I like to.
I just
I like pretending to be someone else because I don't like who I am as a person.
You make it sound
Well,
so bright and
that's a-
cheery.
I
You
mean,
know? Okay.
Call
So
that
like,
a breakthrough,
I know,
ladies and gentlemen.
I know that this is like the dumbest shit in the world, but now that it's brought up, I'm kind of interested in the idea. All right, everyone in this channel, who the fuck would you cosplay as if you had to cosplay someone? And you can't be Rom and say that you wouldn't cosplay as anyone.
No, I mean I'm not gonna. I wouldn't say that.
Do we
By
have
the
to
way,
pick? Okay, are we gonna limit this to a specific game?
No,
or genre?
you don't have to. But I'll say this: YOLO cannot choose John Oliver because that's
Shut
Golden
up.
Nose.
Don't choose a real person. That's just fucking.
Yeah,
lame.
so we gotta go. It could be
That
any
doesn't
game.
be any
It can be game,
media.
movie, any fandom. Like as long as like
Oh
it's
my
not so
God.
obscure that no one would know.
This is really hard.
Like for instance, if you're gonna do obscure shit, you can't go so fucking obscure that like the anime is like not even like out of Japan yet. Like you have to
Oh,
be
bro,
something.
I'm going Goku.
Oh well, Super like so Dragon Ball Super or Dragon Ball Z.
Yeah.
Melis, I'd cosplay Charlie. La 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 la.
On that note,
Doing.
you're right back.
See, I could actually do some of these things, but Shiro from Lost Horizon would be pretty fun to do.
Oh, that would be a good one. You actually wouldn't be bad at that. Oh, Besley, would you be
There's
prepared to
actually-
put your glasses up against your face?
There's several Star
yeah,
Wars
I
characters I
am
would
so ready
choose.
For the glasses pushing. It's part of why I would choose it.
Wait, but here's the real question. Would you be a better Shiro, or would you be a better, Kabuto?
Ooh, that's hard.
That's the real question.
That's the real question.
You're getting way too into this anime shit.
Would you be the
Whoa,
young
what's wrong with
Naruto
this?
Shippuden?
Fuck that. I'd be a character none of you motherfuckers even remember. I'd be fucking Keely from Soul. Even know who the fuck.
I actually haven't seen all of Soul Eater before, so that wouldn't surprise me.
Dude, I cannot wait until they continue Soul Eater because that shit never should have stopped where it did. Soul Eater was fucking great. At least they're finally continuing Blue Exorcist.
Chat says state of the anime.
This anime has to stop.
State of the anime. Yeah, it's now state of the anime.
We talked about Darth Marv and quote unquote 50 Shades of Graying Satil Shan. This
I'm
shit
okay
is
with that. That's topical.
Okay,
I'm okay with that.
Chat is asking which Star Wars characters would you cosplay, Rom?
Oh,
I want to know.
XR Kun has a pretty distinct costume, and like
Also,
he's
XR
also
Kun is one of
tall.
the coolest Sith.
He's also the coolest Sith. He's the coolest. He's also as roughly as tall as me.
Could not
Hey,
ask him.
Besley, if XR Kun was an anime character, would you call him XR Kun or XR Kun Kun?
Oh, I don't know.
God.
Fuck
XR
off.
Kun. XR Kun Chan.
XR Kun Senpai?
XR Kun Senpai, teach me the ways of the dark side.
So I'm gonna okay. I had this discussion with Justin earlier, or not earlier, but like weeks ago, and you're here. You're here now, Deeps. I think the reason I hate anime is because I hate anime girls. Like every little tubular armed, blue haired, fucking,
You can watch more realistic. Okay, go watch Gang. The female in Gangster is not at all a traditional anime.
Just watch
every
something like
every little like okay, if you go to Salty Bet, I bet you can see one right now. That's those are the anime characters I
No,
hate.
what you're saying is that you hate Tuhu.
I hate
That's
Tuhu.
okay.
Yes, whatever Tuhu is, I hate it.
Tuhu is a shmup that's produced by one guy and has an anime and shit for some reason. I literally don't understand.
But
I can
they're all the
understand
same.
love for Melty
They are
Blood because Melty Blood is fucking awesome.
They're
but
all
I don't
the same.
understand why people love the characters from Tuhu. Like Tuhu as a game is fine. I just don't get why people like the story. I never ever play a shmup for the story.
I don't play shmups. Let's be real. Let's keep it Gucci.
Yeah, it's,
If you're looking
shmups
for
are
a
very
hard
stressful.
If you're looking for hard games that are stressful, fucking just play shmups.
Yeah, but I don't feel a strong enough reward from the shmup genre. Is my problem.
That's fair.
It's not that I don't think it's good. That's
I guess
the third.
your reward for the shmup is just finishing the game.
Yeah, and that's too meta for me.
But you
I want something
survived.
More,
You live.
I want something more
You
ingrained
didn't
in the
die.
experience.
You did not get shot. Here's your reward.
So you want
Yeah,
some
like the problem with shmups is I always feel like the reward is that like you were born in America and not Russia. Like that's kind of the extent of the reward. Like you survived. I don't think that's I would not cosplay as Lando, contrary to popular belief, because I'm
You
not
liar.
dumb
You're
enough
not
to
gonna-
try
you're
and
not
get
gonna do
shoe
black?
polish. That's exactly what because I wouldn't want to do Lando if I couldn't be black. Since I can't be black, I wouldn't
I
want to
would
be Lando.
cosplay as Thrawn.
Thrawn would not be a bad thing.
Thrawn would be
to
good. Like
cosplay.
just any like the Grand Admiral suit, or would you get the blue paint?
Ooh, that would be hard.
if you're gonna go Thrawn, if you don't go blue paint, then
You
you're
would
not.
have to
Any
go
Grand
blue paint
other
right
Grand
before that.
Admirals wore the fucking
I
uniform.
wouldn't do paint on the hands though. That always comes off. I would do like a blue bodysuit underneath. I think that's the way to
sweaty
go.
hand.
And then just have like bodysuit hands.
If I had to do a Star Wars character,
I would do face
on-
paint.
no, who's the fat motherfucker from the diner in Episode 2 that helps out Obi-Wan?
Dexter Jetster.
I kinda
You're gonna
wanna be
feed Dexter Jetster.
I would. do
You
know
mean
how
the
cool
you mean
it
the
is?
character that Mike Saclasa brings up when he makes fun of Star Wars?
Yes, I love his stupid voice.
Dexter Jetster.
When he goes, that's one of them Camino darts.
God damn.
All I can think of is fucking Red Letter Media.
You're going to have
But
I
I
think-
probably wouldn't cosplay as Star Wars if I'm being 100% honest with you.
Oh, neither would I.
Too on the nose. I can go down the list. If it had to be Star Wars, it would probably. I mean,
It doesn't have to be
Dexter
Star
is
Wars,
like-
and you haven't given your real answer.
Mothma with a beard.
I mean, the real answer, like back before I lost all the weight, would have been Hagrid. But now that
I
I've lost
don't-
the weight, that's not really.
It doesn't mean
Aw.
anything to me. What is that?
Hagrid is a half giant from Harry Potter.
Hagrid is the
Okay,
guy
Harry
who
Potter.
goes.
All right,
Hagrid,
all right, I get it.
Hagrid is the guy who goes, "You're a wizard, Harry."
Oh, okay. I have seen that clip. So
Yeah, before I got in shape, I would.
You gotta go. You gotta go really general with Rom because he knows nothing about Harry Potter.
What would have been even better is like if Rom wasn't so anti-anime, I'd have like 5 different answers.
yeah, I know Dragon Ball Z. You can give me an answer from that.
You just gotta give him all the classics. You gotta give him like fucking Evangelion. You gotta like make him watch like Gurren Lagann.
Tengen Top and Gurren.
Actually,
Lagann.
I asked a friend of
You said he's watched some. You said he's watched some Berserk. Just watch him watch.
I watched it with
Berserk.
them. I like
he
watched
watched-
an
no.
episode or two.
He watched Berserk before Berserk got Berserk.
We don't
Like,
talk
he-
about what happened
I-
after
it was-
they got off the boat. We don't talk about the new anime.
Yeah, he got. Well, no. I'm just saying in general. He watched the normal part of Berserk before
Oh, yeah,
the
before it gets
demon.
So what was
rape?
what
yeah.
was normal about the long-haired, feminine-looking guy
Dude,
being
it
very
gets-
not
okay.
subtle about how much
Okay.
you wanted
The
to
part about
very
Berserk
very
is
not
that it
subtle
can
about
always get worse.
how he wanted to get gay with the main character.
First of all, he never wanted to get gay with.
I mean,
Griffith is straight, but he will do anything that he fucking needs to do to further his fucking goals. Which, as you see later on in the story, when in order to get funding for his mercenary band and backing as far as getting an audience with the king, he lets some old fucking pervert fuck him, which apparently he did a long ass time ago, and this motherfucker has just been fiending for him to come back. Like, it goes from people possibly being gay to demons whose vaginas have teeth and have like 19 tits. So yeah,
Damn, I'm not about that life.
real.
If you got teeth down there, I'm not messing around.
We're not.
You know
We're
who
not.
probably-
No.
You know
No,
who probably would still mess around?
Hold on, Dom.
Crack.
But no, it's
Crack.
no.
Crack.
Hold on. It's not even teeth down there because the mouth vagina literally starts at the floor because this demon doesn't have legs.
I'm fighting
It
a
starts
tentacle.
at it starts at the ground and goes all the fucking way up to this thing's chest. So basically, it has a giant gaping vagina that is teeth, and on the sides of the entire slit are just tits.
Nah, I'm not about that. That theory crafting is too strong for me.
But no, I'm just saying
I
it
see
went.
someone linking Meepo in chat. I see that.
It went from two characters or one character possibly being gay for the main character, two giant vagina multi-titty demons eating people.
Giant vagina multi-titty demon eating people sounds like somebody's got like a big psychological hang-up about women.
Dude, I'm just giving you an example of how bad it got compared to what you said.
Like, I think whoever
And then
designed
there was a time where
and
they were
pushed
on
for
the boat
that,
for years because they stopped writing.
I'm gonna be honest. I think the proper answer to this cosplay, if we're being real.
Go ahead.
If we're being honest.
what would you do now?
Being honest. Right now, honestly, I probably none of y'all probably even know this. So I'm probably just gonna show you. Give me a second. I'll get a link and I'll link it in Twitch.
Hey, can I real talk here?
Mom would just be a character from Attack on
I already
Titan.
said I would be Exarchon.
Just on a jacket. I'm not talking about on this game. We're talking about anime.
12-year-old cosplays.
But he's not
Attack
from
on
this game.
Titan.
Right? I mean, from this fucking genre. Period. This meeting.
Cosplay from somebody from Yuri on Ice.
No, I was gonna cosplay someone from Haikyuu.
Ooh, that would be fun.
Okay. The fact that Lana Beniko
I don't like sports anime.
and Theron
How gay
Shan
you're on it.
and worked together for years, and there's no Archer reference with Theron, a spy,
Lana!
saying Lana. That's a fucking crime.
Danger zone.
It's
Have you really
literally
never
a
watched
crime.
Haikyuu? You should watch
I
it.
like I said, I don't watch sports anime.
The real,
I
real tragedy is that there's not any fucking. Is that Satele doesn't act like Mallory.
Oh, she could totally be Mallory.
I know.
Lone Star,
He's
this
a
is,
jet-
this is all for you. This is the ear bleach for your soul. We're here for you. No, honestly, I don't know. Cosplaying would be hard. I've never done it before.
Cosplay is deceptively difficult. You need to know
That's
how
why.
to fabricate props. You need to know how to sew. That's the
You know,
big
I
one.
just
You
had a
have
horrible.
you have anything with fabric? Learn to sew. I'm gonna do fucking. I'm just gonna lay it out there. I'm gonna tell you what I'm doing next year for
Okay,
BlizzCon.
here we go.
My boyfriend is doing a soldier, and I'm doing a reaper, and I want to make like a real fucking genuine coat with like a lining and shit. Fuck me. That's the worst.
Yeah, that sounds too serious. That's why I'm trying to think of cosplay that would be simple.
No, you know what's terrible is for a second I was like, huh. It's like Gurren Lagann cosplay would be cool, but it's like, what would I go as? Like, who has the right body type? First thing that came to mind was that goddamn girl. Just like, almost fucked up.
Just be Black Kamina.
Almost fucked.
Wait, whoa, yo, Deeps, you could be fucking.
You literally could. I could only be the
Don't say
gorilla
Winston.
or no, fuck.
No.
I'm not being any character from Overwatch. Fuck over.
Deeps, you
You
could
could be Sombra.
You could be Killer B from Naruto
Why would
Shippuden.
I
There.
be Sombra?
You could be Killer B.
What?
Wait, why would you Sombra?
Oh, I have to be someone from the village of the black motherfuckers with white hair that rap. Oh, okay. Only
I could have
people,
said Lucio.
only people like that. I don't.
What the fuck's wrong with what's wrong with Killer B?
Bruh.
Look, Peeps. I could have said Lucy, but I
You know,
didn't.
you know what's funny? You know what's funny is I moved away from the Naruto idea. Period. When I realized that all the black people were in one village.
What about not all? What? Really? All of them?
Damn, pretty much the only people that look like that are from the fucking
I mean,
village
you
hidden in
could
the cloud.
be Simon from Durarara, the black Russian guy.
No.
Why does he have to be? You
Are we
can
still
cosplay-
talking about
you have
anime?
to cosplay
This
a
has to
black
stop.
character, dude. You
But
can
see,
cosplay
I feel like
anybody.
I have to cosplay a black character.
No, you don't have to do
You don't
that.
have
It
to.
seems like people, no, that's bullshit. You can do whatever you want to do.
Clearly, but I want to only cosplay a black character.
Okay, that's fine then.
I think the closest I would get to not cosplaying a black character, and I seriously considered doing this.
Wait,
was,
what about
was
Afro
being,
Samurai?
I don't want to be Afro Samurai. I thought about, bro. Trust me, I thought about. No, I thought about Nikali from fucking Street. But then I'd have to do some shit with my dreads, and I'd have to dye them red, which I'm not exactly too cool
could
with.
wear-
I wasn't.
you could do
I
a
wasn't cool
wig.
with that before Lil
But
Yachty was.
you have to fit all your dreads under a wig, which is actually
Not
would
that.
actually be like
Why
really hard.
don't- Yeah, I don't know who you would be actually.
Who are you gonna be, Justin?
I mean, there are plenty of black characters.
Someone says just tell him to cosplay Rock Lee.
Yo! I will cosplay as Rock Lee in a heartbeat. I will do the voice. I will quote the character.
Be Rock Lee with the gates open, so I just permanently have a tan.
I could probably start talking in his voice, quoting him, but it would probably drive Rom insane.
Yeah, stop this. Naruto's not good.
You say, but Rock
I mean,
Lee...
I'm if I ever went to like
No,
a
there's
serious,
things
if I ever went to a
there's
serious,
things about there's things about Naruto that I genuinely like, but most of it is just an enormous shit pile.
if I ever went to a serious con and someone said "believe it" anywhere in my general vicinity, I'd run up to them and punch them.
Watching Naruto dubbed, are you high?
Believe it, and I would just punch him in the fucking mouth, and it would be on impulse. Like I was just like, that's what happened.
Actually,
it was physics. You said believe it, and I punched you in the mouth.
What the
That's
fuck are you gonna
how it
cosplay,
works.
Justin?
I know who I want to cosplay as.
Someone says there are loads of black
Final
or
answer,
purple
let's go.
Pokemon. Just cosplay as that.
Wow, that's fucked up.
Let's
No,
Yeah,
honestly,
none of the
I have the
generation.
answer. Guys, I have the answer.
What's your answer?
I want to
What's-
cosplay
what's-
Gary Oak.
Gary Oak.
Gary Oak.
You can't
Gary
handle his girth.
Yo, Besley, can you imagine? So I'm Gary Oak.
I
come
have
to
not
the
heard that
convention-
one in a while.
I come to the convention with a convertible with cosplaying cheerleaders in the back seat cheering me on with pom poms.
I would be one of those.
Okay. If it was Generation 1 Gary Oak,
Yes.
okay.
Are you picturing the first episode of the anime?
Yes.
Like, yes.
Yes. Okay, that is money.
Yeah, that's the one I would do right there, with like everybody cheering him on, with Ash looking on bemused as fuck.
Now, I can be Ash in those pajamas if you want to help out.
Oh my god, with the Pikachu on your shoulder? Yes.
Yes.
Here we go.
Another chat recommendation is cosplay as Hank Hill.
I already have a Hank Hill ass. I go from back to legs. There is no booty. I
tell you what.
I'll tell you what.
Profane and profane accessories. Butterfree.
And you live in Texas.
Boggle.
I'm okay.
I love that show so much.
I hate Peggy so much.
I mean, I hate Peggy,
I hate
but
Peggy
like,
and Lou.
I'd cosplay Bobby just so I could go, that's my part. I don't know you.
I can picture Milas cosplaying as fucking as Dale and just running up to other people. And he runs up to other people, pocket sand, and runs away.
Oh my god.
What the fuck?
I'm losing my shit right now.
In case you're wondering, Trill is Boomhauer.
Come on, eating dinner. Holy shit.
John Donner, aka Dale Gribble. Hold on, I'm finding the best picture.
The best picture is a pretty big promise.
Question mark in chat right now.
So wait. Okay, we got Dale. Hank.
That's him on a daily basis, by the way.
That's
See, now I gotta set up something for the stream. Hang on.
Yeah. That was him when he saw someone at the LAN event for Gears he didn't like.
No, I don't.
Hey,
Fafala
bro,
Simity, I don't think I am a character on Hill.
Land Gears events are serious. Okay, we don't.
100%. So serious that.
Wait,
what
Justin,
was
did
it,
you give your final answer? I don't
I think
recall.
Gary Oak.
Gary Oak. Okay. And see, I don't. Yeah, I guess. And it's your cosplay. Whatever.
Now I kind of just want to make people.
Okay, wait.
equivalent
So
for
wait, no,
every
wait. So who's Bill?
That's it.
Dom.
Dom is not a human.
This is true. Dom is like a pudding in Final Fantasy.
Oh god.
I hope he's not dead.
I hope he's not dead.
I really hope he's not dead.
Do we need to comb like California bits just to make sure?
I mean, that's Devasta was supposed to be on that. So.
I found Orderkin.
I have near.
Oh, shut up.
I have
found a-
Nerioth on my friends list.
You should
in
ask
Steam.
him.
Should we ask him if Rom's
Oh,
dead?
shit, I got
Yeah, ask him if Dom's dead.
He
I
knows
just never-
because he knows Dom IRL. He would know.
Has Richardson fucking cosplay recommended? Oh, here we go. I'm unprepared. Yolo, I feel like you would be a cosplay of a Digimon character.
I never knew Digimon that well, so.
I didn't either.
Oh my
but for some
God.
reason, like,
Should need to start watching the new Digimon.
I can be the fucking the enemy from Yu-Gi-Oh, whatever his name is.
Which one?
Which
Kaiba?
Seto Kaiba or?
I don't know any of their names.
Oh my god, there's so many of them.
Oh
There's only-
shit! All right.
There-
Kaiba
only
is the one that everyone knows.
There's Kaiba, some shit to start with a B.
Who's the guy with the fucking brown hair with that blue ass shirt? And he's like, he's got the first
Blue
one,
Eyes
like,
White
whatever.
Dragon Kid?
Yeah, that shit.
That's Kaiba.
That's
Yeah,
Kaiba,
that guy.
Seto Kaiba. There's
Yeah,
like
and
what
I'll fight
Pegasus?
Fascinate on the other side.
He was a bad guy.
Yo, hold on. Let me find Fascinate real quick. I got it. Here we go.
I'm actually curious what Asian guy you're picking.
Hold on. I'm bringing out.
I just want to be Bandit Keith.
Ha.
Oh, here. Help me with this panel. Okay, I ought to be able to reach
We're all
the
just
vault mechanism
anxiously.
along this route.
We're just waiting for Justin to post his
trying to find the right one because
No one can cosplay HK because no one wants to be HK.
Well, everyone is HK now.
They've really milked the living shit out of HK.
Which is terrible because I genuinely
No.
like that character so much.
HK was genuinely an enjoyable character.
If they make another KOTOR and there's an HK in it, I'm probably gonna vomit all over my fucking key.
I would want to kill it, but they won't let me.
Actually, like in real, like I would literally that would be the sound that would come out of my mouth. That.
Got him.
What'd you get?
Bringing out the Food Wars cosplay, Besley.
Food Wars?
Oh, you should watch Food Wars. You should fucking.
I can't watch
Food
anything. I
Wars
don't
shit
have
out of
television.
Food Wars is the shit, man.
Sound is right.
Food Wars made me uncomfortable at points.
Good.
Man, no, because in all the other animes, like women just randomly get their clothes stripped off for no apparent.
No, I don't know.
In Food Wars, the food was so good that the flavor knocked all of her clothes off. It makes sense.
Sounds pretty good.
The food, yeah.
Yeah, the food.
It's the flavor. So much flavor that it undressed.
Did you ever see the episode where one of the food judges was a chick
What
who couldn't
about-
speak Japanese for shit, and then she had the dude's fucking food plate, and all of a sudden she spoke fluent Japanese and had a colorful
yeah.
aura around her?
Yep.
What about an undressed Mitsugi crossplay from Kill la Kill? That's pretty uncomfortable.
Dude, that's so disturbing.
You would have to attach LEDs to your nipples, though.
Oh, dude, you could watch you would watch Kill la Kill too, Ron. Literally the first 10 minutes.
You
of the
get
first
weirded out by it.
Kill la Kill is not the most accessible
I actually
trigger
don't-
anime.
No, no,
I would say
but
start
the
with
fir-
Little Witch Academia or
I'm gonna real talk you here, Justin. Do you think
Or
I
Girl
actually get
Lagan.
weirded out?
No, here's
Like I
Kill la Kill's a little too goofy as a first.
No,
as like
you
a-
would
as like a
you would
first
Kill la
anime.
Kill as an anime introduction. You would side eye the shit out of Kill la Kill.
I'm not saying watch all of Kill la Kill, but like literally the first 10 minutes of the first episode is just so fucking great.
I don't think you realize the depth of my love for Kill la Kill. My fucking character name in Final Fantasy.
Wow, Bess, you're going deep with this. This is almost as deep as my Lando love.
It's because Satsuki is the best character, the best girl. Fuck you.
Well, what were you
because
saying?
I've seen some weird shit.
Kill la Kill is pretty weird.
Well, here's the
I
thing.
kind of agree with McTaters.
Kill la Kill does not get really weird until not halfway.
At the end, it's really
It's
weird.
it's about a
Freedom.
third of the way in. All of a sudden, shit just fucking gets crazy, and then plot twist, and then yeah, shit just goes off.
What is it, 10 onwards? It's just like, what is happening?
Yeah.
Okay, so
Tries to come off, or it does come off as being like so fan servicey, but like it is still so fucking good.
That's part of the fun, though.
I know, and
Wait,
it's
does anyone else?
Nobody complains that High School of the Dead is so fan servicey. That's part of
dude.
its
I don't even
charm.
want to talk about High School.
I'm gonna-
until
Wait,
they
we have
finish
to
High
wait.
School.
Hold on, we have to go back to the grips of Star Wars. I have an actual like wondering thing about
Go ahead.
about this game.
Go on.
Is there a reason outside of just Scorpio's oddly cool that they made Scorpio essentially like the real Wizard of Oz in this story? Where
Wait, hold on.
She's kind of making all of Valen's decisions for her, but
Did
making Valen think that she's making them.
Did you actually pay enough attention during your not Inquisitor, but your Imperial Agent storyline? And did you actually talk to fucking Scorpio?
No, I never cared.
There's a fucking conversation you have with her where she literally makes herself a physical fucking body, and it's like an incredibly attractive black woman.
Yes, I remember that
And it's
very
just
clearly.
like, what the fuck is going on?
And,
then
you have,
she-
and you can
she
tell her
tries
that
to
she's.
fuck-
You can tell her that she's beautiful. That's literally a dialogue
That's weird.
option.
Yeah, so the thing that I'm not getting about so here's okay, this kind of speaks to my biggest problem with the concept of this fucking expansion. Okay. I'm sure that there's a plot twist where she's not really the big bad. Whatever. At the moment, she's the big bad, where I'm at in the expansion. I'm sure for a decent chunk of it, she'll be the big bad for this expansion.
But ultimately, Valen can be as strong as she fucking wants. If
Valen-
Scorpio controls the entire fucking fleet, then yeah.
Look, like, she's the Empress right now. She's in control of all the shit. She's supposedly super fucking powerful, etc., etc., etc. She's the worst written character, and I just can't believe someone as half-baked as her could ever, like, take on the
Well,
throne even
she's
for 5
she's
seconds.
basically Thanavet. Like, if you
Thanavet
remember
just
that
was more
No,
well-rounded
no, you know
than
what
her.
she's really like?
I like Thanavet, but
You know who she's really like? She's really fucking Prince Zuko's sister from,
You know who she
Avatar: The
is?
Last
You
Airbender.
know who she actually is? She's Caligula.
Isn't she? Yeah, she's Azula. Like that's who this bitch is. And like,
Is that
there's
another
a
fucking
reason
anime reference, you
No, it's an
asshole?
American show. That's
No, it's
that's
an
a Nickelodeon
American
show.
show drawn by a Korean studio. You fucking plebeian.
Oh no, I don't know my Chinese cartoons.
Nickelodeon show.
dude, no. Avatar really was. Avatar: Last Airbender was fucking great.
Yeah, no,
Korra
this
is
is
great.
this is-
Korra had its ups and downs. Overall, not. As
I
Korra
give
had
them.
high highs, but it also had low lows. That's
Oh god, the lowest lows in Korra were like really low.
Yeah, Korra was so bad that I kind of like. I just
thing.
waited until it all ended and just like
It had
went through what I
lesbians.
Dude, like literally, the fact that the internet exploded over the last 5 seconds of that was hilarious.
No, but like, so here's my like
They
again.
held hands!
Hold on. So let's get back to the Empress and like why I fucking don't like this character. Like, she's written poorly. She's written overly edgy. Like, it doesn't actually make any sense why she would have the ability to take the throne for any time at all. And on top of that, they kneecap the ability for her to be interesting because they just make Scorpio pulling the strings behind the scene. Only they're like letting you see it.
Well, the thing
It's
is,
just it's bad. This is a bad
she's
story.
she's always Valen, like, and this is from me not even good at being at that part of the story. Valen always came off to me as a damaged fucking child.
So why make her like lead
there's-
shit? That's my
But
point.
no,
like,
but
that's-
just because, literally, she is the perfect pawn because she's basically fucking whatchamacallit. She's who's the bitch from the Warrior story?
Pretty much. Look, there's no time
Talking about Vet or the other bitch?
The Force user.
Jason.
One of the main companions that we never got.
Jason.
You know, Jason, the
Actually,
one that looks at you weird.
The one I
She is-
married.
Yeah, the
She
one I
is
married too.
an insanely unstable, easily manipulated little
girl in an adult's body because of the way she was fucking raised. Because
Jace is cute.
because she had Jace is fucking insane. No, like literally, I wanted to put a restraining order on that bitch with some of the mail that she sends you after you marry her. But no, she is an emotionally damaged toddler that is perpetually stuck as an emotionally damaged toddler because she was
you kind
sheltered.
of helped.
Well, I'm talking about. I'm not talking about Jace. I'm talking about fucking.
I'm just saying you helped fuck Jace up. I was part of the fun.
You literally no. It's literally you. Okay, so this isn't an exact fucking quote, but like someone said that a human child is like one of the most evil and innocent things in the fucking world because they don't know the difference from right and wrong.
Children are sociopaths.
Yeah, because they don't know the difference right and wrong, and like a kid will pick up a knife and stab his own mother to fucking laugh about it because they don't understand what they're doing, and that's literally what Valen did. She is a child. She was sheltered to the point that she can't possibly function as a fucking adult, and now all of a sudden she has all this freedom, all this power, and no one's controlling her, no one's fucking holding her back, which literally seems like something that wasn't even cruel. It was necessary because the bitch is crazy. Maybe if they would have gave her the fucking freedom that she needed, she wouldn't have turned into a fucking psychopath, or she could have destroyed all of the fucking in the entirety of fucking Zakul before she was even old enough.
Or maybe if she weren't raised by the enemy of the entire game.
I mean, here's the thing, though. What the Emperor did to her, like, now that she's fucking free, I don't think that was really that goddamn bad.
I don't even know what he did to her.
You want to know?
He sectioned off a part of her goddamn brain so she couldn't do all the shit that she's doing now because she's fucking dangerous.
You know, if this game had any fucking balls, what they really do is make one of the base classes the big bad of this game. Like, just fucking do it.
Why would they do that?
I'm
Because all the people who play that class would fucking hate it.
Well, I'm waiting.
I mean, not all of them, but
Fucking make the Inquisitor the fucking big
yeah, I'm
bad.
about to say, I'm waiting for the
I want
Inquisitor to just be like,
make me a raid boss. Put me in, coat.
Like, seriously,
Well, there would
if
have to
this
be raids
game
for
had
that.
any... No, they're never gonna have any raids. They don't have to. All they have to do is have story cutscenes.
What?
no, I mean, I am waiting for the Inquisitor to be like, yeah, so with Margon and all this shit ready, yeah, fuck all you guys, I'm in charge of the council.
If this game had
Dio.
any balls, it would make one of the base classes the big bad for an expansion, but they don't have any balls.
But that's the thing, they never elevate you to the point where you do
don't you
like,
become the Emperor at the end?
They imply you have that much power, though.
I know, for all intents and purposes.
So why don't I just fucking do it?
The bounty hunter is basically fucking Mandalore now, and yet you control nothing. You're still running around doing bullshit tasks for every fucking day.
Yeah, why
the
you fucking
Imperial,
kill,
the
why you
Imperial
fucking killing boars when you're Mandalore, dude?
agent is motherfucking Batman.
No,
like,
no, because as soon as you make them the raid boss, you're not gonna like delete their characters after that thing. And if you become a raid boss in the next expansion, you're collecting 50 bear asses. You're not gonna like it very much.
That's not what happens.
I mean, that's the community
this is how
service for taking over the galaxy. You gotta collect
listen,
bear assets.
listen, you guys don't understand. I'm saying, fuck it.
Space bear
Make
asses.
No, listen. Y'all have to understand something. This is what you do. This is what you do. Not some semblance of authority, McTators. I want the big bad to be one of the base classes, preferably the Inquisitor, because it makes the most sense.
And no one says it has to actually be your
And by the way, the end of the fucking Star Wars game, as it
hey.
is known, is the Inquisitor wins the game.
Yo, Lucas, come
I'd be
down.
fine with that. But
Literally, because this game doesn't have legs anymore. This game is probably on its last legs. If you're gonna do that, go hard in the paint.
this
pick
is
a
as
big
negative
class.
as you've ever been.
Justin, did you see that there's no base classes anymore?
Yes, there is no base there, but I mean, obviously, the fucking sorcerer and the assassin are the Inquisitor.
Right, but I guess will new people know that?
Still do the. I mean,
That's
you
a pretty
have to
good
do the
question,
storyline.
actually.
How
You have
about
to do
this?
the. No,
How about
wait,
this?
no, hold on. You have to do the storyline, and I guarantee you they didn't repay no motherfucking voice actors to take out the word Inquisitor and say something else.
Nobody calls you Inquisitor. They call you Agent, but that nobody says
How about
Inquisitor.
this? How about this? They make an
Forever
Inquisitor,
referred to as Hunter.
then make a Sith assassin. You make that the final fucking thing. Like, so one of that class becomes the big bad in the
You know
final game.
what's crazy about that whole thing? I can see a sorcerer becoming like the end all. I can't say an assassin. I don't know why I always see assassin as like less
I've
of a
I've
fucking-
all I've
That's
always
because
considered the assassin to
is-
be a lesser
because
inquisitor.
The Inquisitor is much more
It's the
flashy.
it's the archetype.
You're
No,
basically Palpatine.
the
That's
reason,
why.
the reason
I
I
never
say the
seen
assassin
Maul
and not the
running.
Sork. Hold on. The reason I say the assassin and not the Sork is
Had to
Sork
try
is
it.
a more common base class, and if I'm going to piss off everyone who plays a class, it may as well be the one that's not played as much, but is still realistic story.
This is something that goes back to the fact that all of these classes were made with a fucking archetype from the original movies in mind. I can't ever see Darth Maul running a goddamn, despite the fact that they refuse to just let him die.
Hashtag make Mar
Who?
great again.
Darth Maul has been in like 9 different fucking Star Wars media. Like from
Mar
he's been
is
in
fucking
movies,
awesome.
TV. They just keep when he came back and he had motherfucking chicken legs, he was not.
Oh, you mean
awesome.
Maul?
Maul, not Mar.
Maul.
Not-
You
yeah,
were saying
not
Mar.
You're talking about
I mean-
Mar. Darth Maul is different.
Darth Maul is bad.
And you're talking about fucking General Grievous? General Grievous is a different character.
Who the fuck's talking about General Grievous?
No,
He's
I'm
chicken
talking-
legs, so I
no.
assume
No,
Grievous.
actually, he's
no,
somehow in the
if
Clone
you-
Wars, he's chicken legs. He's
No,
got.
you're right, he does have chicken legs.
Yeah,
It's been a
because-
fucking million years since I watched Clone Wars.
Also,
here's the thing,
Rebels.
he's-
He's in Rebels too. Rebels.
Exactly. He's in like 3 fucking seasons of Rebels. He was in Clone Wars. Maul has been in every fucking thing. Like he got chopped in half, and they're like, "Oh, he was just hanging out on this junkyard planet, fucking running around with no lower body for 15 years, and we just pieced him the fuck back together, and now he has chicken legs." Then he gets fucking killed by God, what was that? Wasn't Sidious, was it? Was that Sidious who killed him? I don't even fucking remember. This motherfucker has been thrown down a bottomless pit like 15 fucking times, and he just keeps coming back with a new lower half. So I cannot see Maul, who is the archetype for the assassin, to run any goddamn thing, because no
No,
matter
he's
how
a-
many
he's an
times he
idiot.
comes back, he is a.
He's always a pawn.
So, and that's why I just feel like the Sork is obviously the Emperor's Sork.
I mean,
Yeah,
Sork,
because
that's why I see the
Sork is based on Sidious, and he's
can also-
basically awesome.
The Sork would be better. The Sork would be better, but more people play Sork. I'm trying to limit the impact of how many people would get.
Well,
it.
no,
Everybody
I
plays
get
Sork
why
because
you're
Sork is awesome.
No, you're doing it just to piss people off. I totally get that.
But no,
Just-
like this, like we're on the last leg. Let's kill the game in a way that goes out with a bang. What's up, Yola?
I have a question I'm supposed to ask you.
What's up?
Ask Justin, will you join our Uprisings team from Zuchi?
The real question is, will I even get to a point where I can do uprisings before giving up on the game? But if I ever do, I'd love to run uprisings with the young Zeus.
Fucker.
Carry on.
I will play with Full Metal Optimus.
Oh,
Zuchi is Edward Elric.
as long as y'all ain't fucking going after no dog.
Stop attacking him. Can't get aggro on all this shit. This is a colossally unfun
know-
fight, by the way.
Alternatively, if BioWare wanted to go out with like the best whimper possible, but like just troll the entire community, Kefis could be the final boss of the game, and I'd laugh my ass off.
Oh yeah, he just comes out the rip like, haha, you thought that giant fucking thing that's arm was bigger than me could kill me? Like, I'm back, I met the Rakatas, they gave me all kinds of powers for no apparent reason.
No, you piss off Star Wars fans even more. He didn't meet the Rakatas. He got caught in a space rift, met the Yuzan Vong. Yeah!
God, I hate the Yuzan Vong.
That's how we end the game, boys! He gets Yuzan Vong powers and just fucking shits on everyone.
Oh, and don't forget the Gree have to make him an even better robot. You know, he's half cybernetic and fucking pumped up on baths.
I don't know why my hands are so cold.
It's still like the greatest transformation ever. Like when he showed up again, I totally did not even know that was still a Transdoshan. Yet alone that was Kevin.
Transdoshan, like he changed his gender.
Yeah, I don't know how to pronounce that shit. You're the Star Wars actor.
No, there's no S.
He ain't no hetero Doshan. He ain't no homo Doshan.
Yeah, that ain't how you pronounce it. Oh, well.
No, I just thought it was funny.
Mother was here, again. She had your dad.
Is there any other part in the Old Republic where you see cutscenes for things you're not there for?
McKeb expansion.
Are you sure? I don't remember that.
Don't you see some shit happening that you're not in the room for?
I don't recall that at all.
No, yeah, you do. Like, because when all those fucking like earthquakes are happening, doesn't it show like a quick cut to like areas of McKeb like just kind of destabilizing and going crazy? Or am
I mean, they show you the entire
show you
surface of
what
Zyos
happens.
dying when you're on the space station.
I mean, yeah, but you can see that from the space station. But what I mean
didn't
is,
that much-
I'm seeing like dialogue and personal interactions between the Emperor kitties, and like, there's no reason my character should know about this.
And there's shit where like, well, you did have a motherfucker in your head. You guys were sharing a body for a while. Maybe you have some of his memories.
I mean, even that doesn't make any sense because he shouldn't know about it either. But whatever.
I mean, he knows about everything. He was constantly in Valen's head, so.
Singing my praises again.
The lower octaves.
Anyway, I think we've all had our fill of Dandon, and it's gonna get a lot less.
I was peeing. What did I miss? Probably nothing.
I'm gonna make a statement.
I'm about to have to leave, so we're gonna have to either wind this down or I'm gonna have to leave.
I need to make a statement.
Maybe make a statement.
Voice acting is bad.
In this game or in general?
In RPG should not have voice acting.
Disagree.
I mean, I want to say. I
You
want
can
to say
have-
that it
you can have-
shouldn't cost as much as it does, but at the same time, voice actors already kind of get screwed out of the amount of.
The pay is only tangentially related. You can have more and better dialogue if you don't have voice acting, and that is just a fact.
The problem I have with that is that usually when there isn't voice acting, they don't know how to do conversation cinematics, and it just looks like the classic Bethesda
But I don't.
over-the-shoulder
I
shot.
don't need conversation cinematics.
But I do need better
But
than
why?
shot reverse shot.
But no.
I think-
I'm talking in a universe where there is not voice acting. There's just a dialogue box that you read with your eyes. So it doesn't
Unless
matter
it's
what the
Legend of
characters
Zelda,
are doing
it's
on.
not good enough. Unless it's the Legend of
That's
Zelda.
definitely not true because
I want
fucking
people to have voice.
Pillars of Eternity has excellent dialogue, and it's just in a box on the screen.
I haven't played it.
Final
You should
Fantasy
play it.
14 does a lot of shot reverse shot, and it's kind of a shame because I feel like the story is good enough that they could do more with it if they were like a little more inventive with the camera angle.
But yeah, usually when they do the dialogue boxes, it's like really static shots, and that I'm sorry, if I want an RPG, I want it to be a little more artistic than that. So
I mean, Final Fantasy 14 is kind of like playing an anime, and it's sort of like the same way. Animes are often just shot reverse shot for money reasons.
Pillars of Eternity does have voice acting for NPCs, but it doesn't not all of their lines are voiced. Like if large swaths of conversation is just text, and like they have something you were worried about, Justin, or some. They have their what they're doing at the time, like their expressions or how they say things. It's written out.
that's good.
But the main character is not voiced, and that's a huge deal to me because that means
But
you know
I-
exactly what they're going to say for one,
I don't know. There's
and
just
there's more options for what to say because
there's
there's not
a lot
voice.
of games where the voice acting adds to what's going on, and I don't want there to not be voice acting just because sometimes.
I really like voice acting when it's good, but when it's like it's hit or miss.
Well, yeah, it's like
Good voice
if you're
acting
gonna do
is
it
good,
right-
but it's not worth having less dialogue. I would rather have more
Alternatively,
and better
alternatively,
writing.
Rom, some games have a lot of dialogue, and I don't care about any of it. Cough, cough. Most Bethesda games.
Bethesda games don't really have that much dialogue.
I mean, they have a lot. It's just none of it's worth.
I think it feels like a lot because it's all repeated, but it's trash for one because Bethesda can't write.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like that's the thing. Like most of the games that don't have any voice acting at all that I think of, or that are just like generic, like some idiot that works for the company got in the booth stuff, like Bethesda games. I just can't I can't. It's just boring as shit to me.
I'll make sure he coughs up every last credit.
I don't know. Bethesda had better writing before they voiced everything, too.
Well, they had different writers, though. I think that's less about the voice acting.
I understand.
Also, you're
Whatever,
You're
I mean-
you're operating under the assumption
I
that.
really like Morrowind though.
But hold
Yeah.
on, you're operating under the assumption that a game will be better if you have more options for conversations, and I don't actually think that's correct in every case.
But
I think it
every
depends
game
on-
that I've
it depends
played
on the
with more
quality
options.
of the writing. If you have more options, but your writing is shit, it won't matter.
Also,
Sure, but
also sometimes the story's better if it has focus.
what?
I don't need everything to be open-ended as hell. Like, some stuff I want to have concrete, like, decisions. I don't want, like, devs fucking waffling to try and make everyone happy. Which in reality is how most of these fucking open-ended, like, story games are, which is like they just want to make everyone happy but get to the same endpoint.
That's how they are if, say, BioWare does them.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, this sounds like a gripe with specifically Bioware RPGs.
No, I feel very similar about every other RPG out there except for CD Projekt Red. Like, I feel
Obsidian.
that way about... I feel that...
That's because CD Projekt Red doesn't care about your feelings. They're just telling you
Well,
the fucking story, and you're gonna listen to
Obsidian,
it.
yeah, of course, because, like... that's
Obsidian
the
doesn't do
culture
that, though.
Obsidian, if you take DLC out of the equation, it's kind of similar. It's just that Obsidian's DLC made Fallout New Vegas so fucking incredible that I can't argue that point.
But Fallout New Vegas, the base game, was also incredible.
I was gonna say, you don't have to have any of the New Vegas DLC to realize that the base story of New Vegas is fucking dope.
The
It is.
the expansion content really does build it up a lot, though. I'm not saying it's not good. I'm not sitting here saying the base
You know,
game's
but-
not a good game.
Well, I hate to
Are
say
you
it, but
crazy?
most Fallout games, I'm not gonna say the DLC makes or breaks them, but it's the fucking DLC that like keeps Fallout going.
Well, obviously, but that's the
I would-
same for
I would
every
say
game.
that
But
it's-
I'm saying
I'm not saying. No,
New
I'm not
Vegas-
Saying, I'm not
It's the
saying.
DLC. I would say that it's the modders that keep those games going.
Well, that too, but I'm not saying that each installation. The only reason you keep playing it is for the DLC. That's obvious. I'm saying that the Fallout series here has like you can get so much more from some of the DLC from some of the Fallout games than you can from the initial product.
Yeah, I mean, like I think what Deeps means is like with Fallout games, part of the like allure of those games outside of like how much
Is knowing that the
doing them.
DLC is
Yeah.
going to be fucking great.
Which is funny since that company was like the start of the bullshit DLC. They were also the start of like the guaranteed good DLC. Which is funny. Exactly.
my large point here is that Obsidian's perfectly capable of
I
having
think
that kind
Obsidian-
of thing.
Yeah, but I
And
don't think that
the,
I
the
want
base
the
game
meta
of New
of it to
Vegas
change.
is perfectly fine, and I do want the meta of it to change. I think RPGs have gotten worse as far as player choice goes.
I don't see. I
As far
disagree.
as far as a bunch of them being good, yes, but
Yeah.
you can't have every game that gets made be fucking great. Like that's not.
Also,
and honestly, I think even back then that wasn't the case. It was just everything was fucking more interesting back.
Also, I'd like to point out, even if you change the meta you're talking about, Rom, you'll just get a bunch of non-voice acted RPGs that are not written by Obsidian writers that are garbage because you already don't have voice acting, and
Sure.
now you don't have good writing. Like, I only
But
think
there'll be
that
more of them, and they'll be cheaper to make. So there will be more of them. So there's a higher chance that either
There was a lot of like sort of
game- well, now,
middling
hold
to
on.
bad PC games that had a lot of story in
Well,
the
but-
90s.
Wait, but hold
Yes,
on.
there were.
Are you guys like, but here's the thing, like, the whole, like, oh yeah, voice acting is less expensive. A big RPG voice acting is not the biggest fucking thing. Like, for a big RPG. I'm talking about a Witcher, I'm talking about a Fallout, I'm talking about a Mass Effect. Voice acting is not the reason that they need to cut costs at all.
no,
Like, for a middling
it's
dev,
not
sure.
the reason. Obviously, it's a contributing cost though.
Yeah, I mean, it's not cheap, but, like, I think that
But how much of I don't know, just speculating, how much of SWTOR's enormous fucking budget was devoted to have voice acting every single fucking NPC when it didn't have to be like that?
to be fair, Star Wars has way more shit, like that they had way more lines than a regular RPG because of how many storylines. That was Star Wars.
My argument is that they have less lines, like a lot less,
No,
because
when
it's
I say,
voice.
when I say when I'm talking about Star Wars having more, I'm saying you have so many different characters and stories to voice. I don't mean number
I
of
see.
lines per character.
And the other problem is, specifically to the Old Republic, is you have to have these voice actors for the class guys on retainer, basically.
Also, can I remind you guys that like Star Wars: The Old Republic would not have succeeded if there was not voice acting. That was one of the only draws to it.
Did Star Wars: The Old Republic succeed?
No, I'm saying what I'm saying is it would not have been better if there was no voice actors. That's my point. Because you're saying that voice
I think it would have been fine. They had the
I think it would
side
have been fine,
characters
yeah.
not had any. I think
No,
the main
you
ones
guys are
had.
hold on. You guys are forgetting that one of the biggest problems had nothing to do with whether or not the stories were good enough or whether or not there was enough choice, and everything to do with it was a single-player company making an MMO. That shit does not change because you don't have voice acting all of a sudden. That's
I'm not
very
saying the
clear.
game will get better. I'm saying that the
But that's my point. If it's
all the
not
dialogue,
getting better, you're cutting shit out for no reason.
And it's
then.
easier
You're cutting
than
it out
to-
just because you think there's not enough choice. But
I also
you're
don't think
using-
they should have done it for the Old Republic. I'm talking about single-player
I
RPGs,
mean,
like your Mass
yeah,
Effect.
but
like
you
your...
did bring up Star Wars.
Yes.
Brought it up from a cost perspective. That was.
But here's the
I
thing.
know they're fundamentally different things.
Yeah, but I mean, here's the problem though. Like, you can't unring some bells, and like, even though conceptually I'm cool with an Obsidian game not having it, I'm sorry, I don't want a BioWare game to have no VO. Like, I do not want to play Mass Effect Andromeda. If it's
I
text
would say the
boxes.
writing.
Why?
The writing in Bioware games is not good enough at this
Yes.
point to have it carry by
Yes.
itself without voice.
Yes, that's
Well,
what
then
I'm
maybe
talking
they
about.
should
And
either
Yeah,
learn to write better
yeah, here's
or
the problem. That's,
hire
so
better
learning to
writers.
write better-
It's easier to hire. It's easier to get better voice actors than it is to fix
It's easier
that
to get
problem.
a voice actor to bring out a decent performance from shit dialogue than it is the other way around.
Yeah, and also good writers are expensive.
With
That's
how
the
that
other
industry works now, it's cheaper
But
to get
are
a voice
good-
actor.
Are good writers so expensive that hiring one of them is
So
more
for-
expensive than
here's the
hiring
problem.
several voice actors, like
I think
dozens?
it's just hard to
No,
find
wait,
good
well, here's the
writers.
problem.
Most writers
You
are
do know,
hold on,
you
hold
do
on.
know that
Here's
there's
what-
literally a problem in the industry right now where voice actors are just like demanding that they get
Yeah, I know.
compensated.
That's gonna fuck
yeah,
them.
So writers are way more expensive than voice actors because like
Well, no, but
these
you-
people
this is-
abuse voice actors.
No, here's your other problem, Rob. Like, it's not just how much writers cost. Here's the thing. Getting a good writer will not go on a game and write a bunch of goddamn dialogue. You have to find good writers that are willing to not do story and to only do character dialogue. Guess what? Good writers have no interest in doing that. It's below them. They can make the same money or more doing something that's artistically interesting to them. Like, why would a good writer ever pick up a job like that?
It's
There's
kind
no
of like video games are the writing
I don't know,
ghetto
how did Obsidian convince writers to do it?
Obsidian got a stable of people that worked in-house and got them to stay in the company. That's your
Obsidian
answer.
does it out of love.
Yeah, they're the exception. They are not the rule. Like, that is not how writers work. Like, Kingdoms of Amalur Reckoning had a really interesting story because they got one of the better fantasy writers in the genre to write their entire universe.
Yeah.
Like, you're
And the studio went under.
yeah, like, you're not gonna get a bunch. You're not gonna be BioWare and then all of a sudden you're like, oh, by the way, George R.R. Martin is writing all of our main character storylines. Like, well, why would he do that though? Like, that's the problem. There are not a lot of good writers for these genres of video games, and the ones that are, like, why would they ever do like, oh, I'm gonna do like 20,000 lines of dialogue? Like, why? Why would they do that?
Well, they don't have to do all the
That's not
fucking
great.
dialogues. I don't know
No, but
if I don't know if the overarching story director writes all the fucking dialogue too.
No, they don't. No, they don't. What I'm saying is, but the problem with a lot of these stories is like you may have a good storyline, but the characterization of the dialogue doesn't fit, and it just doesn't make a lot of sense. The problem is like the story director and the story writer of a lot of these stories. Maybe they'll do the story beats for the whole thing, and then they'll do like the plot arching conversations for the main character, but all that other stuff, all the world building out side characters, yeah, they're not doing those lines of dialogue. What I'm saying is getting the good writer to do that shit, he's not going to do that, or neither is she for that matter. Like, I'm sure, I don't know this at all, but I'm sure someone like Courtney Woods is probably working on dialogue or something for Mass Effect Andromeda, and what I'm saying is you're not going to get R.A. Salvatore to do fucking 10,000 lines of dialogue for random side characters.
Well, good, because I fucking hated. The hell's that first? What's the first book in NJO? Whatever it is, the one he wrote.
No, I know, but what I'm saying is you're not getting a good writer to do that grunt work, and the grunt work is the problem with the writing in games. It's like usually it's not the overarching; it's like the devil's in the details, and the details is usually not done by the overarching story guy. Like, that's the problem. Like, that doesn't get fixed by not having voice actors is the problem, because writers are fucking prima donnas.
But how was it that earlier, before voice acting became more widespread, things were generally better.
I would
The
argue
industry has gotten shittier for
so,
people inside.
Well, let's start by going back that originally they were better in an era and in a section of the world where writers were not like creatively rewarded like in the West. Like a lot of the better RPGs that created the foundation for how even Western RPGs took their first steps were in Japan. Yeah, writers are not treated with the respect and reverence that the West treats writers. So then your first block of gaming writers, they're basically emulating Japanese RPGs and trying to make them like something that the West will accept on a major level. Someone strikes gold, then the entire Western market starts emulating off of that. Like, you didn't have great writers in the West. You had people that made video games attempting to emulate great writing from the East, and some of them figured out how to do it well. Like, you didn't have these companies hiring great writers. Like, that wasn't a thing. That was never a thing. At some point, the good people basically got polished by all the bullshit they had to go through in the industry, but you didn't have a bunch of great writing. If anything, there are not many games that had good writing then or now. Like, good writing in a game is really fucking rare.
Oh yeah, I agree with that.
I will say that the difference is that we take less risks now.
But I would
Yeah.
argue, but I think BioWare had better writing before they went all Mass Effect voice everything.
But I don't think the voice acting is why they had better writing. They lost some of their most creative people when EA bought the studio.
That sucks.
Yeah, but that's not because of voice
EA
acting.
Where'd they go?
Fucking up shit all over the place.
Yeah, but that's not about voice acting. That's about like not being an independent developer anymore.
Where'd they go is the question.
They literally like some of them quit the industry. Like,
Yeah. That's shitty.
Or they went
Yeah, I
to other
know.
studios.
Yeah, but that's not because of voice acting. They did that because like you no longer have the creative control. Like your budget goes up, your risk goes up. Therefore, you're not taking like some of those like really interesting story beats because you gotta go with something that's mass marketable.
Well, that's my
Like
problem.
I don't think, but that's not
with
voice acting. That is the entire gaming industry's problem right now. The costs of making a game at a AAA level are so fucking high that you're not gonna get a lot of risks.
No, that's what
I mean,
I'm getting
remember-
at. I'm saying making a game without voice acting is a risk, and it shouldn't be.
But like, yeah, I know, but like,
and
what I'm
that's
saying is if you
they're
take
so
voice
risk
acting-
averse because it's such a huge investment that
Yeah,
they're
but
never going to
voice
do it.
acting- Voice acting is nowhere near the problem that like the just the actual game making process is. Like like you take away the voice acting costs on a $200 million video game, you still got a $270 million video game. Actually, you probably got one more expensive than that. I'm just being generous. Like these games are now too expensive. Like did you hear like Final Fantasy 15 in order to like profit at all needs to sell over 10 million copies. Like
Well,
sell through,
Final
not
Fantasy
sell.
15 did not get funded through any. Final Fantasy 14 funded Final Fantasy 15. All of those profits got funneled in so they could finish their fucking game.
Yeah, but like there are games that are Western that didn't take 10 years that also have similar problems. BioShock Infinite sold a fuck ton of copies. It literally killed the studio. It was not a failure game. It sold multiple millions, and it killed Irrational Games. The first Tomb Raider, the first new Tomb Raider that sold like, I don't know, what was deep, so it was like
sold
5 or
very
6
well.
million copies. Yeah, it sold
Oh, no-
really well.
no nasty
I love that game. It was good.
It lost the studio money.
My favorite thing about the new Tomb Raider was watching that bitch get mauled to death by various animals.
Yeah, like that's the problem with gaming. Like it is so hard to profit on a game now that it's like
That's why I think part of the reason that we probably will see a toning down in the video game industry because they're not going to be able to sustain this.
That's good though, because
yeah, we should.
it's getting
And I hope so.
things are
there's
just getting
too much-
shitty.
There's too much too fast, and I'm just glad that there's a PC gaming counterculture where like you see games that are more like
I
the scale
I talk
is
a
more
lot of shit and
rational.
make a lot of fun of the indies because they're often like really too deep for you. But they do have a better idea of cost and benefit. Like the cost benefit analysis of it is much better.
No, if you're Obsidian and you're like, well, we can make a license game and probably lose money on it, or we can ask Kickstarter for money and make Pillars of Eternity or Tyranny, then there's a pretty good reason to go with the Kickstarter and get your smaller game funded. There's nothing wrong with an isometric perspective, even in 2016.
Yeah, no, I'm not gonna down on that at all.
It doesn't have to look like The Old Republic or Mass Effect. Or even a Bethesda game. Although, Bethesda games, as far as I recall, still make money.
I think here's the thing. I think that like there are some games where I totally agree that voice acting isn't needed or that it's better without. Like I'll still go back to like Zelda games. At no point have I ever been like I wish this was voice acted. At literally no point.
What game? I'm sorry.
Any Zelda
Any
game.
Zelda game.
Oh, obviously.
Yeah,
I would extend that to like any Elder Scrolls game. I don't need it.
I mean, I literally turn off the fucking sound on Skyrim.
I would agree on Elder Scrolls. I don't need every single fucking guard to speak to me in a voice
No,
acting.
they can speak to me, but like their interactions
I
will be
don't
better
need
if
to
it's
hear
written out. You can actually, because like in Morrowind, you could ask for directions. You can't ask a guard for directions in Skyrim, because they would have to write it, and they would have to get somebody to speak it. Fuck that. No, they would have to get multiple somebodies to speak it, because obviously we're a AAA title, and if every guard sounds the same, well, that just won't fucking do.
Every guard still sounds the same.
Yeah, but they all have different. There's a few different voice templates for every guard.
Okay, fair enough.
You gonna go back to the Morrowind days
An attempt
and have
was
everything
made.
be
That's
text.
because Morrowind, it's never gotten better than Morrowind. I don't know what crazy people are like, man, I liked Oblivion better. But they're
I like
wrong.
Oblivion just fine. In fact, Oblivion
is
has.
fine. It's not better than Morrowind.
Yeah.
Morrowind's cool, but Morrowind is like Morrowind was plucked in like it out of that time. Like it was amazing. I don't know if you could put a game like Morrowind into today and would it do well. And I don't mean because of graphics. Like it's
right.
it is really obtuse, and that's okay because back then that's when gamers were like, accepting of obtuse concepts.
Yes.
But like today, that game would get fucking ripped apart because it like
because nobody knows where to go
to do its own thing. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I mean
you can. The joy of Morrowind is not knowing what the fuck to do and stumbling around, just like your fucking character is.
The only
one-to-one correlation, it works really well.
The only game that can get away with that today is the Dark Souls series, and that's because like their fan base has been sharpened by that mantra.
I've never been to Morrowind before. You and your character know literally nothing. I'm just like thrust into this being like and getting caught in all these plots, and it works really well because it's a one-to-one thing. And it actually makes sense in a storyline perspective for you not to know anything.
Although at some level, I don't know if I would want to play a game like that every couple of years. I think having an experience like that once and having that wash over me over hundreds of hours would be great. I don't know if I want to do that over.
Why do you
and over
think
again.
people ran back to Skyrim at the first available opportunity?
Because they're weak.
Because they're weak. That's what happens. You play a game like that and you put in like 500 fucking hours, and when they come out,
I put in 500 hours into Skyrim because I played it with absolutely a million different mods.
Oh, of course. And that's the thing. It's like mods. That's like when they came out with the remastered version. And people
are fundamentally blah.
People on PC and they're like, "Oh, you improved the graphics."
Even
So
the
we had a
main
mod for
story
that.
was more interesting, and
we had a mod for
saying a
better
lot
graphics
because the
7
Oblivion
months
main story was not very good either.
Yeah. Hey, I gotta go because I have to get ready to go see a movie. But
what movie?
Okay. Well, it's 7 anyway, so 5-hour show is pretty good.
We did 5 hours. Fuck.
5 hours and
shit,
two of it was talking about Star.
Hey.
Maybe 2.5.
There's more of that.
There's definitely a solid fucking 30 minutes of goddamn anime.
Yeah, there was
nothing wrong with that.
It was a solid 30
There
minutes.
should have
No,
been more of it. We need to do a stream where Rom watches anime for the first.
Absolutely, we should ROM watch anime.
But we're gonna have to
Twitch
agree
will
on
take me
what
down
should be the first.
if I broadcast anime.
You don't broadcast anime. It's literally you watch it. People
We can
watching.
we can set it up like a social eating stream. We can. Eat
I don't
at the
think it
same
would
time.
be.
I feel like the easiest anime to break him in that that is still somewhat Western is like well done enough and doesn't go too fucking. It doesn't go weeby and cute girl face. I think Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood might be the easiest entrance.
Brotherhood's pretty good.
I mean, I'm not saying it's the best. It is really.
I don't think
great,
you can
but it might be the
appreciate
easiest.
Brotherhood without having watched the other version. But it's whatever.
You're gonna start talking about anime again. I have to stop it.
I don't know. I think Gurren Lagann would be fine.
I worry that it might be too close to the line if that's his first thing he sees, though.
Okay, that's fair.
Mainly only because of the fan service character. That's it. Like if he
One
was
fan service.
Yeah, I know. I'm not saying it's bad. If he got used to the concept first, like maybe with 1 or 2
Yo,
other shows,
I don't give a hot fuck about anime.
that's fine. Yo,
It
alright, I
has
gotta
to
go
stop. It has to stop. All right, see ya.
I could be the guy who's just like, just fucking watch Evangelion, but I'm not that guy.
Rom will never watch Evangelion.
All right, all right.
Or you
All right, stream.
Go right over Rom's head.
This is
We'd
gonna
have to tell-
be.
We'd have to tell Rom to get in the goddamn robot Shinji for like an entire year before
don't
you
know
Get
what
in
that
the
means.
robot, Shinji!
I have no fucking idea what that means.
State of anime mistake.
Yes.
They
All right,
definitely not.
stream.
Jesus
I don't know when or if we're going to do anything like this again. I'm probably going to finish up this story crap at some point. Yeah, I'll probably stream it. And this time I'll pay a little bit closer attention since we won't have 4 people talking at the same time. I've got no real announcements. It's been fun. Thank you all for coming out to watch us again. We got more viewers than even I expected, so it feels really good. I'm glad some people remember us. So I guess that's it. Thank you all for watching. See y'all whenever. I'm hungry.